आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, बैठो 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 बैठो, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं, बैठो।
Trapped inside the fenced meadow with no easy escape, panic gripped the crowd. Amidst the horror, an army officer, the survivor's brother, kept his nerve.
बताइए हुआ पति को आए हैं, बैठो 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 बैठो, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं, बैठो।
ये इंडियन आर्मी
आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो, कहाँ से आए आप लोग?
Spotting an opening under a fence where a water stream flowed, he calmly guided 35 to 40 terrified people through it, leading them away from the killing zone. Mud, slippery slopes, panic, but survival instincts kicked in. They slipped, they fell, but they kept running, refusing to be easy targets. From behind the mobile toilets, under gunfire, amid screams, emerged a story of heroism and resilience and the will to live. The survivors watched in horror as others were gunned down mercilessly. The sounds of AK-47 fire, the images of bloodied bodies, the cries of the wounded, memories that will haunt them forever.
आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे, थोड़ा बताइए हुआ।
The survivor writes, the gunshots still echo in our ears. This scar will never heal. The paradise of Kashmir hides an unbearable pain underneath. As India mourns the loss of innocent lives, their courage stands as a testament that even in the face of barbarism, humanity, bravery and brotherhood shine through.
Viewers, as crackdown continues on Pakistan's terror associates and handlers across the Kashmir Valley, a shocking video filmed by a tourist has captured the brutal terror attack. Take a look.
The anger is mounting across the nation, and the chorus for tough action against Pakistan is growing louder with each passing day. As the crackdown on Pakistan's terror associates and handlers has intensified across the Kashmir Valley, a shocking video filmed by a tourist has captured the brutal terror attack that killed innocent civilians who were enjoying and holidaying in Pahalgam before the attack. The unaware tourist from Gujarat, Rushi Bhatt, who shot his video enjoying the ropeway, also recorded the visuals of innocent tourists being killed by Pakistani terrorists. In the video, gunshots were heard along with the tourist running to save his life, who was mercilessly shot by terrorists on camera.
एक्चुअली 11 बजे के करीब पहलगाम पहुंचे थे और वहां पे जस्ट घूम रहे थे और फिर हमारा ये जो रोप ग्लाइडिंग हम जो करने वाले थे वो उसके लिए हम लोग करीब 2 बजे हम लोग वहां पे एंटर हुए थे। मेरे आगे वहां पे 6-7 लोग थे, मतलब 2-3 फैमिली थी जिनके बाद मेरा नंबर था। वो सारी फैमिलीज का रोप ग्लाइडिंग हो गया, उसके बाद मेरी वाइफ और मेरे बेटे का हो गया, उसके बाद मेरा नंबर था। 15 से 20 मिनट तक फायर चालू था। पहली 1 मिनट 1.5 मिनट तक तो वो कंटिन्यू फायर था, उसके बाद बीच में 15-20 सेकंड 30 सेकंड जैसा पोज रहता था, फिर वापस फायर चालू होता था, फिर वापस स्टॉप हो जाता था। तो ये करीब 15-20 मिनट ये सब चला है।
Another video surfaced where the zipline operator released the tourist Rushi Bhatt moments after the bullets were heard. Notably, the zipline operator has now been picked up for questioning by the National Investigation Agency. Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami on the debate, survivor Rushi Bhatt narrated how he escaped the attack site.
जब उन्होंने देखा कि शॉट्स है, शॉट्स चल रही हैं, गोलियां चल रही हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने आपको रिलीज क्यों किया?
Sir, that was a question mark for me as well. बट मेरे साथ जो हुआ, मैं वहाँ से 15-20 सेकंड तक मैं अपने ही मूड में था। मुझे ये चीज़ नीचे की नहीं पता थी। जब नीचे ज़्यादा हो गया और मेरी वाइफ नीचे थी, उसने मेरे को जब चिल्लाया तब मेरे को ध्यान आया, तब मैंने नीचे देखा और फिर मैंने रोप पकड़ के मतलब अपने आप को रोका। क्योंकि जहाँ पे मेरा लैंडिंग होने वाला था वहां से फायर हो रहे थे, तो मेरे को लैंडिंग पे नहीं जाना था, तो मैंने बीच में रोक के वहां से मैं हुक खोल के वहां से कूदा हूँ। वहां से कूद के मैं अपनी वाइफ और बच्चे को लेके वहां से भागा।
नहीं, फिर ये इस
आगे
आदमी को
जाते
फिर से
हुए-
मिले, ये जिपलाइन ऑपरेटर को आप?
सर मैं जब नीचे उतर के जब मैं भागा उसके बाद वहां पे कोई भी लोकल बंदा दिखा ही नहीं है हमको।
जी।
The NIA investigation is underway in the Pahalgam terror attack, and India is leaving no stone unturned to nab the perpetrators, terror associates, and terror sympathizers.
Former Indian cricketer Ravichandran Ashwin was honoured with the Padma Shri Award by President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, while former hockey player P.R. Srijesh was presented with the Padma Bhushan Award. President Murmu presented the Padma Awards to the previously announced recipients at the first civil investiture ceremony at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Ashwin and Srijesh were among some other dignitaries to receive the civilian award. Srijesh received the second highest Padma honour. He has just become the second Indian hockey player after the great Major Dhyan Chand to be conferred with the Padma Bhushan. The BCCI is considering on expanding the IPL season to 94 matches from the 2028 season. However, despite the longer season, there are currently no plans to add new teams to the tournament as of yet. The tournament was expanded to a 74-game format in 2022 after the addition of Gujarat Titans and Lucknow Super Giants to the competition. Furthermore, there were plans to extend the tournament to 84 matches from 2025, but rescheduling conflicts saw the plan being eventually scrapped. It's time for a quick break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, massive search operations across Kashmir. Stay tuned for details on that.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and all Pakistani nationals with their SARC visas in India, the deadline for them to leave the country has arrived. They're supposed to leave today, and we're tracking all the details into that for you. But first, here are your headlines. Take a look. Massive search operations underway across Kashmir. Police continues raids at residences of terror associates under the UAPA. Zipline operator seen in tourists' Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the National Investigation Agency and Jammu and Kashmir Police. Deadline for Pakistani nationals holding the SARC visas to leave India ends today. 537 Pakistanis have exited via the Atari border in the last 5 days. Amid rising India-Pakistan tensions, Turkey extends support to Pakistan, says Turkish Foreign Ministry is closely monitoring developments. As Canada goes to polls today, voters to decide whether interim Prime Minister Mark Carney gets a full mandate or if the Conservatives return to power. Viewers, starting first with what's happening in Canada. Now, the Canadians are all set to head to polls today in a high-stakes federal poll, now shaped by Donald Trump's escalating threats against Canada's sovereignty and a deepening economic crisis for the country. This landmark vote is expected to have major political repercussions, especially as the U.S. instability reshapes its relationship with its northern neighbor. That's what's happening in Canada, a high-stakes election on the cards. However, what makes this more important is that it comes closely at the heels of the US sanctions on trade on Canada, a constant back and forth, a trade versus trade war that's unfolding between Canada and the US. Also being joined by Mr. Rakesh Tiwari, who is a Canadian journalist, to get us more updates into the matter. Mr. Tiwari, welcome to Republic. Speak to us about the key points that make the polls so important, and how can Trump's cards sort of, distort the elections in Canada?
Thank you so much, Ms. Bharadwaj, talking to me. And let me say this. Canada and US, we are neighbors. Yeah. And we always had that great tie with America. But since Mr. Trump came and he has put 25% tariff across the board, even Justin Trudeau, then Canada's Prime Minister, when he went to see him at his place, yeah. At that time, how he has humiliated Justin Trudeau, that has angered Canadians. And afterwards, even when Justin Trudeau was gone, Mr. Trump was still in Canadians' mind. And he has kept threatening Canada, even for aluminium and steel. He has put the tariffs. He put the tariffs, and which is causing a lot of jobs in Canada. So for Canadians, this is one priority, that because we do about more than 90% of business with USA, so we need a tough leader who can negotiate and deal with Mr. Trump over there. Yeah. And let me say, this was not a before any issue. It was never ever. This became issue that any American president has influenced Canadian election. But this time it did happen, and all the Canadians, as a Canadian, I can say that we have only one thing in mind, that who can deal with Mr. Trump. And at this time, when we say we have another issue, that since when the Trump was not there. So you can say inflation and unemployment, rising in crime here, crime rise, and also the dwelling for the housing. These are all the issues affecting Canada.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Justin Trudeau was there, and it seemed very clear that Liberal Party is going to go for down big
Yeah.
time. And
Mr.
then
Tiwari, yeah.
the rebels came from within Liberal Party, and Mike Carney, he got elected. Although a bit surprise for me as an independent journalist, that I do not know within 2 months what Mr. Mike Carney has done, as the so-called mainstream media is predicting and saying that what he was Liberal Party is gaining the support and might make a government here.
Yeah.
But it is a bit surprising that when Justin Trudeau, he was Prime Minister at that time, Conservative Party was leading 10 to 15% or more than that.
Yeah.
And at this time, it is appearing as Liberal Party is going to make the government. However, let me say one thing. Just recently, 2 days back, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has said that I have put my party behind and I put Canada first to defeat Mr. Pierre Poilievre. So Pierre Poilievre and Conservative Party, if I compare it, he became you can say that like
Mr.
Narendra
Tiwari,
Modi
quickly also,
in India,
yeah,
where all the party are central, they have made their central point to defeat Pierre Poilievre. Although wherever he went, he was gaining a lot of support, and a bit surprising for all of us that what kind of magic Mr. Carney
Mr.
has done.
Tiwari, quickly interrupting you
that
there.
he's going to make the call.
Yes, I understand. Also, want to quickly understand, like you also spoke about, that you don't know what Mark Carney has done in 2 months to be getting so much support. Who do you think the chances are, sort of bending towards? The winds are working with. Is it Mark Carney or is it the Conservative Party?
Let me say, mainstream media here, which is CBC, CTV, and they are there, and Global TV, they are predicting as a neck-to-neck competition in that way, that where it is possible that Liberal Party may survive and can make a government, and it could be minority and with the NDP support. But when we go about social media and when we do meet with the public, so public was totally against Liberals, because you cannot wash out 10 years of mismanagement just by Mr. Mike Carney saying a few words against Mr. Trump. Because even, let me say one more point, that Mr. Pierre Poilievre, he has said so much against Trump too, even going to that extent. Mr. Trump said that I do not know this conservative guy. He's stupid, and I don't like him. It would be better for me to deal with Liberal Party and this Prime Minister. He was mentioning Mr. Mike Carney. But let me say, in my understanding, this election result, everybody, we are all watching anxiously, and it could, it might surprise all the pollsters who are predicting like before. So that's what I can say that.
Thanks very much for getting us those insights, Mr. Tiwari. In fact, I'm sure it really helps to understand what's the fabric looking like in Canada right now. Thank you very much for giving us your time. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's happening in Punjab. Now, the wife of the BSF Jawan, Purnam Sahu, who was detained by Pakistan Rangers after inadvertently crossing the international border, has arrived at the Chandigarh airport from West Bengal's Hooghly. In fact, she's all set to head to Firozpur, a close Polo, a place which is very close to Pathankot at the Punjab-Jammu border, to speak to officials in regards to her husband's release, who was inadvertently taken away by the Pakistani Rangers. Now, also joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Lalit, who's following the story from ground and is reporting from Firozpur. Lalit, speak to us about the developments. Has his wife arrived yet? If not, how much more time?
Well, if we talk about the wife of BSF Jawan who has been detained, who accidentally crossed the international line of control on 23rd April now, after reaching the Chandigarh airport, she has headed towards the Kangra in Himachal Pradesh, where she would be meeting the commanding officer of that battalion in which the Jawan has been posted. Right now, that battalion has been shifted to Kangra. So, first of all, she would be meeting the commanding officer of that BSF in Kangra, and after that, she would be heading towards Firozpur, where this whole incident has happened on 23rd April. So, right now, 3 rounds of flag meetings have held with the Pakistan Rangers, but still the BSF Jawan has been kept captive. He has not been released. Yesterday also the 2 rounds of the flag meetings were being conducted by the Indian side, but the Pakistani Rangers did not turn up. Very clearly they have said that now the higher authorities would decide what to do next. So BSF have conveyed this message to the Home Ministry, and now the next level of meeting would be done between the higher officials, that is the Home Ministry. So it's been around 6 days. Still the BSF Jawan has been kept in the Pakistani detentions, and till now he has not been released. But the wife has travelled all the way from West Bengal, Hooghly to Punjab. Today she would be in Kangra, and later she would be coming to Firozpur as per the inputs. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit. Thanks very much for getting us those key details. In fact, of course, we'll keep circling back on the developments of the story. For now, viewers, shifting focus now as the crackdown on Pakistan's terror associates and handlers has intensified across the Kashmir Valley. A shocking video filmed by a tourist has captured the brutal terror attack that happened in Pahalgam on the unfortunate day of 22nd April. Take a look at this.
The anger is mounting across the nation, and the chorus for tough action against Pakistan is growing louder with each passing day. As the crackdown on Pakistan's terror associates and handlers has intensified across the Kashmir Valley, a shocking video filmed by a tourist has captured the brutal terror attack that killed innocent civilians who were enjoying and holidaying in Pahalgam before the attack. The unaware tourist from Gujarat, Rushi Bhatt, who shot his video enjoying the ropeway, also recorded the visuals of innocent tourists being killed by Pakistani terrorists. In the video, gunshots were heard along with the tourist running to save his life, who was mercilessly shot by terrorists on camera.
एक्चुअली 11 बजे के करीब पहलगाम पहुंचे थे और वहां पे जस्ट घूम रहे थे, और फिर हमारा ये जो रोप ग्लाइडिंग हम जो करने वाले थे वो उसके लिए हम लोग करीब 2 बजे हम लोग वहां पे एंटर हुए थे। मेरे आगे वहां पे 6-7 लोग थे, मतलब 2-3 फैमिली थी जिनके बाद मेरा नंबर था। वो सारी फैमिलीज का रोप ग्लाइडिंग हो गया, उसके बाद मेरी वाइफ और मेरे बेटे का हो गया, उसके बाद मेरा नंबर था। 15 से 20 मिनट तक फायर चालू था। पहली 1 मिनट 1.5 मिनट तक तो वो कंटिन्यू फायर था, उसके बाद बीच में 15-20 सेकंड 30 सेकंड जैसा पोज रहता था, फिर वापस फायर चालू होता था, फिर वापस स्टॉप हो जाता था। तो ये करीब 15-20 मिनट ये सब चला है।
Another video surfaced where the zipline operator released the tourist Rushi Bhatt moments after the bullets were heard. Notably, the zipline operator has now been picked up for questioning by the National Investigation Agency. Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami on the debate, survivor Rushi Bhatt narrated how he escaped the attack site.
जब उन्होंने देखा कि शॉट्स हैं, शॉट्स चल रही हैं, गोलियां चल रही हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने आपको रिलीज क्यों किया?
Sir, that was a question mark for me as well. बट मेरे साथ जो हुआ, मैं वहाँ से 15-20 सेकंड तक मैं अपने ही मूड में था. मुझे चीज़ नीचे की नहीं पता थी. जब नीचे ज़्यादा हो गया और मेरी वाइफ नीचे थी, उसने मेरे को जब चिल्लाया तब मेरे को ध्यान आया, तब मैंने नीचे देखा और फिर मैंने रोक पकड़ के मतलब अपने आप को रोका, क्योंकि जहाँ पे मेरा लैंडिंग होने वाला था वहाँ से फायर हो रहे थे, तो मेरे को लैंडिंग पे नहीं जाना था. तो मैंने बीच में रोक के वहाँ से मैं हुक खोल के वहाँ से कूदा हूँ. वहाँ से कूद के मैं अपनी वाइफ और बच्चे को लेके वहाँ से भागा.
नहीं, फिर ये इस आदमी को फिर से मिले, ये जिपलाइन ऑपरेटर को आप?
सर, मैं जब नीचे उतर के जब मैं भागा, उसके बाद वहाँ पे कोई भी लोकल बंदा दिखा ही नहीं हमको.
जी.
The NIA investigation is underway in the Pahalgam terror attack, and India is leaving no stone unturned to nab the perpetrators, terror associates and terror sympathizers.
Viewers, in an exclusive conversation with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, Pallavi shares the unimaginable horror of the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed her husband Manjunath's life. Listen in.
Pallavi ji, wife of Manjunath, from Shivamoga in Karnataka, who was killed by the terrorists. And I hope you're fine, Pallavi ji. Last time we spoke, you spoke to me 2-3 days after the incident. I hope your family is fine. I hope your son is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Pallavi ji, these... sorry to keep pushing this point, but some Congress leaders are saying that the terrorists did not ask for the religion of the people before killing them. But there are many testimonies that they were asked to read Kalma and they were asked to identify on the basis of religion. What can you share about this, Pallavi ji?
Actually saying they didn't ask anything to us, but after this disaster, when we were staying at the hotel, other victims' house members, they shared with me that they have asked about the religion.
What did they say, if you can share with the other victims with you on the day of the incident? What did they share with you?
They said that they told to read some kalma or something. I don't know what is that. Like that they told.
Yes. And they specifically targeted the Hindu men in all those who were killed and one Christian man.
Yes.
Now, you know, when you told me that the terrorists said to you, go tell Modi, ab Modi ko bataiye, that comment has gone everywhere. What would... Yes, please.
Myself and my son was shouting, "Hame bhi maar do, hame bhi maar do."
Right.
हमें भी मारा, मेरे पति को भी मारा है ना, हमें भी मार दो. We both were shouting. We didn't go anywhere to hide from them. We are just near my husband's. We are just nearby my husband. Then he told like that, "Nahi, Modi ko bolo."
Modi ko bolo. Well, Pallavi ji, I thank you for coming for this short conversation. Please stay strong. I'm sure Prime Minister and the government will take full revenge on Pakistan. Thank you, Pallavi ji. Thank you.
Viewers, Pakistan has resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir. Now, ceasefire violation has been done by small arms, and this was recorded as firing for 5th consecutive day. In fact, Pakistan also targeted posts of the Indian Army in the Kashmir's line of control, and Indian side retaliated effectively to the Pakistani fire. A fifth consecutive day of ceasefire violation from the side of the Pakistani troops at the line of control in Kashmir. In fact, this time small arms firing was recorded along the line of control in northern Kashmir. And in fact, this is a fifth consecutive day since when the ceasefire has been breached by Pakistan continuously day after day. Also joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Gursimran, who will get us more details into the ceasefire. Gursimran, a fifth day, fifth breach. Talk to us about it.
Coming from the Pakistani side that for the fifth consecutive day there has been a ceasefire violation that has been reported along the line of control in the North Kashmir sector, and also this time there have been three ceasefire violations that Pakistan Kupwara district, second was in Baramulla, that is Kupwara's Tangdhar, Baramulla's Uri and Jammu's LOC. On the Akhnur sector there has been a ceasefire violation. This is the first major provocation by the Pakistan in the Jammu sector, because on the expected lines that this ceasefire violation will go down, that is starting from the Kashmir line of control to the Jammu line of control. Yesterday it was in the Poonch sector that the Pakistan resorted to the ceasefire violation, and today it is in the Akhnur sector where Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control. As we speak, the searches are underway in the area to rule out possibility of any infiltration, but it is very clear that the now Pakistan army do not want peace to prevail on the line of control. They want that the peace be disrupted, and they want to engage India on the line of control so that any attempt of the adversary can or any attempt of the Pakistan can be foiled. Indian army is also keeping itself on the alert. The highest level of alertness is being maintained on ground, because see what Pakistan wants to do, they want to disrupt peace as much as they can, and that is why they are resorting to these kind of ceasefire violations. Fifth consecutive day in the North Kashmir, and for the second consecutive day in the Jammu line of control, Pakistan is on the violations. This kind of a violation for the 5 consecutive days has not been seen since 2021 February pact that was reached between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan. So means we can take it that the Pakistan has violated the agreement that was reached upon, and now the things will escalate on the line of control.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for getting us those key details. In fact, viewers, continuing on what's happening in operations now, massive search operations are underway across the Kashmir Valley. The police continues to raid the residences of terror associates under the UAPA. Now, this comes closely after multiple houses of terrorists of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, also involved in the Pahalgam terror strike, were demolished by the security forces. They were completely flattened and brought to the ground. And anti-terror operations are continuing in the Kashmir Valley. In fact, like my colleague Gursimran also just a few moments ago pointed out, the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, along with the paramilitary forces in the valley, are on high alert. We're also being joined by my colleague Erawat to get us more updates into the matter. Erawat, speak to us about the ongoing combing operations in Kashmir.
Yes, absolutely. 8th day of the deadly terror attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. And then after, we have seen that there are the multiple anti-terror operations which are underway across the line of control areas and the cities and towns of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen the search are being carried in the various areas like Baramulla, and then after we have seen the Uri sector where there were attempts of the infiltration, but we have seen that the attempts were foiled by the joint security forces at the line of control. Then after, if we go through South Kashmir's Pahalgam, where this incident happened, there are the locations, new locations, where the search are being carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police and other paramilitary forces. We have seen after the attack in the Pahalgam, the search were carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police at the 65 locations. And tomorrow, yesterday, we have seen also that there were also the 63 locations which were raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police. These were the residential houses of the terrorist associates who were affiliated with any terror group or having any links with the anti-national propaganda. And now during the search, we have seen that the electronic gadgets and some literatures were also seized. There is a list that is having Jammu and Kashmir police that more raids will be coming in the days. Also, we have been search at the Sopor. Also, the same kind of the search are being taken place in the various locations of the Kashmir Valley to nab the attackers. We have also been told from the label sources that the hundreds of the individuals were called by the various police stations across the Jammu and Kashmir. The youth who are having any kind of the terror links, they are being questioned by the various investigation agency after the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam. It indicates that the alertness of the forces, the investigation of the incident that happened in the Pahalgam as of now. Yes.
Right, Arava. Thanks very much for getting us those details. And viewers, even as the nation mourns the horrific Pahalgam attack, political fault lines have only deepened. Several Congress leaders are under fire for making controversial remarks, from calling for talks with Pakistan to questioning the eyewitness of the attack itself. Take a look.
As the nation mourns the deadly Pahalgam attack, in which 26 innocent lives were lost, shocking political statements have triggered outrage across the country. Several Congress party leaders have sparked controversy, backing dialogues with Pakistan even as country demands strict action. Senior Congress leader Saifuddin Soz stirred a major row by saying if Pakistan says that it is not involved, let us accept that argument.
Dialogue and discussion is the best thing. War is no option. So therefore, if Pakistan has taken the position they are not involved, India must listen and then act according to its own needs, own need. We are not going to go by any country's statements. We have to go by what the Prime Minister just.
Zipline operator seen in tourist's Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned by NIA for questioning, and even the Jammu and Kashmir police. We're tracking all the details of that case very closely for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, massive combing operations and anti-terror drives are underway in the valley of Jammu and Kashmir, and we're tracking all the details of that for you. But first, here are your headlines. Massive search operations underway across Kashmir Valley. Police continue raids at residences of terror associates under the UAPA. Zipline operator seen in tourist's Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the National Investigation Agency and the Jammu and Kashmir police. Deadline for Pakistani nationals holding the SAARC visas to leave India ends today. 537 Pakistanis have exited via the Atari border in the last 5 days. Amid rising India-Pakistan tensions, Turkey extends support to Pakistan, says Turkish Foreign Ministry is closely monitoring developments. As Canada goes to polls today, voters to decide whether interim Prime Minister Mark Carney gets a full mandate or if the Conservatives return to power. Viewers, in the wake of the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent lives, tensions continue to escalate along the line of control. Republic TV is reporting from Ground Zero, where Pakistan has been continuously violating ceasefire after the attack. Amid the escalation, locals, including elderly and the children, have taken shelter in underground community bunkers. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Eravat, who will get us more updates into the matter.
Following the deadly Pahalgam terror attack that claimed innocent lives of 26 people, now people in Jammu and Kashmir's Uri have been living with fear and uncertainty. Continuous ceasefire violations by Pakistan have plunged Uri into fear and uncertainty. Locals, fearing for their lives, have now moved into community bunkers.
Here in the Uri's last village, as of now, we have seen that the locals have activated the community bunkers in the various parts of the Uri, and you can see that the small children are coming out from their homes toward these community bunkers.
Republic TV spoke to residents who are now living in fear after the attack.
ये डरते ही हैं, डर तो है ही है। उन लोगों का कोई भरोसा नहीं, वो कभी भी दिन को रात को कभी भी फायर कर देते हैं।
आपको पता है पहलगाम में क्या किया आतंकियों द्वारा जो वहाँ पे पर्यटक आए थे?
न्यूज़ में हमने सुना कि वहाँ हमारे ये सयाह जो थे सैलानी, उनको नुकसान किया, तो वो गलत किया हमारे लिए, वो अच्छा नहीं हुआ। हमारे भाई थे, हमारे देशवासी थे, उनके यहाँ आने से हमारी रियासत का डेवलपमेंट होता था। कैसे दुकान होटल वाला पूनी वाला, तो फ़ायदा था हमारे लिए। तो फ़ायदे की एक बात तो, लेकिन जाने गई उनकी, तो वो भी हमारे भाई थे, हमारे जैसी जान थी।
जिस तरह हमारे मेहमान बाहर से जम्मू कश्मीर में पहलगाम में सैर व तफरी करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए थे, ब्यूटीफुल जगह को देखने के लिए आए थे, कुछ हमारे मुल्क हिंदुस्तान के दुश्मनों ने, जम्मू कश्मीर के दुश्मनों ने आके उनके ऊपर हमला किया, क्योंकि उनको लगा कि अब जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात दिन बे दिन जो है वो ठीक होते जा रहे हैं। वो नहीं चाहते थे कि जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात जो है वो ठीक होने चाहिए।
Heart-wrenching scenes from Uri show elderly, children and women crammed inside underground bunkers. Meanwhile, the Indian Armed Forces have strongly retaliated against Pakistani firing in Rampur, Uri and Tutmargali in the Naugam Kupwara sectors.
Viewers, India's reconsideration of the Indus Waters Treaty has left Pakistan visibly unsettled. From emergency meetings in Islamabad to warnings laced with nuclear threats, Pakistan's leadership appears gripped by a deep sense of anxiety. Watch this report that gets you all the details.
An emergency meeting chaired by Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar on Monday exposed the growing unease within Islamabad. Faced with India's decision to revisit the Indus Waters Treaty, Pakistan issued a formal statement vowing to take all appropriate steps to safeguard its water share. The words reflect a country scrambling to maintain ground under mounting pressure. Pakistan also termed India's actions regarding the treaty unilateral and illegal, an argument experts say underscores Pakistan's nervousness about losing one of its most significant diplomatic levers. For decades, the Indus Waters Treaty had offered Islamabad a sense of security. Now that comfort appears to be slipping away. The unease slipped into the open as Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif claimed that an Indian military incursion was imminent. Analysts see such unprovoked nuclear threats not as a show of strength, but as evidence of deep strategic anxiety. The fact that Pakistan's leadership moved so quickly to bring up its nuclear arsenal points to a fear of being overwhelmed, both diplomatically and militarily. Behind the public posturing, Pakistan has quietly heightened its military preparedness. Sources indicate that internal communications have urged caution even as public statements project defiance. The contrast points to a familiar pattern, a leadership rattled by external pressures struggling to maintain a facade of control. India, meanwhile, has refused to be drawn into Pakistan's provocations. Officials in New Delhi maintain that all actions are within the framework of international law, and that India is well within its right to seek a review of treaty terms negotiated in a different historical circumstance. As Pakistan grapples with diplomatic isolation and economic turmoil, the sudden shift in tone over the Indus Waters Treaty has exposed the vulnerabilities lurking beneath the surface. From Islamabad's rushed meetings to nuclear threats issued without cause, the signs of nervousness are hard to miss.
Viewers, while we closely continue tracking what's happening in the valley in the aftermath of the deadly terror strike, here's a look at everything that's making the headlines from across the country. Take a look. In response to the Ministry of External Affairs' directive for Pakistani nationals to leave India, several individuals gathered at the Pakistan Nationals Registration Office under the Delhi Police's special branch to make inquiries and process their exit documentation. Among them was Samreen, a Pakistani national who expressed anguish over being asked to leave. She had married in October 2024 and her long-term visa application was still pending. While she condemns the heinous terror strike in Pahalgam, Samreen emphasized that she bore no responsibility for the tragedy.
क्या वापस किया जा रहा है, मेरी क्या गलती है, मेरा क्या कसूर है, मुझे किस बात की सजा दी जा रही है, मुझे बस इतना जवाब जानना है। करता कोई है, भरता कोई है। मैं सितंबर में आई थी, अक्टूबर में मैंने शादी करी थी इनसे, यहाँ पर आकर अभी इन्होंने दिया नहीं। इतने महीने हो गए, सारे हमने रूल्स फॉलो करे इनके, लेकिन फिर हमें किस बात की सजा दी जा रही है, बस मुझे ये जानना है।
UP Minister Asim Arun condemned the recent incident, calling it deeply reprehensible and asserted that strict action will be taken. He emphasized that India was on the path to becoming the world's third largest economy, while contrasting it with Pakistan, stating that the neighboring country was struggling to even feed its own people. Minister Arun added that this time decisive action will be taken, similar to the response following the Pulwama attack, which, according to him, had brought 6 years of peace. He expressed confidence that this time peace will be restored permanently.
आज भारत की जो ताकत है, पाकिस्तान उसके सामने कहीं भी नहीं है। भारत आज तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की ओर अग्रसर है और पाकिस्तान की आर्थिक हालत हमारे सामने है। रोटी खाने को लोगों को नहीं मिल रही है, आटा नहीं मिल रहा है। ऐसा देश हमसे किसी कोने से नहीं लड़ सकता।
Commenting on the Pahalgam terror strike, Congress leader T.S. Singh Deo stated that the entire nation is united in protest against the incident. He asserted that the terrorists intended to deepen the Hindu-Muslim divide and create unrest, aiming to harm the integrity of the country. However, he noted that citizens across India had rejected this narrative and stood firm in solidarity. He affirmed that whatever steps the government needed to take, it will have the full support of the nation. He emphasized that the country was united with a shared stance against such acts of terror.
ये तो बहुत ही गर्व महसूस करने का ये समय है एक हिंदुस्तानी के नाते कि पूरा देश एक साथ उठ खड़ा हुआ विरोध में। जो मंशा इन आतंकवादियों की थी कि इस वारदात को अंजाम देके और हिंदू मुस्लिम की खाई को गहरा करना इस देश में और बहुत अप्रिय स्थिति उत्पन्न करना, देश की अखंडता पे वार करने का उनका मंसूबा था पूरा का पूरा, और हर देश के नागरिक ने इसे एक सिरे से खंडित कर दिया है।
RJD MP Manoj Jha emphasized the importance of national unity, stating that speaking in one voice on the issue of national security was the need of the hour. Recalling historical precedent, he pointed out that even during the war with China back in 1962, a session of the parliament had been convened. He urged both the ruling party and the opposition to stand together and speak in unison against those who sought to attack the idea and thought of India.
देखिए, मानवीय संवेदनाओं, राष्ट्रीय अखंडता और राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा, नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के मद्देनज़र संसद को एक स्वर में बोलने की आवश्यकता है। सन 1962 में जब चाइना के साथ युद्ध हो रहा था, तब भी विशेष परिस्थितियों में संसद का सत्र बुलाया गया था। कोई सवाल नहीं, बस संसद समवेत स्वर में, पक्ष विपक्ष एक स्वर में हिंदुस्तान के आइडिया पर जो हमला करने की कोशिश की गई, भारतवर्ष के विचार पर जो हमला करने की कोशिश की गई, उसका प्रतिकार संसद के विशेष सत्र के माध्यम से।
Union Minister Chirag Paswan stressed the importance of unity in the face of ongoing attacks on the country. He asserted that during such critical times, it was essential for the nation to remain united. Acknowledging the role of all political stakeholders, he noted that the opposition also had a significant part to play in this effort. According to him, national solidarity was crucial to delivering a strong and appropriate response to those responsible for the attack.
जब देश के ऊपर इस तरीके का हमला हो, ऐसे में ज़रूरी है कि पूरा भारत उसके खिलाफ एकजुट दिखे और इसमें विपक्ष की भी एक बहुत अहम भूमिका है और मुझे लगता है अपनी जिम्मेदारी को विपक्ष को गंभीरता से लेना चाहिए।
Adani Total Gas reported its financial results for the January-March quarter and the entire financial year 2024-25. The Adani Group's business, in terms of volume, rose 13% in the March quarter and 15% in the entire fiscal year. The Adani Group company's combined network now has over 1,072 CNG stations, with 73 new stations added in the quarter. Viewers, the National Investigation Agency court has now extended the custody of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack accused Tahavur Rana by 12 more days to the NIA. Now, Rana was extradited from the US earlier this month and was also produced in court amid tight security with his face fully covered. Take a look.
26/11 Mumbai terror attack prime accused Tahavur Rana was produced before NIA court in Delhi on Monday amid high security. The court extends Rana's NIA custody by 12 more days. He was presented before Special NIA Judge Chandrajeet Singh after the expiry of his earlier 18-day remand, with his face covered to avoid media glare. The court directed that Rana's medical examination be conducted every 24 hours. It also allowed him to meet his lawyers every alternative day, but only in the presence of NIA officials and out of the audible distance. Reports have revealed that during interrogation, Rana remained largely uncooperative. When questioned for 8 hours by Mumbai Crime Branch officials, he reportedly gave vague and evasive answers. When interrogated by Mumbai Crime Branch in Delhi, Rana offered vague responses throughout the 8-hour session. Last week, the Delhi court had also dismissed Rana's plea, seeking permission to speak to his family over the phone.
अक्यूज की कस्टडी और 12 दिन के लिए एक्सटेंड कर दी गई है। NIA ने फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए और टाइम मांगा है। They want to confront him with more evidences. Court has allowed it for 20. उन्होंने बोला कि they have done some investigation और क्योंकि documents और records काफ़ी ज़्यादा voluminous हैं, so they need more time. So court has allowed it accordingly. बाहर ले जाने के लिए security protocols देखनी पड़ेंगी। वो NIA will take a call internally.
Tahavur Rana, extradited from the US on April 10th, is now facing trial nearly 17 years after the brutal 26/11 Mumbai attacks that killed over 166 people.
Viewers, national security apparatus has become the key focus ever since the Pahalgam terrorist strike. Here's a look at everything that's happening on the security front across the country. Take a look. Security forces have launched anti-terror operations at 14 locations in Anantnag, Pulwama and Sopore based on intelligence inputs about terrorist movements in the areas. The operation aims to neutralize the terrorist threat and maintain law and order. In a separate development, civilians in the region have been relocated to community bunkers following back-to-back ceasefire violations from Pakistan. The situation remains tense with security forces on high alert. Meanwhile, special checkpoints have been established at a sensitive spot on the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad National Highway to ensure security and prevent any untoward incidents. In the wake of escalating tensions along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, residents of Katwa and Samba districts have begun shifting their essentials to bunkers as a precautionary measure. The move comes amid fears of a potential conflict escalation. The bunkers constructed in anticipation of such situations are being used as temporary shelters for families to store their valuable belongings and essentials. Locals are taking proactive steps to ensure their safety, reflecting the uncertainty and apprehension prevailing in the region. The situation along the line of control has been volatile, with both India and Pakistan maintaining a strong military presence. The recent developments have raised concerns about the potential for further escalation, prompting the local administration to take necessary actions. The beautiful valley of Kashmir has been put under strict security lockdown with 45 tourist destinations closed for non-local visitors amid heightened security measures. The decision to shut down these locations has been taken as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of tourists and locals alike. The closures are a direct response to the recent Pahalgam terror strike that claimed the lives of several innocent civilians. The Jammu and Kashmir administration has been taken a series of measures to tighten security in the region, including the deployment of additional security personnel and the establishment of checkpoints at strategic locations. The closures are a part of a broader effort to prevent any further incidents of terrorism and to ensure that the perpetrators of the Pahalgam attack are brought to justice. The Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the April 22 terror attack in Pahalgam during a special session on Monday. The resolution was earlier moved to express strong disapproval of the attack and to extend solidarity to the victims and their families. The resolution was moved by Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary, condemning the Pahalgam terror strike at the start of the session following opening remarks from Speaker Abdul Rahim Rathar. The resolution was adopted without any division, following which the assembly session was adjourned sine die. The resolution endorsed the diplomatic measures announced by the union government after the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. Srinagar police on Monday conducted raids in 36 locations across the city at the residences of overground workers and terrorist associates of proscribed terrorist outfits and in the furtherance of investigations into cases registered under the UAPA. The Monday searches were conducted days after residences of 63 overground workers and militant associates were raided in Srinagar district. The crackdown on the militants and their sympathizers have gathered pace in the wake of the Pahalgam strike, where the terrorists gunned down 26 innocent tourists. As Canada goes to polls today, voters to decide whether interim Prime Minister Mark Carney gets a full mandate or if the Conservatives return to power. Tracking all details of that for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. Now, while busy threatening India, Pakistan has got a blow from the West. The Taliban has now given an ultimatum to Islamabad to resolve the disputed Durand Line issue, which marks the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Meanwhile, the Taliban held meetings with Indian envoy in Kabul over strengthening relations between the two countries. Take a look.
Amid challenge on its eastern border with India, Pakistan has a new headache on its west. Taliban-ruled Afghanistan has given ultimatum to Pakistan to resolve its border issue. The Taliban has issued a statement asking Pakistan to resolve the Durand Line dispute immediately. The Durand Line, also known as the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, is a 2,640-kilometer international border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The historical Durand Line continues to be a matter of dispute between Pakistan and Afghanistan. It must be remembered that Afghanistan never acknowledged the Durand Line and has been constantly telling Pakistan to resolve the issue. On the other hand, Pakistan has alleged that Taliban regime is sheltering the Tehrik-e-Taliban terrorists along the Durand Line, which Afghanistan has been denying. Pakistan Army even carried airstrikes along the Durand Line on December 24, 2024, alleging that it was training hub of Tehrik-e-Taliban. Now Afghanistan has again insisted that Pakistan must resolve the Durand Line issue. Pressure is mounting on Pakistan from both the sides. Meanwhile, India's Special Envoy Anand Prakash held a meeting with Afghanistan Foreign Minister to promote bilateral relations.
Massive search operations underway across the Kashmir Valley. Police continues raids at residences of terror associates under the UAPA. We're getting you all the details into that right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reikhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. dad, mom, my sister, and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister. 4 of them traveled.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Viewers, it's time to get you the news that's making the headlines when it comes to stocks, businesses and markets. Take a look. KPIT Technologies, a prominent player in IT consulting and business solutions, has declared a final dividend of 6 rupees per share for the financial year 2024-25. The announcement came during the company's board of directors meeting. The Pune-based firm's revenue surged by 18% year-on-year, reaching 5,240 crore rupees, up from 4,440 crores in financial year 2023-24. This growth was primarily driven by robust demand in the automotive and industrial technology sectors, where KPIT has strengthened its position as a market leader. The Indian share market is in for a hectic week ahead, with more than 200 companies to report their financial results for the January to March 2025 quarter. Investors and analysts are eagerly waiting for these reports to assess the economic well-being and performances of key sectors. The coming earnings reports are expected to provide information on several main areas. Electric two-wheeler maker Author Energy has opened its initial public offering for public subscription on Monday. The issue will close on the 30th of April. The company is aiming to raise around 2,981 crore rupees, with a price band set between 304 to 321 rupees per share. Author has already secured 1,340 crore rupees from major anchor investors like Franklin Templeton, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority and Morgan Stanley. The company's shares are expected to list on the stock exchanges on the 6th of May. The IPO consists of a fresh issue worth 2,626 crore rupees and an offer for sale of shares by the promoters and early investors such as Tiger Global and IIT Madras Incubation Cell. Zipline operator seen in tourists' Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the National Investigation Agency and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Getting you all the details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
अब
very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Polls are underway in Canada and the nation will decide their next Prime Minister. We'll get you the latest from Ground Zero, but first a quick check on the headlines we're tracking at 8 a.m. Massive search operations underway across Kashmir. Police continue raids at residences of terror associates under UAPA. Zipline operator seen in tourist Pahalgam video when the firing started. He has been summoned for questioning by NIA and J&K police. Deadline for Pakistani nationals holding SAARC visas to leave India ends today. 537 Pakistanis have exited via Atari in the last 5 days. Amid rising India-Pakistan tensions, Turkey extends support to Pakistan, says Turkish Foreign Ministry is closely monitoring the developments. As Canada goes to polls today, voters to decide whether interim Prime Minister Mark Carney gets a full mandate or if the Conservatives return to power. First up, viewers, Canadians head to the polls today in the high-stakes federal election shaped by Donald Trump's escalating threats against Canada's sovereignty and a deepening economic crisis. And this landmark vote is expected to have major political repercussions, especially as U.S. instability reshapes its relationship with its northern neighbor. Who has the edge? Here's a look.
Canada held its general elections on April 28, with polls suggesting a tight contest between Prime Minister Mark Carney's ruling Liberals and opposition leader Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives. Prime Minister Carney has rallied support by warning against US President Donald Trump's aggressive trade policies. Carney has framed the election as a pivotal choice between election unity, national unity, and vulnerability. Opposition Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is seeking victory to end nearly a decade of Liberal rule, accusing the government of economic mismanagement that left Canada exposed to US pressure. Throughout the election campaign, both parties have heavily focused on issues like taxation, housing, affordability, national security, and trade diversification. Canadians will elect 343 members of parliament, 5 more than the last election in 2021, reflecting the country's growing population. Seats are won under the first-past-the-post system, similar to India's electoral model. Voters head to the polls after an intense campaign in the backdrop of tariff war with US. President Trump weighed in on the Canadian election via social media, fueling tensions over tariffs and reiterating his proposal to make Canada the 51st state of US. Early exit polls show the Liberal Party holding a slight edge, though the race remains extremely close. Election results will not only determine Canada's next government, but will also help deciding its relations with its northern neighbor, which are undergoing a profound shift.
Viewers, we also have a senior Canadian journalist, Terry Milewski, also joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you from India, Mr. Milewski. What does it look like on Ground Zero? Who has the edge? Do the Conservatives have the edge, or will Mark Carney retain his post as the interim PM?
Well, good morning to you, and thank you for the invitation. It's certainly a good morning for Canadian Liberals. In fact, it's such a good morning for them that they should really send a gold-embossed congratulations and thank you card to President Trump, whose insults and mockery of Canadian politics and independence created this incredible victory. And I say it's incredible. It's only just been called in the last hour that my colleagues at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation have declared Carney the winner. It's not yet clear whether he's won a majority government, but it is clear that he has won. And I say it's incredible because if you had interviewed me only 3 months ago, I would have said, the election's no interest whatsoever. The Liberals are toast. It's finished. It's over. Justin Trudeau is banished to the dustbin of history. Well, it turns out that was all wrong. So it's a good thing you didn't interview me about that. because Trump completely changed it by calling Canada the 51st state, by addressing Trudeau as the governor of that 51st state, and by imposing these very heavy tariffs on what is, after all, a very close and reliable partner and ally of the United States. Tariffs on steel, on aluminum, on lumber, on oil, potash, you name it. Enough to devastate Canada's economy as well as threaten its independence and sovereignty. So the news tonight is that Mark Carney has pulled off a truly amazing feat in Canadian politics, a fourth consecutive term for a party which is now led by a man who's never even been a politician before. Now that is something new.
That's right, Mr. Milowski, and Mark Carney's stance against Donald Trump, especially at a time when Donald Trump has been saying that he wants Canada to become the 51st state of the United States, and also the intensifying, tariff war. It seems like Mark Carney is gaining ground over the other candidates. But many thanks for joining us with those insights. Now let's move on, viewers, to another breaking news that we're tracking. A recent intelligence report has revealed that the Pakistani army has established direct links with terror activities in Kashmir, with deep state connections now confirmed in recent attacks. Sources have indicated that terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former para-commando who had previously served with Pakistani Special Forces. We have our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, also joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, a very good morning to you. Now, the deep state link and also, Pak Army Connect has also been established in this particular intelligence report. How do you perceive it?
Well, yes, that's a big one. We're gathering reports that one of those terrorists involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, the number of the module stands at about 5, including 2 locals, 3 Pakistanis. One Pakistani is identified as Hashim Musa, and he's someone who was earlier part of the Special Services group of Pakistan Army, the para-commandos tasked with special operations. He was effectively loaned to the Lashkar-e-Taiba to carry out terror attacks in India. And this link has emerged essentially during questioning of the OGWs. Remember, there were 66 OGWs. We broke that story a couple of days back, who were directly found to be linked with this terror attack. 15 of them have been intensely questioned in detention, and their links have emerged in terms of facilitating this terror attack by way of logistics, information, coordination, etc. And during questioning of these OGWs, it emerged that Hashim Musa happened to be a Pakistan Army soldier and a para-commando. Now, this flies in the face of assertions coming in from Islamabad that, oh, we don't have any role to play. This is India's old game of carrying out false flag operations, blaming Pakistan for it, etc., etc. With this clear link established, obviously, as and when we zero down on this module, in fact, I can tell viewers that at least 4 times in the last 5 days, these terrorists on the run have been sighted, and that our forces are closing in. Anytime now, maybe they would be neutralized, and once that happens, we would know exactly from the bodies of these terrorists, the exact identities. Obviously, those get established. But this information that one of the terrorists is a former Pakistan Army soldier, really calls the bluff of Pakistan yet again in the eyes of the world community. Hopefully, all the agencies, including the NIA, which is investigating the case now, would establish the connections in a foolproof manner, like we did in the case of Kasab in the 26/11 Mumbai attack. And then obviously the world would know yet again the duplicitous, dangerous face of Pakistan and its linkages with terror.
Right, Abhishek, thank you for joining us with those insights. Now let's move on, viewers, because in the remote border villages of Poonch district in Jammu and Kashmir, life has once again taken a cautious turn following the terror attack in Pahalgam, which killed 26 innocent tourists and sent shockwaves across the Union Territory. Residents living along the line of control have begun cleaning and preparing their underground bunkers, a stark reminder of the volatility that once defined daily life here. There you see, these are the visuals of the locals who are living along the line of control, cleaning up their bunkers and now essentially sheltering themselves there in light of the recent ceasefire violations and also in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed 26 lives. And locals are now, moving their families to bunkers for safety. Gursimran is also joining us live. Gursimran, tell us about this latest development coming in of locals cleaning up their bunkers along the LOC and moving themselves there to, shelter their family for safety.
See, a precautionary measure they have started. This reason being that the areas that have not seen the ceasefire violations for a longer period of time, last 5 days have all completely been different. The Pakistan has been violating the ceasefire every now and then. There have been 5 days, 5 ceasefire violations, starting from the Kupwara to Baramulla to Poonch to Akhnur. There have been ceasefire violations by the Pakistani side. They are targeting the locations of the Indian Army and now the people are in fear that now it's the Indian Army positions that are in the forward area. The next minute it could be their residential areas. Because these people have seen the wrath of how the Pakistan deliberately targets the civilian in this area, and that is why we are witnessing that the locals are being precautious. They are now starting their bunkers. They are now activating their bunkers in the civilian areas. The community bunkers are also being activated by the locals, so that in case of heavy shelling, because from the 7mm AK rifles to 80mm to 120mm, it takes almost no time for the Pakistan Army to start targeting the civilians, and that's why the civilians from the line of control in Poonch to the international border in Arnia, Jammu, all are prepared for any eventuality from the Pakistani side, because it's the Pakistan on the other side and that cannot be trusted at any cost.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining me with those details from Ground Zero. Now let's move on, because even as the nation mourns the horrific Pahalgam attack and political fault lines have once again deepened, several Congress leaders are under fire for making controversial remarks, from calling for talks with Pakistan, the world's largest terror sponsor, to questioning the eyewitnesses of the attack itself. Here's how the Congress party has politicized the entire incident.
As the nation mourns the deadly Pahalgam attack, in which 26 innocent lives were lost, shocking political statements have triggered outrage across the country. Several Congress party leaders have sparked controversy, backing dialogues with Pakistan even as country demands strict action. Senior Congress leader Saifuddin Sood stirred a major row by saying, if Pakistan says that it is not involved, let us accept that argument.
Dialogue and discussion is the best thing. War is no option. So therefore, if Pakistan has taken the position they are not involved, India must listen and then act according to its own needs, own need. We are not going to go by any country's statements. We have to go by what the Prime Minister decides. He is the leader of the nation.
Adding fuel to the fire, Karnataka Excise Minister R.B. Timmapur openly questioned the accounts of eyewitnesses, casting doubts on the brutal attack itself. Echoing Timmapur's remarks, Maharashtra Congress MLA and leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly, Vijay Wadettiwar, also trivialized the eyewitness accounts, questioning if terrorists even had the time to inquire about religion during an attack. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Congress chief Tariq Ahmad Karra further stirred the controversy by advocating dialogues with Pakistan, urging India to avoid war. When confronted by Republic with tough and pointed questions, a visibly rattled Tariq Karra refused to respond, choosing to remain silent rather than defending his comments.
सर, आपकी तरफ से जो पाकिस्तान वाला स्टेटमेंट दिया गया था उसके लिए आप क्या कहेंगे?
Don't try to misinterpret.
क्या कहा गया था आप वो बता दीजिए, आपकी तरफ से क्या कहा?
Misinterpret. My tweet, my statement is self-speaking. You please consult that and please don't try to misinterpret.
सर, आपके ऑन कैमरा तो एक स्टेटमेंट ही आया है, अभी क्या स्टेटमेंट आप वो बता दीजिए.
ऑन कैमरा भी है, प्रेस में भी है, सोशल मीडिया पे भी है, ट्वीट भी है. Just go through that and don't try to divide the country. मुल्क ने इस वक्त जो एक यूनानिमिटी दिखाई है, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने जो एक यूनानिमिटी दिखाई है, all the political parties have shown their wisdom. Please don't try to vitiate the situation.
आपका क्या स्टैंड है, आप वो बताइए ना कि आपने क्या कहा. ये बात तो है ही नहीं कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी
स्टैंड वही है जो राहुल गांधी जी का स्टैंड है, and he has said that we are with the union, we are.
The BJP slammed the Congress party, accusing its leader of competing with each other to offer a clean chit to Pakistan at a time when the nation is in mourning.
मैं समांतर रॉबर्ट वाड्रा का नाम नहीं लेता हूं, क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में बहुत चर्चा हो चुकी है उनकी, वो भी देश को ज्ञान दे रहे हैं. लगता है मुसलमानों को देश में दबाया जा रहा है, इसलिए घटना हो रही है. रॉबर्ट वाड्रा साधारण व्यक्ति नहीं है, परिवार के दामाद हैं, प्रियंका गांधी के पति हैं. क्या मतलब है इसका? इस तरह की आप गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात करेंगे जब आपके एक राहुल गांधी जी कह रहे हैं देश को एक होना चाहिए.
While the nation demands accountability and justice, political statements offering indirect cover to Pakistan have only deepened public anger. Under mounting pressure, the Congress has now instructed its leaders to refrain from making further statements, but the damage may already be done.
Viewers, our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami has also announced the Nationalist Collective, the only non-political global forum for nationalist Indians. Nationalist Collective is a community that puts India first. It's a community that will come together to work towards national interest no matter what.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week our country has once again come under threat, and we've been through this so many times. It's just the most recent episode, and every time an episode like this happens, suddenly the country wakes up and says, we must respond, we must hit back. But after a few days and a few weeks, everybody goes back into the same old chilled out mode, imagining that everything is okay. Everything is not okay. Our nation is under attack. Our borders are under attack. There are enemies against the country working all over to stop India's progress. We want this to be a Viksit Bharat. It will be a Viksit Bharat. But what about the cohesion and unity of our country? Is there a single forum where we unite together? I'm tired of this nonsense about, oh, Indians unite with Bollywood and cricket. That is the problem. That is the problem, because we only believe in a momentary coming together over a cricket match. We're very happy if we beat Pakistan in a cricket match or we watch a Bollywood film. But that is not the solution. The only solution is to make the enemy understand that we are so united in our collective resolve that we will take on anyone, any individual, any politician, any political party, any group that comes in the way of our nation. Democracy cannot be an instrument to weaken us from within. And this whole idea of a silent and accepting majority also makes no sense to me. And no, by majority, I don't mean Hindus. I don't mean Hindus. The whole idea that there is a majority of people in this country who believe in the nation, but who will simply watch as spectators or watch debates on television but not do anything participative, is not doing the country any good. Images come before my eyes, and in my own career, these images have influenced me, and I'm sure in your lives as citizens, these images have haunted you as well. I was very young when the Mumbai terror attacks happened, but I was old enough to read about it. I could sense the anger, but the problem was the anger was not channelized. We heard about Dawood Ibrahim, despite all of that, having Indians go to his cricket boxes and watch matches in Sharjah. So on the one side, we have all these terrorist attacks, and then we have a group of Indians cohabiting and compromising the country by cohabiting with our enemies. I'm sure you remember the Mumbai terror attacks, but I'm sure you also remember the train blasts in Mumbai before that. The idea is simple of all these terrorists. Kill one, frighten 10,000. That's the principle of terrorists. But what if 10,000 are responded to by 10 million? What if there is a group of Indians so loud, so passionate, who have so much belief in the country, that their collective voice is a roar that everyone, including political parties, have to respond to. You see, viewers, it's not like I don't believe in political parties. Political parties have their own agendas, but is there a single large non-political platform that unites the country together, where we can come together and freely have conversations about nationalism, national values, civilizational heritage? Our heroes, our history, the depth of the knowledge in our country. And imagine if there were to be such a group. Just imagine. If there were to be such a group, how much good it would do to the country. And what that collective conscience would do. And the enemy would hear the voice of that group and know where to draw the line. We must not feel helpless anymore. The problem has been in either a sense of acceptance or helplessness. We either appear to be too accepting and we say, oh, we move on and that is our strength. Moving on is not our strength. Responding and hitting back hard is our strength. But why should we only depend on political parties to do that? Should the political parties not also understand the will of the people, republic, the voice of the people? That is the principal reason, the only reason driving me to launch the Nationalist Collective once again. I have a clear idea. I have clarity of vision. I know what I'm doing. I'm making an appeal to you. I know that you're with me. You've been with me for a long time. Through my journalistic career, my ups and downs, my challenges, you've been with me because you know that emblazoned in my newsroom is not news first, it is nation first. It's emblazoned there. I believe in it. That's all I live for. And I'm calling upon all nationalist Indians to have the faith in the Republic Media Network, to bring together, to have the faith in me to bring together the Nationalist Collective. Viewers, if anything, I'll tell you I'm a transparent person. But I need to sometimes feel that our effort, everything we do, our sacrifice, our effort is supported deeply by you. Republic is not a media organization alone. We are a group of Bharatiyas, Indians, who are incredibly proud of being born in the soil of this country, deeply proud of carrying an Indian passport, and deeply committed to the future of this country. For what do we achieve in our lives if we do not contribute in our own way, small or big, to the country? Now, the Nationalist Collective is that powerful idea that can bind us together. It does not matter where you are. You can be in Dibrugarh, you can be in Digboy, you can be in Trichy, you can be in Jamnagar, you can be in Srinagar, you can be in Ladakh, you can be in Mohali, you can be anywhere in this country. You can join the Nationalist Collective, and we have a plan through various ways, using the best technology to connect you with what we do. And then to grasp the seriousness of the effort, make it a forum where first of all we celebrate nationalism. Those who are afraid of national unity always want to put down nationalism. They've made it a bad word. I believe it's the most beautiful word, and it is the clearest sentiment, and it is uplifting for me and for you. And we have all the time to do other clubs. We go to the Rotary Club, we go to the Lions Club, we deal with transnational organizations in the spirit of service. All very good. But what are we doing for our country? Have we reminded ourselves that if the next generation of Indians is not deeply attached to the spirit of nationalism, our nation will not survive? And I've speak to many people who say we are concerned. We're concerned with these woke values that are being put through American media, Western media, to tell our next generation that, nationalism does not matter. You're global citizens. How can you be a global citizen if you're not a proud Bharatiya, a proud Indian? Across the world, there is renewed interest, commitment and pride in nationalism. We need to have that pride back in India. It can be only done through a non-political effort. Let the politicians do what they will. We should only support political parties if they first pass the litmus test of being committed nationalists. And you know when political parties will do the right thing if they know that everything they do will have to be taken through the test of whether it was in national interest, not in political interest. I very often read now about 26/11. I anchored for about 100 hours during 26/11 and our newsroom wept. I was in Mumbai. We were under attack by the government at that point of time, which did not like the fact that thousands of you came out on the streets of the gateway of India to support the effort of the media. And since then, till this point of time, you have carried me on your shoulders. And today I call upon all of you. I will let you know how you can be members of the Nationalist Collective. Together we can make a difference. We can have many ways to interact with each other. It's a small world. To create platforms, to conduct events, to go to schools and colleges, to connect with youngsters, whether 5 or 15, to make them realize that their lives are wedded to the nation and national interest comes before any other interest, personal, political, social, or even family interest. It's national interest first. If we can create that feeling in our country, it will have a domino effect, socially, culturally, demographically, and also politically in our country. Then the world will look at us differently. And when we carry that Indian passport wherever we go, we shall say that we are first identify ourselves as proud Bharatiyas wherever we go. Our country has a great road ahead. We completely know that the direction that we are taking will only reach its logical conclusion if there is a wave of national interest backing it. And therefore, I appeal to all of you. I'll tell you many more ways. Maybe this video will carry a couple of messages on how you can be part of the Nationalist Collective. And then I hope to meet all of you on some Nationalist Collective forum or the other and make a real difference. Our nation is under attack. The Nationalist Collective is an idea that will bring us together and make sure that the world knows that we are here to make our mark. We will never be run over. Ladies and gentlemen, back the Nationalist Collective effort. Let's come together for the nation.
That, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the zipliner's video that shows terrorists firing upon tourists and also how the zipline operator is also currently under scanner. Stay tuned for more on that.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. my dad, mom.
Massive search operations underway across Kashmir. Police continue raids at residences of terror associates under UAPA. Zipline operator seen in tourist Pahalgam video when the firing started. He has been summoned for questioning by NIA and J&K police. Deadline for Pak nationals holding SAARC visas to leave India ends today. 537 Pakistanis have exited via Atari the last 5 days. Amid rising India-Pakistan tensions, Turkey extends support to Pakistan, says Turkish Foreign Ministry is closely monitoring the situation. Canada decides today voters to decide whether interim Prime Minister Mark Carney gets a full mandate or if Conservatives return to power. A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, India has flagged a Pakistan minister's open confession to training and funding terrorists at the United Nations amid soaring tensions between the two nations in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack that left 26 tourists dead in Jammu and Kashmir. Ambassador, India's permanent representative at the UN, Yojana Patel, has called Pakistan a rogue nation that's fueling global terrorism. India has called out Pakistan once again on the global platform at the United Nations, and this time it has said that Pakistan is fueling global terrorism. Let's listen in to that statement.
It is unfortunate that one particular delegation has chosen to misuse and undermine this forum to indulge in propaganda and make baseless allegations against India. The whole world has heard Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations in a recent television interview. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region. The world can no longer turn a blind eye.
Viewers, in the wake of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack that claims innocent lives, tensions continue to escalate along the line of control. Republic TV is reporting from Ground Zero, where Pakistan has been continuously violating ceasefire after the attack. And amid this escalation, locals, including elderly and children, have taken shelter in underground community bunkers. Here's a ground report.
Following the deadly Pahalgam terror attack that claimed innocent lives of 26 people, now people in Jammu and Kashmir's Uri have been living with fear and uncertainty. Continuous ceasefire violations by Pakistan have plunged Uri into fear and uncertainty. Locals, fearing for their lives, have now moved into community bunkers.
Here in the Uri's last village, as of now, we have seen that the locals have activated the community bunkers in the various parts of the Uri, and you can see that the small children are coming out from their homes toward these community bunkers.
Republic TV spoke to residents who are now living in fear after the attack.
ये डरते ही हैं, डर तो है ही है। उन लोगों का कोई भरोसा नहीं, वो कभी भी दिन को रात को कभी भी फायर कर देते हैं।
आपको पता है पहलगाम में क्या किया आतंकियों द्वारा, जो वहाँ पे पर्यटक आए थे?
न्यूज़ में हमने सुना कि वहाँ हमारे ये सयाह जो थे सैलानी, उनको नुकसान किया, तो वो गलत किया हमारे लिए, वो अच्छा नहीं हुआ। हमारे भाई थे, हमारे देशवासी थे, उनके यहाँ आने से हमारी रियासत का डेवलपमेंट होता था। जैसे दुकान, होटल वाला, पूनी वाला, तो फ़ायदा था हमारे लिए। तो फ़ायदे की एक बात तो, लेकिन जाने गई उनकी, तो वो भी हमारे भाई थे, हमारे जैसी जान थी।
जिस तरह हमारे मेहमान बाहर से
जम्मू कश्मीर में पहलगाम में सैर व तफरी करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए थे, ब्यूटीफुल जगह को देखने के लिए आए थे। कुछ हमारे मुल्क हिंदुस्तान के दुश्मनों ने, जम्मू कश्मीर के दुश्मनों ने आके उनके ऊपर हमला किया, क्योंकि उनको लगा कि अब जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात दिन बे दिन जो है वो ठीक होते जा रहे हैं। वो नहीं चाहते थे कि जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात जो है वो ठीक होने चाहिए।
Heart-wrenching scenes from Uri show elderly, children and women crammed inside underground bunkers. Meanwhile, the Indian Armed Forces have strongly retaliated against Pakistani firing in Rampur, Uri and Tutmargali in the Naugam Kupwara sectors.
Viewers, India's reconsideration of the Indus Waters Treaty has left Pakistan visibly unsettled. From emergency meetings in Islamabad to warnings faced with nuclear threats, Pakistan's leadership appears to be gripped by a deep sense of anxiety and completely rattled. Here's a report.
An emergency meeting chaired by Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar on Monday exposed the growing unease within Islamabad. Faced with India's decision to revisit the Indus Waters Treaty, Pakistan issued a formal statement vowing to take all appropriate steps to safeguard its water share. The words reflect a country scrambling to maintain ground under mounting pressure. Pakistan also termed India's actions regarding the treaty unilateral and illegal, an argument experts say underscores Pakistan's nervousness about losing one of its most significant diplomatic levers. For decades, the Indus Waters Treaty had offered Islamabad a sense of security. Now that comfort appears to be slipping away. The unease slipped into the open as Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif claimed that an Indian military incursion was imminent. Analysts see such unprovoked nuclear threats not as a show of strength, but as evidence of deep strategic anxiety. The fact that Pakistan's leadership moved so quickly to bring up its nuclear arsenal points to a fear of being overwhelmed, both diplomatically and militarily. Behind the public posturing, Pakistan has quietly heightened its military preparedness. Sources indicate that internal communications have urged caution even as public statements project defiance. The contrast points to a familiar pattern, a leadership rattled by external pressures struggling to maintain a facade of control. India, meanwhile, has refused to be drawn into Pakistan's provocations. Officials in New Delhi maintain that all actions are within the framework of international law, and that India is well within its right to seek a review of treaty terms negotiated in a different historical circumstance. As Pakistan grapples with diplomatic isolation and economic turmoil, the sudden shift in tone over the Indus Waters Treaty has exposed the vulnerabilities lurking beneath the surface. From Islamabad's rushed meetings to nuclear threats issued without cause, the signs of nervousness are hard to miss.
It's time for us to take a look at the other top stories that we are tracking. In response to the Ministry of External Affairs directive for Pakistani nationals to leave India, several individuals gathered at the Pakistan National Registrations Office under the Delhi Police's special branch to make inquiries and process their exit documentation. Among them was Samreen, a Pakistani national who expressed anguish over being asked to leave. She had married in October 2024 and her long-term visa application was still pending. While she condemned the heinous terror attack in Pahalgam, Samreen emphasized that she bore no responsibility for the tragedy.
मुझे वापस किया जा रहा है। मेरी क्या गलती है, मेरा क्या कसूर है, मुझे किस बात की सजा दी जा रही है, मुझे बस इतना जवाब जानना है। करता कोई है, भरता कोई है। मैं सितंबर में आई थी, अक्टूबर में मैंने शादी करी थी इनसे। यहाँ पर आकर अभी इन्होंने दिया नहीं। इतने महीने हो गए, सारे हमने रूल्स फॉलो करे इनके, लेकिन फिर हमें किस बात की सजा दी जा रही है, बस मुझे ये जानना है।
UP Minister Asim Arun condemned the recent incident, calling it a deeply reprehensible and asserted that strict action would be taken. He emphasized that India was on the path to becoming the world's third largest economy, while contrasting it with Pakistan, stating that the neighboring nation was struggling to feed its own people. Minister Arun added that this time decisive action would be taken, similar to response following the Pulwama attack, which according to him had brought 6 years of peace. He expressed confidence that this time peace would be restored permanently.
आज भारत की जो ताकत है, पाकिस्तान उसके सामने कहीं भी नहीं है। भारत आज तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की ओर अग्रसर है और पाकिस्तान की आर्थिक हालत हमारे सामने है। रोटी खाने को लोगों को नहीं मिल रही है, आटा नहीं मिल रहा है। ऐसा देश हमसे किसी कोने से नहीं लड़ सकता।
Commenting on the Pahalgam terror attack, Congress leader T.S. Singh Dio stated that the entire nation is united in protest against the incident. He asserted that the terrorists intended to deepen the Hindu-Muslim divide and create unrest, aiming to harm the integrity of the country. However, he noted that citizens across India had rejected this narrative and stood firm in solidarity. He affirmed that whatever steps the government needed to take, it would have the full support of the nation. He emphasized that the country was united with a shared stance against such acts of terror.
मेरे लिए तो बहुत ही गर्व महसूस करने का ये समय है एक हिंदुस्तानी के नाते कि पूरा देश एक साथ उठ खड़ा हुआ विरोध में। जो मंशा इन आतंकवादियों की थी कि इस वारदात को अंजाम देके और हिंदू मुस्लिम की खाई को गहरा करना इस देश में और बहुत अप्रिय स्थिति उत्पन्न करना, देश की अखंडता पे वार करने का उनका मंसूबा था पूरा का पूरा, और हर देश के नागरिक ने इसे एक सिरे से खंडित कर दिया है।
RJD MP Manoj emphasized the importance of national unity, stating that speaking in one voice on the issue of national security was the need of the hour. Recalling historical precedent, he pointed out that even during the war with China in 1962, a session of parliament had been convened. He urged both the ruling party and the opposition to stand together and speak in unison against those who sought to attack the idea and thought of Hindustan.
देखिए, मानवीय संवेदनाओं, राष्ट्रीय अखंडता और राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा, नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर संसद को एक स्वर में बोलने की आवश्यकता है। सन 1962 में जब चाइना के साथ युद्ध हो रहा था, तब भी विशेष परिस्थितियों में संसद का सत्र बुलाया गया था। कोई सवाल नहीं, बस संसद समवेत स्वर में, पक्ष विपक्ष एक स्वर में हिंदुस्तान के आइडिया पर जो हमला करने की कोशिश की गई, भारतवर्ष के विचार पर जो हमला करने की कोशिश की गई, उसका प्रतिकार संसद के विशेष सत्र के माध्यम से।
Union Minister Chirag Paswan stressed the importance of unity in the face of ongoing attacks on the country. He asserted that during such critical times, it was essential for the nation to remain united, acknowledging the role of all political stakeholders. He noted that the opposition also had a significant part to play in this effort. According to him, national solidarity was crucial to delivering a strong and appropriate response to those responsible for the attacks.
जब देश के ऊपर इस तरीके का हमला हो, ऐसे में ज़रूरी है कि पूरा भारत उसके खिलाफ एकजुट दिखे, और इसमें विपक्ष की भी एक बहुत अहम भूमिका है, और मुझे लगता है अपनी जिम्मेदारी को विपक्ष को गंभीरता से लेना चाहिए।
Viewers, the NIA court has extended the custody of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack accused Tahavur Rana by 12 more days. Rana, who was extradited from the US earlier this month, was produced in court amid tight security, and his custody has now been extended. Take a look.
(26/11) Mumbai terror attack prime accused Tahavur Rana was produced before NIA court in Delhi on Monday amid high security. The court extends Rana's NIA custody by 12 more days. He was presented before Special NIA Judge Chandrajit Singh after the expiry of his earlier 18-day remand, with his face covered to avoid media glare. The court directed that Rana's medical examination be conducted every 24 hours. It also allowed him to meet his lawyers every alternative day, but only in the presence of NIA officials and out of the audible distance. Reports have revealed that during interrogation, Rana remained largely uncooperative. When questioned for 8 hours by Mumbai Crime Branch officials, he reportedly gave vague and evasive answers. When interrogated by Mumbai Crime Branch in Delhi, Rana offered vague responses throughout the 8-hour session. Last week, the Delhi court had also dismissed Rana's plea, seeking permission to speak to his family over the phone.
अक्यूज की कस्टडी और 12 दिन के लिए एक्सटेंड कर दी गई है। एनआईए ने फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए और टाइम मांगा है। दे वांट टू कन्फ्रंट हिम विद मोर एविडेंसेस। कोर्ट हैज अलाउड इट फॉर 20। उन्होंने बोला कि दे हैव डन सम इन्वेस्टिगेशन और क्योंकि डॉक्यूमेंट्स और रिकॉर्ड्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा वॉल्यूमिनस हैं, सो दे नीड मोर टाइम। सो कोर्ट हैज़ अलाउड इट अकॉर्डिंग। बाहर ले जाने के लिए सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल्स देखनी पड़ेंगी। वो एनआईए विल टेक अ कॉल इंटरनली।
Tawur Rana, extradited from the US on April 10th, is now facing trial nearly 17 years after the brutal 26/11 Mumbai attacks that killed over 166 people.
Security forces have launched anti-terror operations across Jammu and Kashmir at 14 locations in Anantnag, Pulwama and Sopore. Based on intel inputs about terrorist movements in these areas, the operations aim to neutralize the terror threat and maintain law and order. In a separate development, civilians in the region have been relocated to community bunkers following back-to-back ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control. The situation remains tense with security forces on high alert. Meanwhile, special checkpoints have been established at sensitive spots on the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad National Highway to ensure security and prevent any untoward incidents from happening. In the wake of escalating tensions along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, residents of Kathua and Samba districts have begun shifting their essentials to bunkers as a precautionary measure. The move comes amid fears of a potential conflict escalation, and these bunkers, constructed in anticipation of such situations, are being used as temporary shelters for families to store their valuable belongings and essentials. Locals are also taking proactive steps to ensure their safety and reflecting the uncertainty and apprehension prevalent in the region. The situation along the LOC has been volatile, with both India and Pakistan maintaining a strong military presence. The recent developments have raised concerns about the potential for further escalation, prompting the local administration to take necessary precautions. The picturesque valley of Kashmir has been put under strict security lockdown, with 45 tourist destinations closed for non-local visitors amid heightened security measures. The decision to shut down these locations has been taken as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of tourists and locals alike. The closures are a direct response to the recent Pahalgam terror attack that claimed the lives of several innocent civilians. The Jammu and Kashmir administration has taken a series of measures to tighten security in the region, including the deployment of additional security personnel and the establishment of checkpoints at strategic locations. The closures are part of a broader effort to prevent any incidents of terror and to ensure that the perpetrators of Pahalgam attack are brought to justice. Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam during a special session called by J&K LG on Monday. The resolution was earlier moved to express strong disapproval of the attack and to extend solidarity to the victims and their families. The resolution was moved by Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister, condemning the Pahalgam terror attack at the start of the session following opening remarks from Speaker Abdul Rahim Rater. The resolution was adopted without any division, following which the assembly session was adjourned sine die. The resolution endorsed the diplomatic measures announced by the union government after the cabinet committee meet on security. Srinagar police on Monday conducted raids across 36 locations in the city at the residences of overground workers and terror associates of proscribed terror outfits, and in the furtherance of investigations into cases registered under UAPA. The Monday searches were conducted days after residences of 63 overground workers and militant associates were raided in Srinagar. The crackdown on these terrorists and their sympathizers have gathered pace in the wake of Pahalgam attack on April 22nd, where the terrorists gunned down 26 innocent tourists. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you the situation on Canada polls. Seems like the Conservatives have the lead. Stay tuned for more on that.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st. On 22nd afternoon is when my sister calls me and says
time to get you up to speed with what's happening across the world. North Korea has officially confirmed for the first time that it has deployed troops to fight alongside Russian forces in the war against Ukraine. According to a report from the state-run news agency, Pyongyang's military claimed its soldiers aided in the complete liberation of Russia's Kursk border region following an order issued by Kim Jong-un. The announcement comes just days after Russia's Chief of Staff Valery Gerasimov publicly praised the heroism of North Korean troops, marking Moscow's first formal acknowledgement of their presence in the conflict. Peter Dutton, a contender for Prime Minister in Australia's upcoming election, has expressed that Indigenous welcome to country ceremonies are overdone and should not be held at sporting events or military commemorations. These brief ceremonies, which acknowledge the traditional landowners, have become a common practice at the start of various events. However, on Friday, an Aboriginal elder leading one such ceremony was booed by a small group of attendees. The incident sparked widespread public outrage and was condemned by the country's leaders. Despite this, Dutton, the opposition leader, maintained that he believes the tradition should be reserved for significant events only. It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, zipline operator is now under scanner. We'll get you details. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reikhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and combing operations are underway in the valley of Jammu and Kashmir. We're getting you all the details into that. But first, here are your headlines. Take a look. Pakistan Army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para commando. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for the 5th consecutive day. Massive search operations underway across Kashmir. Police continues raids at residences of terror associates under the UAPA. Massive search operations. Zipline operator seen in tourist's Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the National Investigation Agency and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Mark Carney's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal polls. Viewers, starting first with what's happening in Canada. Now, the Canadians have decided to vote to decide whether to extend the Prime Minister Mark Carney-led Liberal Party's decade in power or hand over the country's control to the Conservative Party. Now, the polling has closed in Canada with initial projections showing an early lead for the Liberal Party led by Prime Minister Mark Carney. This becomes even more crucial as it comes just right at the heels of fresh trade sanctions put or levied by the United States on Canada. And now, after the polling is over, the initial projections show an early lead for the Liberal Party, which is being led by Prime Minister Mark Carney. In fact, this entire election is a tussle between deciding whether Mark Carney will continue in power, the Liberal Party will continue to hold the seat, or will the power be transferred to Pierre Poilievre's Conservative Party in Canada. Also being joined by Daniel Boardman, who is a senior Canadian journalist, to get us more updates. Mr. Boardman, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand, the initial trends show that it's a win for Mark Carney. What have you got for us?
Yeah, we're in the maximum chaos result as come into Canada. So it looks like a minority government. So there's no strong majority, and we're now in the process of waiting to see where all the chips fall. You know, the real story of this election is the collapse of the NDP, the third party, which is pretty far left. And a lot of that has really boosted up the Liberal Party, which benefited from Justin Trudeau leaving politics and then Donald Trump threatening to annex the country because the Canadian left is far more anti-American than the Canadian right. This is a general thing. So we're now in the maximum chaos range where it's a two-seat difference now in the counted seats. The Liberals are currently at 154. The Conservatives are at 152. I believe one's around 170 is the majority, and the NDP. So it looks like the French will have the balance of power, the French party, the Bloc Québécois, which likely means, if I had to bet, and I would not bet on anything in Canadian politics going forward, unless you get crazy odds, but because we're in maximum chaos. But if I had to bet on what I think would happen as it plays out now, what we're looking at now before this solidifies, is you're looking at maybe the Liberals being able to pass one budget with the support of the Bloc on sort of a general thing, you know, Canadian sovereignty, some things here and there. But I don't see this. If this is a Liberal minority, I don't see the government lasting much longer than a year. So it looks like the Canadians will probably back to the poll. The way things are going now, it looks like we'll be voting again next year.
Right. In fact, Daniel, also speak to us about what's driving this trajectory. How is it that, you know, the votes are following in favor of the Liberal Party? In the 2 months of his time in, what is it that Prime Minister Mark Carney has been doing that has swayed the votes in his favor?
Well, nothing is actually, and that's the key, is He's sort of a shiny new face. He hasn't done anything. Again, he hasn't really done anything as prime minister. He was appointed prime minister within the Liberal internal leadership race. He didn't even hold a seat in parliament. So Mark Carney's never sat in parliament because he doesn't actually hold an elected office. He will win his seat, and then tomorrow will be his first day in parliament. But basically, he just flew to France, shook some hands, declared himself a great global banker. He took away the consumer carbon tax, which was the Conservatives' big thing. So he was able to play the moderate angle. But the real success of Mark Carney is Canada's establishment media is government funded for the most part and very heavily liberal. There isn't really a right-wing conservative media outlet. So when the Liberals tend to do this happens very frequently in Canadian politics. A Liberal, provincially or federally, will become very, very unpopular due to massive corruption scandals. And then when it builds to critical mass, they'll exit and someone else will come in. And then there's a 6-month surge of, the new guy. And Mark Carney's still in his the new guy phase because he's sort of a blank slate for general Liberals to impose their hopes and dreams on. So he has I'm a banker, so economy and all this, which is why I expect to see a very sharp decline in Mark Carney's popularity in about a month, 2 months. And within 6 months, he'll probably be near where the numbers Justin Trudeau was at before he had to exit. So it's not really anything Mark Carney has done. It's more he hasn't really done anything, so you can still sell a blank slate. And it's Donald Trump who's really pushed Mark Carney's popularity. Because if Donald Trump didn't get on Twitter or Truth Social or wherever it is he's doing it, if Donald Trump wasn't spouting out nonsense about annexing Canada and turning it into the 51st state, we'd probably be looking at a strong conservative majority tonight. But as it stands, we're in the maximum chaos result, where it's you're going to have a tight minority, and as it's going in now, Poilievre is losing the polls greatly overestimated the Liberals.
Yeah.
So I thought Poilievre would definitely keep his seat because it is a safe conservative riding. But now we're even looking at Poilievre is trailing in his riding, and it's very early. So again, this is, as it stands now, we're in the maximum chaos result, where no one really knows what's going to happen going forward, and it's going to be completely touch and go for the Canadian government. If this result holds, we're looking at a completely touch and go Canadian government, taking it day by day, probably for about a year or so.
Right, Daniel, thanks very much for getting in those key details in place for us and for also getting us those insights. And of course, we'll closely keep following the results. Viewers, now shifting focus. Pakistan has resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in northern Kashmir. Ceasefire violation has been done by small arms firing, and this is being carried out for a 5th consecutive day. Now, in fact, Pakistan also targeted posts of the Indian Army in Kashmir at the line of control. In fact, the Indian side retaliated effectively to Pakistani ceasefire violation. A 5th consecutive day, multiple ceasefire violations after the dastardly terror strike that hit Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. Meanwhile, today, India retaliated effectively to the ceasefire violation. In fact, this violation was done by small arms. That's what we're learning from preliminary reports. And this firing and this violation has continued, and it's 5th consecutive day for the violation to be taking place at the line of control in northern Kashmir. Also being joined by my colleague Gursimran to get us more updates into the matter. Gursimran, speak to us about the ceasefire violation and what's India's security stand on the matter as of now.
See, right now we are along the line of control in the Knur area of Jammu and Kashmir, where the ceasefire violation has been reported late last night. We are in the Battal area. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the line of control. Those mountains that you see actually divides India and Pakistan, and here is the place where the ceasefire violation has taken place. This is the Lalyali area of the Jogwan police post, under which the firing has been reported late last night. The Pakistan resorted to unprovoked firing first at 8 in the evening, and then late last night around 10:30 we are told that there was a reported ceasefire violation from the Pakistani side, but India retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire, after which the Pakistani firing stopped. But this area has been crucial, because see what is happening, that from here Pakistan is trying to push terrorists into the Indian territory. There has been a major terror encounter at this given place, where 3 terrorists of Jaish were neutralized in last year, October, ahead of the Deepavali festival. So now Pakistan is now trying to once again target this location, that is in the Laliali area line of control. This is the same area where we saw that a Pakistani infiltration bid was filed this month only, when a brave heart of the Indian Army made the supreme sacrifice. The terrorists were captured in the HHTI footage of the Indian Army that were trying to infiltrate but were pushed back by the Indian Army. And now once again there has been a ceasefire violation that has been reported along the line of control in the Akhnur sector, and the security forces are maintaining a highest alertness. This is the first ceasefire violation that has been reported in the Akhnur in post the attack that took place in Pahalgam, while fifth ceasefire violation has taken place along the line of control in the Kupwara sector, that is in the North Kashmir.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, also speak to us about, the backdrop at which this comes. Now, what is the army doing? We know that they've swung into action, but what does the situation look like on ground to you, Gursimran?
जी हो गया ओवर
Viewers, a 5th consecutive day of ceasefire violation along the line of control in northern Kashmir sector. That happened today. Now, firing was reported from small arms. The posts of the Indian Army at the border, at the line of control, was also under attack. However, the Indian Army has retaliated swiftly and sternly over the breach, which has been happening for 5 days regularly. Viewers, getting in some more breaking developments now. A recent intelligence report has revealed that the Pakistani army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir, with deep state connections now confirmed in the recent attack. Sources indicate that terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack, one of the terrorists was a former para commando of the Pakistani military who had previously also served with the Pakistani Special Forces. A clear link has been brought out. Pakistan more rattled than ever before. A recent intelligence report, in fact, comes for Pakistan, which has revealed that the Pakistani army had direct links with the terrorist activities that were going on in Kashmir, including the deadly Pahalgam strike, which took the lives of 26 innocent tourists, including one foreign national. Now, it has been confirmed that one of the terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former para-commando who had previously served with the Pakistani Special Forces. He was loaned to the Lashkar-e-Toiba to carry out the operations, the dastardly, cowardly operations in Kashmir, in Pahalgam. This comes as part of a recent intelligence report which was surfaced and accessed by the security forces. Now, this key report also reveals that the Pakistani army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir, with deep state connections now confirmed in a recent attack. Sources have indicated that terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack had links with the Pakistani army. In fact, one of the terrorists has been confirmed to be a former para-commando who had previously also served with the Pakistani Special Forces. Now, viewers, this dastardly attack that took place on the 22nd of April in the meadows in Kashmir's Pahalgam killed at least 26 innocent tourists, including one foreign national identified to be from Nepal. While India unites as it deals with the blanket of grief and anger over the issue, Pakistan has been completely unapologetic. Pakistan has been playing the role of an aggrieved neighbor. However, that will stop now. The recent intelligence report now reveals a direct Pakistani army link with terrorist activities in Kashmir. Pakistan resorting to the ways that it's always used, attacking unarmed civilians, innocent unarmed civilians from the back. Now, there have been deep state connections that have been confirmed from the Pakistani state in the recent attack that shook Pahalgam. Sources have also indicated that terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack had direct links with the Pakistani army. In fact, it's been confirmed that one of the terrorists was a former paratrooper and was with the Pakistani Special Forces. Viewers, shifting focus. Now, Congress President Pahalgam Kharge has written to Prime Minister Modi asking for a special session of Parliament on the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, this comes as the opposition has unequivocally promised all its support to the central government over its response to the Pahalgam terror strikes. And in the latest, Congress President Pahalgam Kharge has written to Prime Minister Modi asking for a special session of the Parliament on the Pahalgam terror strike. The opposition taking responsibility, asking for a parliamentary address over the Pahalgam terror strike to address the next course of action, shoulder to shoulder with the BJP-led central government. Now, this comes after the Congress party and the Indie allies offered all their support to the central government in a rare show of display of unity between the central government and the opposition. The parties have now come together in their resolve to thwart and to also answer back when it comes to the terror strike that unfolded in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. Viewers, shifting and looking at another facet of the same story. Now, as crackdown on Pakistan's terror associates and handlers has intensified across the Kashmir Valley, a shocking video filmed by a tourist has captured the brutal terror attack in action. Take a look.
The anger is mounting across the nation, and the chorus for tough action against Pakistan is growing louder with each passing day. As the crackdown on Pakistan's terror associates and handlers has intensified across the Kashmir Valley, a shocking video filmed by a tourist has captured the brutal terror attack that killed innocent civilians who were enjoying and holidaying in Pahalgam before the attack. The unaware tourist from Gujarat, Rushi Bhatt, who shot his video enjoying the ropeway, also recorded the visuals of innocent tourists being killed by Pakistani terrorists. In the video, gunshots were heard along with the tourist running to save his life, who was mercilessly shot by terrorists on camera.
एक्चुअली 11 बजे के करीब पहलगाम पहुंचे थे और वहां पे जस्ट घूम रहे थे और फिर हमारा ये जो रोप ग्लाइडिंग हम जो करने वाले थे वो उसके लिए हम लोग करीब 2 बजे हम लोग वहां पे एंटर हुए थे। मेरे आगे वहां पे 6-7 लोग थे, मतलब 2-3 फैमिली थी जिनके बाद मेरा नंबर था। वो सारी फैमिलीज का रोप ग्लाइडिंग हो गया, उसके बाद मेरी वाइफ और मेरे बेटे का हो गया, उसके बाद मेरा नंबर था। 15 से 20 मिनट तक फायर चालू था। पहली 1 मिनट 1.5 मिनट तक तो वो कंटिन्यू फायर था, उसके बाद बीच में 15-20 सेकंड 30 सेकंड जैसा पोज रहता था, फिर वापस फायर चालू होता था, फिर वापस स्टॉप हो जाता था। तो ये करीब 15-20 मिनट ये सब चला है।
Another video surfaced where the zipline operator released the tourist Rushi Bhatt moments after the bullets were heard. Notably, the zipline operator has now been picked up for questioning by the National Investigation Agency. Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami on the debate, survivor Rushi Bhatt narrated how he escaped the attack site.
जब उन्होंने देखा कि शॉट्स हैं, शॉट्स चल रही हैं, गोलियां चल रही हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपको रिलीज क्यों किया?
Sir, that was a question mark for me as well. बट मेरे साथ जो हुआ, मैं वहां से 15-20 सेकंड तक मैं अपने ही मूड में था। मुझे चीज नीचे की नहीं पता थी। जब नीचे ज्यादा हो गया और मेरी वाइफ नीचे थी, उसने मेरे को जब चिल्लाया तब मेरे को ध्यान आया, तब मैंने नीचे देखा और फिर मैंने रोप पकड़ के मतलब अपने आप को रोका, क्योंकि जहां पे मेरा लैंडिंग होने वाला था वहां से फायर हो रहे थे, तो मेरे को लैंडिंग पे नहीं जाना था। तो मैंने बीच में रोक के वहां से मैं हुक खोल के वहां से कूदा हूँ। वहां से कूद के मैं अपनी वाइफ और बच्चे को लेके वहां से भागा।
नहीं, फिर ये इस आदमी को फिर से मिले, ये जिपलाइन ऑपरेटर को आप?
सर, मैं जब नीचे उतर के जब मैं भागा, उसके बाद वहां पे कोई भी लोकल बंदा दिखा ही नहीं हमको।
जी।
The NIA investigation is underway in the Pahalgam terror attack, and India is leaving no stone unturned to nab the perpetrators, terror associates, and terror sympathizers.
Viewers, in an exclusive conversation with the editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, Pallavi shares the unimaginable horror of the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed her husband Manjunath's life. Listen in.
Joined by Pallavi ji, wife of Manjunath, from Shivamoga in Karnataka, who was killed by the terrorists. And I hope you are fine, Pallavi ji. Last time we spoke, you spoke to me 2-3 days after the incident. I hope your family is fine. I hope your son is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Pallavi ji, these... sorry to keep pushing this point, but some Congress leaders are saying that the terrorists did not ask for the religion of the people before killing them. But there are many testimonies that they were asked to read Kalma and they were asked to identify on the basis of religion. What can you share about this, Pallavi ji?
Actually saying they didn't ask anything to us. But after this disaster, when we were staying at the hotel, other victims' house members, they shared with me that they have asked about the religion.
What did they say, if you can share with the other victims with you on the day of the incident? What did they share with you?
They said that they told to read some kalma or something. I don't know what is that. Like that they told.
Yes. And they specifically targeted the Hindu men in all those who were killed and one Christian man.
Yes.
Now, you know, when you told me that the terrorists said to you, go tell Modi, ab Modi ko bataiye, that comment has gone everywhere. What would... Yes, please.
Myself and my son was shouting, "Hame bhi maar do, hame bhi maar do."
Right.
हमें भी मार, मेरे पति को भी मारा है ना, हमें भी मार दो. We both were shouting. We didn't go anywhere to hide from them. We are just near my husband's. We are just nearby my husband. Then he told like that, "Nahi, Modi ko bolo."
Modi ko bolo. Well, Pallavi ji, I thank you for coming for this short conversation. Please stay strong. I'm sure Prime Minister and the government will take full revenge on Pakistan. Thank you, Pallavi ji. Thank you.
Viewers, in an unprecedented demolition drive at Chandola Talab in Ahmedabad, 74 JCB machines tore through hundreds of unauthorized structures. Now over 200 trucks were mobilized for debris clearance, ensuring swift removal of demolished material from the site. Now this comes amid the Gujarat government's recent crackdown on and a demolition on unauthorized structures. In an unprecedented demolition drive which took place in Chandola Talab in Ahmedabad, at least 74 JCB machines completely tore through hundreds of unauthorized structures in the area. Now, for the drive, over 200 trucks were mobilized to help clear the debris, ensuring swift removal of demolished material from the site. Gujarat government begins its crackdown on illegal structures in Ahmedabad. Listen in.
ये जैसा कि आप जानते हैं आसपास चंडोला तालाब है और इस पे पहले भी कामगिरी 2009 में की गई थी. फिर से इन लोगों ने गैर कायदेसर मिलकत स्थापित की है. अभी एएमसी ने जो सर्वे किया उसमें पाया है कि इन्होंने जो तालाब की ज़मीन है, जो सरकारी ज़मीन है, उस पर मिट्टी डाल के झोपड़े बनाए हैं और एक उन्हीं के द्वारा ये आज डिमोलिशन की कामगिरी की जा रही है. पुलिस ताकि जान हानि ना हो और कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर स्थिति ना उत्पन्न हो, उसको ध्यान में लेके पुलिस बंदोबस्त रखा गया। टोटल 50 जेसीबी अभी तक 50 जितनी टीम काम कर रही हैं और उनके साथ मैं मानता हूं कि 2000 जितनी पुलिस इस पे काम कर रही है। हाँ, इनका यहाँ सियासत नगर बंगालवास था, वो यहाँ पे ज़्यादातर बांग्लादेशी आकर रहते थे।
Deepak, my colleague, also joins me live from the newsroom. Deepak, speak to us about the raising operations that are ongoing in Ahmedabad.
So after a major crackdown on illegals residing in Ahmedabad, we've seen how around 500 people were rounded up, 400 from Ahmedabad and 100 odd members from Surat. Now this particular demolition drive is seen as the biggest demolition drive across India over the illegal settlements, and this has been a long-standing issue that we've seen across the country. Now let me take you through the details that are coming out at the moment. We've heard the Joint CP for Crime telling us about these demolitions that are being witnessed in Ahmedabad, and what we understand is that 74 JCBs have been deployed, leveling hundreds of illegal settlements. They have been flattened to the ground, and 200 trucks have been pressed into service for round-the-clock debris removal, because these illegal structures are, in large numbers, and over 3,000 police personnel have also been provided in this particular area to provide tight security and also to ensure that there is crowd control and that no untoward situation is witnessed here. And authorities say that this land was illegally encroached upon, and the area had reportedly become a hub for Bangladeshi intruders residing without valid documents. So in light of the crackdown that we recently witnessed, now what follows next is the demolition of these illegal structures that were used to occupy by the illegal infiltrators.
Right, Deepak. Thanks very much for getting in those key details for us. Viewers, for now, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV. India shreds Pakistan at UN over the Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Right on the other side of the break, stay tuned.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Rekhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has called for a meeting of the Parliament, requested the government over the Pahalgam terror strike. We're tracking all the details of that request for you, but first, here are your headlines. Pakistani army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para commando. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for a fifth consecutive day today. Massive search operations underway across the Kashmir Valley. Police continues to raid at residence of terror associates under the UAPA. Zipline operator seen in tourists' Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by NIA and the Jammu and Kashmir police.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam terror strike, slams the country for misusing and undermining the global forum. Mark Carney's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal polls. Viewers, starting up with the fresh breaking that we're getting in now. Pakistan's ex-minister CH Fawad has quoted Congress's tweet attacking the Indian government and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now this comes amid a fiery fight that's ongoing between the Congress and the central government, and in the latest, Pakistan's ex-minister CH Fawad has quoted Congress's tweet which attacks the Indian government and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi, especially in such trying times right at the heels of the dastardly terror strike that hit Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. In the latest, Pakistan's ex-minister CH Fawad has quoted the Congress party's tweet attacking the Indian government and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Viewers, even as the nation mourns the horrific Pahalgam attack, political fault lines have only deepened. Several Congress leaders are under fire for making controversial remarks, from calling for talks with Pakistan to even questioning the eyewitnesses of the very terror attack itself. Listen in.
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
ಯಾರ ನೀವು ಹೊಡೆದು ಓಡಿ ಹೋಗ ಜಾತಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಡೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೇನ? ನೀನೇ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹೊಡಬಿಡಂಗೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾನೆ, ಓಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೇಳಿ ಹೊಡೆಯಟ್ಟು ವ್ಯವಧಾನ ಯಾರಿಗಿರೋದು ನೋಡಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ಏನೇ ಇದ್ರು ನಾವು ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ದುಃಖಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಅದ್ರ ಲಾಭ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಹುನ್ನಾರ ಏನ್ ನಡೀತಿದೆ, ಇದು ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು.
दोनों मुल्कों से, not as the congressman, not as the congress chief, but as a Kashmiri, I request both sides to keep their cool. With folded hands I request both sides. And when I say I represent these sentiments of hundreds and thousands of people, that they should keep their cool and something should be sorted. Whatever has to be done across the table. They should sort it out and should see that both the countries should not be pushed to devastation anymore.
Viewers, we're also being joined by Nalin Kohli to get us more updates into the matter. Sir, welcome to Republic. Speak to us about the fact that Pakistan's ex-minister has now, retweeted Congress's tweet, which was completely against the government, especially at trying times like these when India is trying to get to Pakistan over their terror links.
This is a confirmation of how damaging
the Congress party and its leaders' role is in this fight against terror. They are now, and for reasons best known to them, seem to be sending a message that they are soft on Pakistan. They are raising questions on the terrorist attack. They are unfortunately sending a very, very painful message to the families of those victims who were identified and in cold blood shot dead before their children, their wives, before their friends. And yet the Congress party has only, its top leadership, given out a soft advisory to such leaders whose statements are being completely used by the Pakistani establishment to somehow make a case that India is not united in its fight against terror. The Congress leadership will have to consider the implications of this. They cannot just simply hide behind an advisory that they have issued. They will need to answer to the victims and their families about what is this line that has been taken, where the acts of the terrorists are being given due importance and benefit of doubt has been given to them. As a lawyer, I would say that is absolutely unacceptable, that a benefit of doubt should be given to someone who has acted against humanity and has undertaken cold-blooded murders, as the families themselves have clearly recounted. With regard to the reaction of the Pakistani gentleman, who was saying that with folded hands, we need to see that we don't have mutual destruction and things like that, I think the first step for Pakistan would be to do what it has never done and always look to hide behind talks, not to do what is the important thing, which is dismantle the terrorist network and stop aiding and abetting it to act against India and Indian citizens. I think what they are realizing is that Prime Minister Modi's government is unrelenting on acts of terror. They, I think, know, given the history of the surgical strike and Balkot, that the government will look at all options. They have seen the first set of options exercised by Prime Minister Modi's government, including the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, the suspension of visas, and the return of all Pakistani nationals from India who were on visas within a short time. So I think the Pakistani establishment would have to know that everything begins and ends only at their end. The cause of the situation today is 100% on account of the responsibility at their end. The solution, if any, has to come from their end. And the meaningless talks that have happened on several occasions have never brought any justice to the victims of the families who suffered, whether it is the Mumbai attack, whether it was many other terrorist attacks by terrorists coming from across the border from Pakistan.
Right, Mr. Kohli, thanks very much for getting us those insights on the matter. In fact, viewers, this entire thing has set the precedence for a Congress and a BJP war. Take a look at these reactions.
एक्शन होगा? कर्रा जो बोल रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान से बातचीत करो, उन पर क्या एक्शन होगा? विजय वड़त्तीवार जो डिनायल मोड में है कि भाई हिंदुओं को चुन चुन कर मारा गया है और किस प्रकार से धर्म देखकर मारा गया है, उस विजय वड़त्तीवार जो एलओपी रहे, उन पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी? रॉबर्ट वाड्रा तो पार्टी छोड़िए, वो तो परिवार की लाइन बोलने वाले व्यक्ति है। उन्होंने तो पहले 24 घंटे में पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दिया और उन्होंने पूरा दोष हिंदुओं पर डाल दिया। उन पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी? थिमापुर कांग्रेस के मंत्री है कर्नाटका में, उन पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी? केरला कांग्रेस का हैंडल बोल रहा है गनमैन है, उस पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी? तो कांग्रेस पार्टी हर विषय पर केवल ये कहकर कि ये किसी का निजी व्यू है, ये पर्सनल व्यू है, ये कहकर अपना पल्ला नहीं झाड़ सकती। ये कांग्रेस का ही व्यू है, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी ही तो पाकिस्तान के डॉसियर पर छपे थे ना 370 के विषय पर। राहुल गांधी ने ही तो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक को खून की दलाली बोला था और पाकिस्तान की स्क्रिप्ट से अपनी स्क्रिप्ट मैच की थी ना। बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सबूत मांगे ना भारतीय सेना और वायुसेना से, जो पाकिस्तान भी मांग रहा था। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 26/11 के बाद क्या कार्रवाई की? पाकिस्तान पर मोस्ट फेवर्ड नेशन स्टेटस दे दिया। और आज जब मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाता है सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक करके, तो उसका प्रमाण मांगती है। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा से ही पाकिस्तान की जुबान बोलती आई है, पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट देती आई है और आतंकवाद के प्रति सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर दिखाते आई है। यही कांग्रेस की लाइन है।
पलटवार करते हुए उनसे सवाल पूछा है और कहा है कि क्या ईडी, सीबीआई और इनकम टैक्स से शशि थरूर डर रहे हैं। लगातार वो प्रधानमंत्री की तारीफ करते हैं। जब प्रधानमंत्री डोनाल्ड ट्रंप से भी मिले थे तब भी तारीफ की थी। तो क्या शशि थरूर पार्टी लाइन बदल रहे हैं, ऐसा उदित राज।
Also being joined by my colleague Deepak live from the newsroom to get us more updates on the matter. Deepak, speak to us about what has just unfolded. You know, an ex-Pakistan minister has retweeted Congress's tweet taking on the Indian government, especially in times like these. Deepak.
This is really outrageous, Gesu, because Congress is the only party that is not standing with the terror victims. Instead, they are going on to, question their claims of how terrorists asked for their religion first before shooting their loved ones. And in fact, Congress is singing a tune of, compromise, confusion, and also cowardice. Just yesterday afternoon, a gag order was issued by the party's high command. And in the evening, we have statements coming in from top Congress leaders, from Siddaramaiah to, Vijay Wadettiwar. Everybody is singing the tunes of Pakistan. Let me take you through the statements, Kesu, because it's very important at this time, because when the nation is standing united, it is Congress party that is towing the line of Pakistan. We've seen how Siddaramaiah said that there is no need to go to war with Pakistan. We are not in favor of war. Then Robert Vadra, on the other hand, had said that terrorists feel Muslims in the country are being wronged. Instead of, condemning the attack on our, citizens, we have Congress leaders towing the line of Pakistan and also batting for talks. We have Jammu and Kashmir Congress chief saying that we need to hold talks with Pakistan to resolve the matter and there is no need for war. And he said that Kashmiris are the first casualties in case there is a war. But this is the kind of sentiment that the Congress party has been harboring, and this particular, social media tweet and social media post has provided fodder and has fueled Pakistan's attack on the Indian government at a time when the nation is standing in unison with the terror victims and also backing the central government over its stern measures against Pakistan.
Right, Deepak. Thanks very much for getting those details in place for us. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track other breaking news that we're getting. Now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and, in fact, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi have written to the Prime Minister asking for a special session of the Parliament on the Pahalgam terror strike. That comes from the Congress Party side in the latest development, where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, along with Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, have written to Prime Minister Modi asking for a special session of the Parliament on the Pahalgam terror strike. Now, this comes after the Congress Party, in fact, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, just 2 days after the attack, resolved that the Congress's entire support is with the BJP-led central government in its fight against terrorism. Viewers, now India has flagged a Pakistani minister's open confession to training and funding terrorists at the United Nations amid soaring tensions between the two nations in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror strike that left 26 tourists dead in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam meadows. Now, Ambassador Yojana Patel called Pakistan a rogue state fueling global terrorism. Listen in to her sharp attack.
That one particular delegation has chosen to misuse and undermine this forum to indulge in propaganda and make baseless allegations against India. The whole world has heard Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations in a recent television interview. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region. The world can no longer turn a blind eye.
Viewers, keeping on to what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir now, massive search operations are underway across the valley. Police are continuing their raids of the residences of terror associates under the UAPA Act. Now, this comes after multiple homes of terrorists involved with the Lashkar-e-Taiba and also named to be perpetrators in the Pahalgam terror strike were completely demolished by the security forces in different areas and sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. Also being joined by my colleague Ehrawat to get us more updates on the broadcast. Ehrawat, speak to us about the ongoing combing operations in the valley. We know that residences of terror associates are still under the radar under UAPA.
Absolutely. As we have seen, the mega anti-terror operation is on from the Pahalgam, where the attack took place, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives. And we have learned from the sources that the mega anti-terror operation has been once again intensified in the Pahalgam area. This is the same area where we have started that this search operation was started after this terror attack. And if we'll talk about the overall about the Kashmir Valley, there are the multiple locations across the Kashmir Valley who were raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police related to the Pahalgam terror attack. There might be the possibility an individual who was affiliated with the terror outfit like Jaish-e-Mohammed, TRF or Lashkar-e-Taiba. The residence of these people are being searched by the joint security forces. Particularly, we have seen that the back-to-back search operations at the dozens of locations in the central Kashmir, Srinagar, is also taking place. We have yesterday also seen that the searches are being conducted at the various sensitive locations. Also, we have seen the tourist spots. There has been the security has been beefed up. Also, we have seen the door-to-door search operations are also taking place in the North Kashmir, South Kashmir. And this all comes after the deadly terror attack, in which we have seen that the multiple individuals were called who were having the anti-national links. Already who were involvement has remained in the anti-terror outfit. They all have been called by the police for the investigation matter. And we have also got to know that the individuals from the Baramulla, Sopore, Bandipora and the other districts of the Kashmir Valley, the individuals who are having the previous affairs have been called by the Jammu and Kashmir police related to the investigation. From line of control to cities and towns of Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the search operation is going on. Yes.
Right, Rawat, thanks very much for getting in those details for us. And of course, we'll keep circling back as and when there are updates into the operation. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Viewers, anti-terror operations are underway in the Jammu and Kashmir Valley in full swing, in collaboration with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Indian Army and the paramilitary forces in the area. We're getting all the details of that for you after this short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Now, viewers, chilling survival story comes out from Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley, a paradise turned into a battlefield. A family recounts how they narrowly escaped death as terrorists opened fire on innocent tourists. Guided by an off-duty army officer, them along with dozens of others found a way out of the carnage. Here's the survivors' harrowing testimony, a story of horror, courage and the spirit to survive. Take a look.
Another chilling story emerges from the terror-struck Besaran Valley in Pahalgam, a paradise that turned into a living nightmare. On the fateful day of April 22nd, a family on vacation narrowly escaped death thanks to the sheer courage, quick thinking, and the grace of God. The family, a man, his wife, his brother, and sister-in-law, had postponed their trip by 2 days due to bad weather. Little did they know that decision would bring them face to face with terror. They reached Besaran around 1:30 p.m. Like hundreds of others, they sipped tea, marveled at the heavenly scenery, unaware that hell was about to break loose. At 2:25 p.m., the first gunshot shattered the peace. 2 shots, a moment of silence, then all-out chaos. Tourists screamed and ran for cover as bursts of gunfire rained down on the innocent.
बैठो बैठो मेरे बच्चे को अरे हम लोग फौजी हैं कुछ नहीं करेंगे आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं बैठो 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 आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं बैठो.
Trapped inside the fenced meadow with no easy escape, panic gripped the crowd. Amidst the horror, an army officer, the survivor's brother, kept his nerve.
बताइए हुआ पति को आए हैं बैठो 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 आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं बैठो. ये इंडियन आर्मी आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो कहाँ से आए आप लोग आए.
Spotting an opening under a fence where a water stream flowed, he calmly guided 35 to 40 terrified people through it, leading them away from the killing zone. Mud, slippery slopes, panic, but survival instincts kicked in. They slipped, they fell, but they kept running, refusing to be easy targets. From behind the mobile toilets, under gunfire, amid screams, emerged a story of heroism and resilience and the will to live. The survivors watched in horror as others were gunned down mercilessly. The sounds of AK-47 fire, the images of bloodied bodies, the cries of the wounded, memories that will haunt them forever.
आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे थोड़ा बताइए हुआ.
The survivor writes, the gunshots still echo in our ears. This scar will never heal. The paradise of Kashmir hides an unbearable pain underneath. As India mourns the loss of innocent lives, their courage stands as a testament that even in the face of barbarism, humanity, bravery and brotherhood shine through.
Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in northern Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day today. We're tracking that very closely for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Viewers, in the wake of the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent lives, tension continued to escalate along the line of control. Now, Republic TV is reporting from Ground Zero, where Pakistan has been continuously violating ceasefire post the attack. Amid the escalations, locals, including the elderly and the children, have taken shelter in underground community bunkers. Take a look at this report.
Following the deadly Pahalgam terror attack that claimed innocent lives of 26 people, now people in Jammu and Kashmir's Uri have been living with fear and uncertainty. Continuous ceasefire violations by Pakistan have plunged Uri into fear and uncertainty. Locals, fearing for their lives, have now moved into community bunkers.
Here in the Uri's last village, as of now, we have seen that the locals have activated the community bunkers in the various parts of the Uri, and you can see that the small children are coming out from their homes toward these community bunkers.
Republic TV spoke to residents who are now living in fear after the attack.
ये डरते ही हैं, डर तो है ही है। उन लोगों का कोई भरोसा नहीं, वो कभी भी दिन को रात को कभी भी फायर कर देते हैं।
आपको पता है पहलगाम में क्या किया आतंकियों द्वारा जो वहाँ पे पर्यटक आए थे?
न्यूज़ में हमने सुना कि वहाँ हमारे ये सयाह जो थे सैलानी, उनको नुकसान किया, तो वो गलत किया हमारे लिए, वो अच्छा नहीं हुआ। हमारे भाई थे, हमारे देशवासी थे, उनके यहाँ आने से हमारी रियासत का डेवलपमेंट होता था। कैसे दुकान होटल वाला पूनी वाला, तो फ़ायदा था हमारे लिए। तो फ़ायदे की एक बात तो, लेकिन जाने गई उनकी, तो वो भी हमारे भाई थे, हमारे जैसी जान थी।
जिस तरह हमारे मेहमान बाहर से जम्मू कश्मीर में पहलगाम में सैर व तफरी करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए थे, ब्यूटीफुल जगह को देखने के लिए आए थे, कुछ हमारे मुल्क हिंदुस्तान के दुश्मनों ने, जम्मू कश्मीर के दुश्मनों ने आके उनके ऊपर हमला किया, क्योंकि उनको लगा कि अब जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात दिन बे दिन जो है वो ठीक होते जा रहे हैं। वो नहीं चाहते थे कि जम्मू कश्मीर के हालात जो है वो ठीक होने चाहिए।
Heart-wrenching scenes from Uri show elderly, children and women crammed inside underground bunkers. Meanwhile, the Indian Armed Forces have strongly retaliated against Pakistani firing in Rampur, Uri and Tutmargali in the Naugam Kupwara sectors.
Mark Carney's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal elections. We will get you all the numbers and early trends into that right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistani army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para-commando. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for a fifth consecutive day today. After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Zipline operator seen in tourists' Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the National Investigation Agency and the Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam terror strike, slams Islamabad for misusing and undermining the global forum. Mark Carney's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal election.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Even as Pakistan continues to take cover behind the neutral investigation narrative, Pakistan link has been confirmed. It has been established with the terror activities in Kashmir, and deep state connections have also now been confirmed in the recent attack. Sources have now indicated that the terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former para-commando who had previously served with the Pakistani Special Forces. This is a big confirmation of Pakistan's hidden hands behind the Pahalgam terror attack. A Pakistan army link has now been established. One of the terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former para-commando who had previously served with the Pakistani Special Forces. Now, what we understand is that sources have told us that the investigations into the recent Pahalgam terror attack have revealed that Hashim Musa, a Pakistani terrorist, was the key mastermind behind the assault. Musa, who is a former commander of Pakistan's elite special service group, or the SSG, is now associated with the LET and was tasked with targeting security forces and non-local civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. Zeenat is also joining us live. Zeenat, Pakistan's hand has been confirmed in the Pahalgam terror attack, even as Pakistan continues to say that we are backing a neutral investigation into the terror attack that claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians.
See, the Pakistan link was emerging right from the day one, the way this attack was carried in the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam, South Kashmir's Anantnag district. Meanwhile, the person with a particular name has been identified as Hashim Musa, and he comes from a Pakistan army and later joined LET Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is a Pak-based terror outfit also. And he was given a task to carry the attacks in Sonmarg, if you remember, near the Bhuta, where in October the army personals lost their life, and also the civilians were targeted in that attack. And later in the same month of the October, and another attack was carried by Hashim Musa in Bhuta Patri of Gulmarg. Again, a North Kashmir area, North Kashmir zone was touched by this terrorist, and from north he has gone to South Kashmir, where a drastic attack was carried by him on 22nd of April. Although this name has been confirmed, although the pictures were released by the investigating agency just the next day when this terror attack took place, in which some 26 civilians lost their life. Now the hunt is on to trace and neutralize this Hashim Musa, who is a Pakistan-trained army commander, has been the part of the Lashkar for a long time in the Kashmir Valley. This also tells you that the infiltration has been, the infiltrators have been penetrating into the Indian soil, due to which we saw a huge attack in Pahalgam on 22nd. Forces are trying to nab or neutralize the threat in the upper reaches of the Pahalgam that connects you to the Kishtwar region of Kishtwar district of Jammu. A lot of manhunt has been launched. Meanwhile, we are also seeing the cordon and search operations in the other parts of the valley, and door-to-door search was also carried by the Srinagar police yesterday.
Also, Zeenat, the role of Deep State has also been uncovered. Take us through how Deep State has been helping Pakistan carry out these dastardly attacks and also to disrupt and destabilize the region.
Possible unless and until you have the support of the deep states in such kind of terror attacks. There is a lot of planning that goes into such attacks before they execute this on ground. Pakistan has getting a support from its army. As we all know, it's an army ruled country where nothing, the civilian government does not flourish at all. It is ruled by the army, and whatever they plan through their deep state, through their intelligence channels, that is usually executed on ground. And we have seen the infiltration attempts being made by the Pak army along the line of control in the Indian side, which was retaliated effectively by the Indian army. For the last 4 years, we are continuously getting the updates that the Uri, Baramulla, Kupwara, all these sectors have been touched by the Pakistan army by carrying an unprovoked firing. Similarly, the people who have been, or the terrorists who are part of this Anantnag attack, first right from the first day, it was clear that it is the Pakistan who can carry this kind of deadly attack. And we have also seen in the Kashmir Valley the that unity was seen on the ground when the Kashmiris start openly sloganing against the Pakistan and trying to uncover them. They are not the part of this entire terror business, and they have never expected this thing. And terrorism doesn't have any support. This kind of terrorism doesn't have any support from the Kashmir Valley. So we have seen the unity among the people in denouncing this kind of terror attack. The bigger role comes to the intelligence and the security forces who have to neutralize this kind of threat, who's identified as Hashim Musa, Pakistani terrorist, Pakistani commando trained by the Pak army and later joined the LET and has infiltrated into the Jammu and Kashmir and presently in the Kashmir Valley's Anantnag's upper reach. So that is a bigger responsibility and a bigger task for the Jammu and Kashmir police along with army and other people to neutralize this threat before it carries any other drastic attack.
That's right, Zeenat. Many thanks for joining me with those details. Now let's shift our focus to Canada, because Canadians have voted to decide whether to extend the Prime Minister Mark Carney-led Liberal Party's decade in power or hand over the country's control to Pierre Poilievre's Conservative Party. And the polling has closed in Canada with initial projections showing an early lead for the Liberal Party led by Interim Prime Minister Mark Carney. And to give us more insights on the Canadian elections, we have senior Canadian journalist joining us live from Toronto, Mr. Deepak Punj. A very good morning to you, Mr. Punj from India. The initial numbers have favoured the Liberals. Tell us about how the elections have panned out so far.
Good morning, sir, from Toronto. Even though it's midnight here, it's 12:40, right now. The Liberals, it's a kind of tricky situation right now. We might see a minority government again. It's the same kind of government, we have seen in the past, 4 years. The only thing is the leader has changed from Trudeau to Mark Carney. Right now they are leading at 163. It's a gain of 5 seats. And NDP, they lost almost 17, and they are gaining in 7 seats. And Jagmeet Singh, the leader of NDP party, he's trailing. It is a big news. He's trailing. And Pierre Poilievre, he's also trailing right now. But the Prime Minister Mark Carney, he has been elected. In Canada there are 343 seats, and we need 172 seats for a majority government. But none of the party looks like none of the parties getting to that mark. So it will be minority government for sure, but we don't know yet, because in the 905 ridings in Brampton and Mississauga, it's very close race. Less than 700 votes in 905, many of the 905 seats. In Brampton, every seat was Liberal in the previous government, but right now looks like 2 or 3 will be conservative, and it will be turning into blue. So it's still a tight race. There is another party, it's called Bloc Québécois. They are gaining in 23 ridings, but they are losing 11 seats if we compare to the last election. So we have to see if Bloc Québécois, they will join hand with Conservative Party or Liberal Party. That's a tricky situation. But right now, Liberals are leading at 163, and NDP, their previous partner, they are leading at 7. They are still 2 seats short of the magic number 172. It's still a tight race.
That's right, Mr. Punj. Many thanks for joining me with those details. It looks like a very, very tight race, but initial trends have given Liberals the edge. We'll have to wait and watch for the final numbers. And it's time for us to move on and shift our focus to a fresh provocation coming in from the side of Pakistan along the line of control, because Pakistani army has resorted to unprovoked small arms firing targeting Indian positions in Kupwara and Baramulla district of North Kashmir, as well as the Akhnur sector of Jammu. And the Indian army has responded with a measured and effective retaliation to the ceasefire violation. No casualties have been reported so far. This is the 5th consecutive day of ceasefire violation in the bordering areas by Pakistan, while the 2nd consecutive ceasefire violation in Jammu. Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, time and again, Pakistan is testing our patience, and the Indian Army has responded swiftly, effectively, and in a very, very controlled measure. The Indian Army has also issued a statement on the same, condemning the ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control, because this is the 5th consecutive day, and there seems to be no letdown in the ceasefire violations by Pakistan. Despite several rounds of meetings between the two sides, Pakistan continues to do what it does best: violate ceasefire, vitiate the atmosphere, and also try to destabilize the region. And this is Pakistan's fresh provocation coming in Jammu region for the 2nd consecutive day in this particular region, and the 5th consecutive day as far as the ceasefire violations are concerned along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, this is the 5th consecutive day and Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire. It seems like Pakistan, is begging for a very, very decisive action against it. And tell us more about the operations that are currently underway in the aftermath.
that the India be brutal against them, because the way they are provoking India, it seems that the Pakistan is heading the same way, right?
I'll request Jivan to show you that that area is the Lalyali forward area where the Pakistan has resorted to the ceasefire violation. Late last night there have been
twin ceasefire violations in the Akhnur sector late last night. First at around 8:30 when exchange of fire was reported as Pakistan targeted the locations of the Indian Army, the forward locations, and second time it was around 10 to 11 when the intermediate exchange of fire was reported along the line of control. And this has come at a time when we are witnessing that the Pakistan is scaling up the activities on the line of control in the Kashmir sector, and now Jammu has been activated against. What it seems that there is a pattern to it, that starting from the Kupwara to Baramulla to Poonch to Akhnur, Pakistan is scaling downwards. That is, they are coming from the top of the LOC, from the upper reaches to down lower reaches, and there lies a high probability that Pakistan may activate the international border as well, because Pakistan is rattled with the India's decision, that the diplomatic decision India has taken to totally sideline the Pakistan from the international community, and the way Indus Water Treaty has been put in abeyance by the Indian side and sending back the Pakistanis to their territory. Now the Pakistan is rattled, and that is why we are witnessing that Pakistan has resorted to 8 ceasefire violations in last 5 days, which means that on every single day Pakistan is resorting to the ceasefire violation in more than a sector, and that is what the Pakistan actually wants. They want the escalation so that they can keep the Indian army engaged, and they can push the terrorists into the Indian territory, and also they can stop the Indian army or the security forces from the action that needs to be taken, and the country is demanding after the Pahalgam terror attack. Deepak.
That's right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those details. Now let's also tell you about our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, announcing the Nationalist Collective, the only non-political global forum for nationalist Indians and Nationalist Collective viewers, is a community that puts India first. It's a community that will come together to work towards national interests no matter what. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week our country has once again come under threat, and we've been through this so many times. It's just the most recent episode, and every time an episode like this happens, suddenly the country wakes up and says, we must respond, we must hit back. But after a few days and a few weeks, everybody goes back into the same old chilled out mode, imagining that everything is okay. Everything is not okay. Our nation is under attack. Our borders are under attack. There are enemies against the country working all over to stop India's progress. We want this to be a Viksit Bharat. It will be a Viksit Bharat. But what about the cohesion and unity of our country? Is there a single forum where we unite together? I'm tired of this nonsense about, oh, Indians unite with Bollywood and cricket. That is the problem. That is the problem, because we only believe in a momentary coming together over a cricket match. We're very happy if we beat Pakistan in a cricket match or we watch a Bollywood film. But that is not the solution. The only solution is to make the enemy understand that we are so united in our collective resolve that we will take on anyone, any individual, any politician, any political party, any group that comes in the way of our nation. Democracy cannot be an instrument to weaken us from within. And this whole idea of a silent and accepting majority also makes no sense to me. And no, by majority, I don't mean Hindus. I don't mean Hindus. The whole idea that there is a majority of people in this country who believe in the nation, but who will simply watch as spectators or watch debates on television but not do anything participative, is not doing the country any good. Images come before my eyes, and in my own career, these images have influenced me, and I'm sure in your lives as citizens, these images have haunted you as well. I was very young when the Mumbai terror attacks happened, but I was old enough to read about it. I could sense the anger, but the problem was the anger was not channelized. We heard about Dawood Ibrahim, despite all of that, having Indians go to his cricket boxes and watch matches in Sharjah. So on the one side, we have all these terrorist attacks, and then we have a group of Indians cohabiting and compromising the country by cohabiting with our enemies. I'm sure you remember the Mumbai terror attacks, but I'm sure you also remember the train blasts in Mumbai before that. The idea is simple of all these terrorists. Kill one, frighten 10,000. That's the principle of terrorism. But what if 10,000 are responded to by 10 million? What if there is a group of Indians so loud, so passionate, who have so much belief in the country, that their collective voice is a roar that everyone, including political parties, have to respond to? You see, viewers, it's not like I don't believe in political parties. Political parties have their own agendas, but is there a single large non-political platform that unites the country together, where we can come together and freely have conversations about nationalism, national values, civilizational heritage? Our heroes, our history, the depth of the knowledge in our country. And imagine if there were to be such a group. Just imagine. If there were to be such a group, how much good it would do to the country. And what that collective conscience would do. And the enemy would hear the voice of that group and know where to draw the line. We must not feel helpless anymore. The problem has been in either a sense of acceptance or helplessness. We either appear to be too accepting and we say, oh, we move on and that is our strength. Moving on is not our strength. Responding and hitting back hard is our strength. But why should we only depend on political parties to do that? Should the political parties not also understand the will of the people, republic, the voice of the people? That is the principal reason, the only reason driving me to launch the Nationalist Collective once again. I have a clear idea. I have clarity of vision. I know what I'm doing. I'm making an appeal to you. I know that you're with me. You've been with me for a long time. Through my journalistic career, my ups and downs, my challenges, you've been with me because you know that emblazoned in my newsroom is not news first, it is nation first. It's emblazoned there. I believe in it. That's all I live for. And I'm calling upon all nationalist Indians to have the faith in the Republic Media Network, to bring together, to have the faith in me to bring together the Nationalist Collective. Viewers, if anything, I'll tell you I'm a transparent person. But I need to sometimes feel that our effort, everything we do, our sacrifice, our effort is supported deeply by you. Republic is not a media organization alone. We are a group of Bharatiyas, Indians, who are incredibly proud of being born in the soil of this country, deeply proud of carrying an Indian passport, and deeply committed to the future of this country. For what do we achieve in our lives if we do not contribute in our own way, small or big, to the country? Now, the Nationalist Collective is that powerful idea that can bind us together. It does not matter where you are. You can be in Dibrugarh, you can be in Digboi, you can be in Trichy, you can be in Jamnagar, you can be in Srinagar, you can be in Ladakh, you can be in Mohali, you can be anywhere in this country. You can join the Nationalist Collective, and we have a plan through various ways, using the best technology to connect you with what we do. And then to grasp the seriousness of the effort, make it a forum where first of all we celebrate nationalism. Those who are afraid of national unity always want to put down nationalism. They've made it a bad word. I believe it's the most beautiful word, and it is the clearest sentiment, and it is uplifting for me and for you. And we have all the time to do other clubs. We go to the Rotary Club, we go to the Lions Club, we deal with transnational organizations in the spirit of service. All very good. But what are we doing for our country? Have we reminded ourselves that if the next generation of Indians is not deeply attached to the spirit of nationalism, our nation will not survive? And I've speak to many people who say we are concerned. We're concerned with these woke values that are being put through American media, Western media, to tell our next generation that, nationalism does not matter. You're global citizens. How can you be a global citizen if you're not a proud Bharatiya, a proud Indian? across the world, there is renewed interest, commitment and pride in nationalism. We need to have that pride back in India. It can be only done through a non-political effort. Let the politicians do what they will. We should only support political parties if they first pass the litmus test of being committed nationalists. And you know when political parties will do the right thing if they know that everything they do will have to be taken through the test of whether it was in national interest, not in political interest. I very often read now about 26/11. I anchored for about 100 hours during 26/11 and our newsroom wept. I was in Mumbai. We were under attack by the government at that point of time, which did not like the fact that thousands of you came out on the streets of the gateway of India to support the effort of the media. And since then, till this point of time, you have carried me on your shoulders. And today I call upon all of you. I will let you know how you can be members of the Nationalist Collective. Together we can make a difference. We can have many ways to interact with each other. It's a small world. To create platforms, to conduct events, to go to schools and colleges, to connect with youngsters, whether 5 or 15, to make them realize that their lives are wedded to the nation and national interest comes before any other interest, personal, political, social, or even family interest. It's national interest first. If we can create that feeling in our country, it will have a domino effect socially, culturally, demographically, and also politically in our country. Then the world will look at us differently. And when we carry that Indian passport wherever we go, we shall say that we are first identify ourselves as proud Bharatiyas wherever we go. Our country has a great road ahead. We completely know that the direction that we are taking will only reach its logical conclusion if there is a wave of national interest backing it. And therefore, I appeal to all of you. I'll tell you many more ways. Maybe this video will carry a couple of messages on how you can be part of the Nationalist Collective. And then I hope to meet all of you on some Nationalist Collective forum or the other and make a real difference. Our nation is under attack. The Nationalist Collective is an idea that will bring us together and make sure that the world knows that we are here to make our mark. We will never be run over. Ladies and gentlemen, back the Nationalist Collective effort. Let's come together for the nation.
It's time for a quick break. On the other side, zipline operator is currently under the scanner. He has been summoned by the NIA for questioning along with the other locals. Stay tuned for more details.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
Hello and a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra, reporting from Srinagar right now. And we get you each and every update as far as the fight against terror is concerned, viewers. Right from the anti-terror operations, the mega anti-terror operation that is underway, the activities along the border, and also the politics that is unfortunately right now brewing over this attack. We'll get you more, but first, the headlines. Pakistani army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para-commando. Pakistan resorts to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day. After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks the government on social media. Zipline operator seen in tourist Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the NIA and Jammu and Kashmir police. India shreds Pakistan at the United Nations over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Makani's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal election. Now, viewers, the deadline, of course, is getting over as far as the Pakistanis who are on medical visas in India. They are supposed to be deported, and the number has seen a significant rise today as the deadline ends. In fact, my colleague Sumit Jha is right now reporting from the Atari border, where hundreds of Pakistanis are leaving the country. But first, we'll take a look at the reaction that we have gathered.
सर आप इतना मुझे मैसेज से मैसेज ड्यूटी करके जाने बता दीजिए बेसी से हम बेसी से सर नाम सर आपको छोड़े सर नाम क्या करना है छोड़े सब इतने बता दिए आप बेसी से सर इतने तो बता दिए बेसी से बता दिए हम बेसी से ठीक है सर नाम क्या है सर आपका नाम छोड़े आप इंडियन मैसेज से भैया हमें अलाउ नहीं है नाम बताना सर आप लोग हमें अलाउ नहीं है सर बताइए पाकिस्तान मैसेज से
मेरा नाम कृष्ण कुमार।
कहाँ के रहने वाले हो?
अपना पाकिस्तान हैदराबाद से।
कब आए थे, कितने दिन का वीज़ा लगा था यहाँ?
ये टूरिस्ट वीज़ा था 45 दिन का। अब वापस जा रहे हैं।
क्यों वापस जा रहे हैं?
बस टूरिस्ट पर हम आए थे, उस वजह से वापस जा रहे हैं।
जो हालात हुए श्रीनगर पे, उस पर आपका क्या कहना, जो मासूम जाने गई हैं?
वो उस पर तो मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि हुकूमत को उस पर एक्शन लेना चाहिए।
मैं सितंबर में आई थी 1.5 महीने की वीज़ा पर, यहाँ अपने मामू के घर होने, तो उनके मतलब शादी हो गई फिर मेरी, और 6 महीने के लिए मैंने नूरी वीज़ा के लिए अप्लाई किया था, पर मुझे दिया नहीं गया नूरी वीज़ा, मतलब मैं पेंडिंग पर थी। तो अब अचानक से बोल दिया कि आप जो हैं वो जाएंगे। देखिए ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना, प्यार मोहब्बत तो रहनी चाहिए ना, भले जो भी गलती है वो आप अपना इशू करें, लेकिन ये चीज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए, बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए। सिर्फ रिश्तेदारों के लिए अलाउ कर दें, भले बाकी किसी को मत दें। जो रिलेटिव्स हैं, जिनके बच्चे हैं, उनको अलाउ कर दें, बस बाकियों को भले आप ना दें। मैं ये नहीं कह रही सबको ही दें, आप जो हैं ना, जो मजबूरी के तहत हैं, उनकी तो कम से कम सुने आप, जो शादियाँ की हुई हैं, लेकिन उनको क्यों सज़ा दी जा रही है जिन्होंने शादियाँ की। बस मैं इतना चाहती हूँ कि हमें तो अलाउ किया जाए।
My colleague Sumit joins us live on the broadcast from Now Sumit, there are of course many stories that are coming in from Atari border. हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से लोगों पर जिस तरह से यहाँ पर इसका असर पड़ रहा है, पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स का जो असर पड़ रहा है और काफ़ी अपील की जा रही है सरकार को कि इस तरह से ना हो. उनकी जो अपील है उस कंसिडर किया जाए, उनके जो रिश्तेदारी है, उनके जो पर्सनल अफेयर्स हैं उनको मद्देनज़र रखा जाए. लेकिन हम ये देख रहे हैं कि इस बार जो है भारतीय सरकार पूरी तरह से सख्त है कि एक भी पाकिस्तानी नेशनल जो है वो भारत की सरजमी पर नहीं रहेगा.
बिल्कुल, ये दरअसल ज़रूरी इसलिए है कि कड़ा संदेश दिया जाए, और कड़ा संदेश इसलिए बिल्कुल हमने लोगों से बात की. कई बच्चे हैं जो अपनी माँ से बिछड़ रहे हैं, कई माँ हैं जो इंडिया में रहेंगी, बच्चे पाकिस्तान जाएंगे, कुछ बच्चे यहीं पर रह जाएंगे, माँ को पाकिस्तान जाना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, ये सारी कहानियाँ हैं और इन सारी कहानियों में दर्द है, पीड़ा है, लेकिन इससे भी ज़्यादा पेन उन लोगों में है, उन लोगों के परिवार वालों में है जिन्हें मारा गया, निर्दोष लोगों को, निहत्थे लोगों को बिना कारण के आतंकियों ने मारा. वो दर्द जो विनय नरवाल की पत्नी आज झेल रही होगी. विनय नरवाल की शादी 6 दिन पहले होती है हिमांशी नरवाल से, और 6 दिन में ही वो अपना पति खो बैठती है. वो लाश के साथ जो बैठी हुई तस्वीर जिसने पूरे देश को झकझोर कर रख दिया. तो मुझे लगता है कि सरकार अब इस दर्द को, उस वेदना को, उस पीड़ा को ज़्यादा दिख रही है, उस गुस्से को दिख रही है, और शायद यही वजह है कि आज आखिरी दिन है. बहुत सारी गाड़ियां मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं वहां पर लगी हुई हैं, और आज आखिरी दिन है तो आज ज़्यादा भीड़ थी, ज़्यादा लाइन लंबी लगी हुई थी. लेकिन इन सब के बीच कुछ जो विदेशी नागरिक हैं, फॉरेन नेशनल हैं, कुछ रशिया से आए हैं, कुछ ईरान से आए हैं, कुछ पोलैंड से आए हैं, जो वाया रोड पाकिस्तान होते हुए आए थे, उन्हें भी वापस जाना है. लेकिन उन्हें जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है क्योंकि ये बॉर्डर अभी क्लोज है. बॉर्डर सिर्फ खोला गया है कि पाकिस्तानियों को वापस भेजने के लिए बॉर्डर क्लोज है. तो ये कुछ लोग हमें कल भी मिले, आज भी कुछ विदेशी हैं जो आए हैं. कुछ ये आप देखिए बाइक से आए थे. ये एक पोलैंड से 2 लोग यहाँ पर आए थे, और यहीं पर हमने उनसे कुछ देर बातचीत भी की. वो वहीं पर बैठे हुए हैं, वेट कर रहे हैं, और उन्हें भी कहा गया है कि नहीं, आप नहीं जा सकते हैं. बाइक से आए थे वो पूरा घूमने के लिए, 1 साल पहले पूरा घूमकर वापस जाना चाह रहे हैं. हालांकि बात करने से ज़्यादा परहेज़ कर रहे हैं. हमने अभी कुछ देर पहले बात की थी, उनसे दोबारा बात कर सकते हैं. ये रशिया से आए हैं, इन्हें भी वापस नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, और कहा गया है कि आप अलाउ नहीं किए हैं, अभी नहीं जा सकते हैं, बॉर्डर क्लोज है. हाय, व्हाट इज योर नेम?
Dima.
When you came here?
3 months ago. Yeah, 3 months. Yeah,
Okay.
3 months.
So you want to go Russia again?
Yes. And
via Pakistan you came here, and now you want to go via Pakistan?
Yes. It's probably, but I need go to Pakistan. I need to transfer Pakistan and go to Afghanistan, maybe Iran, because it's only one road for me because I travel by car.
Okay. But you are not allowed?
Nope.
So your embassy?
My embassy say you need go immediately because after tomorrow the border is closed and I can go. Don't have a time.
But you know the tension arises between India and Pakistan, and now border is closed. Now, today is last date for Pakistani national only.
Yeah, I know. Today and tomorrow.
No, today is last date for Pakistani national to leave India. After that, border will be closed completely. So how you will go?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Maybe I can sleep here.
तो ये रक्षिता, आपने सुना कि कुछ लोग हैं जो रशिया से, कुछ लोग पोलैंड से आए हैं. सो हाउ यू विल गो नाउ?
नो रिव्यू.
ओके, कुछ बात नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बाइक से आए थे. इसमें पाकिस्तानी नेशनल की जो अपनी पीड़ा है वो तो है ही. अब हम कुछ पाकिस्तान से जो लोग आए हैं उनसे भी बात करते हैं, उनसे भी समझते हैं. आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम कच्छ से भाई.
कराची से?
कच्छ.
अच्छा, यहाँ किसी को लेने आए हैं क्या?
हाँ, हमारा चाचा आ रहा है, भाई का माता पिता आ रहा है.
पाकिस्तान से आ रहा है?
हाँ, 4 तारीख को पहले गए थे, अभी वापस आ रहे हैं.
तो वहाँ से भी जो उन्हें भेजा जा रहा है, तो वो क्या कहा गया है, कब तक आएंगे वो
बोला है 1:30-2 बजे पहुँच के आएंगे, ऐसा बोला है.
1:30-2 बजे. तो यहाँ से जो जा रहे हैं पाकिस्तानी, और वहाँ से भी जो इंडियंस आ रहे हैं, उन्हें भी रिसीव करने के लिए जो रिलेटिव हैं वो यहाँ पर आएंगे. अभी बहुत लंबी लाइन लगी हुई थी पाकिस्तानियों की, जो कि सुबह से ही वो लगातार कतार में खड़े थे, और वापस जाने का सिलसिला. अब तक करीब 682 पाकिस्तानी, कल तक पाकिस्तानी नेशनल जो है वो वापस जा चुके हैं. यूपी में ख़ासतौर पर सीएम योगी के निर्देश के बाद बताया जा रहा है कि सिर्फ एक पाकिस्तानी बचे हुए हैं और सभी पाकिस्तानी छोड़ चुके हैं। तो आज आखिरी दिन है, उसके बाद एक्शन हो सकता है, इसलिए सभी लोग बारी बारी से छोड़ रहे हैं। जी
राइट सुमित, हमें ये बताएं कि जैसे कि आज डेडलाइन है, तमाम कैटेगरीज में बांटा गया था ये डेडलाइंस को। आज 29 अप्रैल है, इसके बाद क्या होता है? क्या इसके बाद कुछ और स्पेशल प्रावधान है या फिर यही आज आखिरी हर पाकिस्तानी नेशनल के लिए डेडलाइन है और अगर कोई इसको वायलेट करता है, अगर वो नहीं वापस आता है तो उसके लिए पनिशमेंट क्या है?
बिल्कुल, शाम 4 बजे तक का वक्त है, मैक्सिमम 4:30 बजे तक इस अटारी बॉर्डर पर। उसके बाद चूंकि परेड का वक्त बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी होती है, उसके बाद फिर आपको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जाएगा। तो आज आखिरी दिन मेडिकल वीज़ा के लिए भी, चाहे आपके पास शॉर्ट टर्म वीज़ा हो, मेडिकल वीज़ा हो, कोई भी वीज़ा हो, वो आपको जाना पड़ेगा यहाँ से। 30 अप्रैल तक जो पाकिस्तानी यहाँ पर जो डिप्लोमेट्स हैं उन्हें निकलना है। बहुत सारे डिप्लोमेट्स अभी जाते हुए हमें नज़र भी आए। कुछ पाकिस्तान के अगर परिवार हैं ये जा रहे हैं। ये आप लोग कहाँ से आए थे?
सॉरी, नो कमेंट।
पाकिस्तान में हैं, पाकिस्तान जा रहे हैं आप?
सॉरी, नो कमेंट।
पाकिस्तान जा रहे हैं, बस इतना बता दीजिए।
जी, हम लोग इंडियन हैं और हम लोग तीनों बहनों की शादी हुई है इंडिया में और हम लोग पाकिस्तान जाना चाह रहे हैं अपने बच्चों को लेके। इनके फादर जो है आए नहीं है वहाँ पे बॉर्डर में, तो ये बच्चे कैसे जाएंगे आप बताइए? बॉर्डर से कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं?
यही रह जाएंगे, आपको जाना पड़ सकता है।
नहीं, हम लोग इंडियन हैं, बच्चे पाकिस्तानी।
इंडियन बच्चा है,
इनकी
शादी पाकिस्तान में हुई है, बच्चे भी पाकिस्तानी हैं। बच्चे भी पाकिस्तानी, वही करीब 11 महीना का है, फिर एक ठो वही लगभग आपका वो 6 साल का है, 7 साल का है, यही सब है। ये देखिए ये छोटी बच्ची है और अब बेटी हमेशा लेके आती है, लेके जाती है। वही गर्मी छुट्टी मनाने आए थे हम, नाना है।
तो ये अभी आपको जाना होगा, ये तो तय है। आपको ठीक है।
अगर हमको नोटिस मिला है, अगर हमरा वहाँ नहीं जाने देंगे, अगर हमको बच्ची लोग को, छोटा छोटा बच्चा है, कौन लेके जाएगा वहाँ? कौन देखेगा? माँ का सेवा को तो देख नहीं सकता है ना, बच्चा को तो हम नहीं छोड़ सकते हैं, तो अब लेके रिटर्न जाएंगे फिर।
ठीक है। ये तमाम जो कहानियाँ जो रक्षिता, हमने पहले भी बात की कि ये सारी हैं कहानियाँ, दर्द है, पीड़ा है, लेकिन इससे भी बड़ी पीड़ा है जो जी
आपसे खास करके नाना हम हैं और छोटी बच्ची है। ये खाली गर्मी छुट्टी में ये सब आई है और वही है, समझिए कि दी है और वहाँ हमको नोटिस मिला है, तो हम लेके जल्दी से यानी पाकिस्तानी एम्बेसी से वीज़ा लिए बच्ची लोग का और लेके हम आए।
ठीक है। तो रक्षिता, यहाँ पर बहुत सारी, मैं 5-6 दिन से हूँ, बहुत सारी कहानियाँ हैं, लेकिन मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ कि ये कहानियाँ, ये पीड़ा, ये दर्द उससे बड़ा नहीं है जो पीड़ा दर्द 28 पर्यटकों ने अपने परिवार, वो जो परिवार है उनका, जो जिन्होंने अपनों को खोया है।
बिल्कुल, छुट्टी मनाने वो भी आए थे और पाकिस्तान को देखना चाहिए कि क्या कुछ होता है जब ऐसी ट्रेजेडी की जाती है, ऐसा खून खराबा जब किया जाता है, उसकी कॉस्ट क्या होती है। थैंक यू सो मच Sumit for joining us from the Atari border. Viewers, now we are getting in breaking news about the massive search operations that are right now underway in Baramulla of Jammu and Kashmir, and that's the breaking news we have right now, viewers. There's a massive search operation right now that we are getting to know about. In fact, there are other places also where the ceasefire violations have been reported from, and now the hunt is on for the terrorists. And my colleague Arawat will be joining us live in the broadcast from Baramulla. In fact, there are raids and search operations across Kashmir, and police continue to raid at the residences of terror associates under the UAPA. And my colleague Arawat joins us live in the broadcast from Baramulla. Arawat, while we've seen that there's been unprovoked firing from Pakistani army along the LOC in Kupwara, in Baramulla and Akhnur, and now we see that the massive search operations are also underway in several parts of Kashmir.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that the ceasefire violation continue in the Uri sector in the Baramulla district. We have seen that the search have been intensified not only here where the ceasefire has been taken place, but we have also seen that the Indian Army is giving the Pakistan's unprovoked firing a befitting reply. Then after we have seen, if we'll talk about the ongoing search operation across the Kashmir Valley, there are the multiple locations in the Kashmir Valley, particularly from the North Kashmir, Baramulla, then followed by the Central Kashmir and South Kashmir districts like the Shopian, Anantnag and Pulwama, where we have seen after the deadly terror attack in South Kashmir's Pahalgam's Baisaran area, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. Then after we have seen that the cordon and search operation has been intensified once again across the Kashmir Valley, especially at the locations where the intelligence agencies has told that might be the movement of some terrorists in the area, where we have seen the cordon and search operation have been launched along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. CRPF and the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police is conducting door-to-door search at the various sensitive locations. Also, we have seen that the special checkpoints have been established at the various locations across the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad National Highway, which also go through the Uri sector, where we have seen that during the night the Pakistan's unprovoked firing took place. But we have seen that the search have been intensified across the valley, from line of control areas to cities and the towns of the Kashmir Valley. And this all comes after when we have seen there was an attempt by the terrorists to create a disturbance in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen recently many anti-terror operations in which we have seen that the huge cages of arms ammunition have been recovered. Also, we have seen one encounter in which we have seen that the terror associate was also neutralized by the joint security forces. As of now, if we'll talk about the ongoing operation, we have recently seen just after the Pahalgam attack in Uri sector, there was an attempt by the terrorists to infiltrate to this side. But we have seen the alertness of the forces in the Uri sector, and in which we have seen that the two tests were neutralized by the joint security forces. Then after we have seen the huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered by the joint security forces. Overall, if we talk about the ongoing operations across Jammu and Kashmir, there are 44 locations as of now, which were earlier the operation was going on. But there are some few new locations where the search have been intensified by the joint security forces. Not only in the plains, but we have seen the forest areas are also being searched by the joint security forces. Also, the water bodies in the valley are also being monitored very closely. The senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, in fact, the administration is also monitoring all the raids, in which we have seen that the electronic gadgets of some individuals were have been seized by the joint security forces in the various districts. The electronic gadgets of the individuals who were having anti-national links, or earlier they were affiliated with any terror group. All the things are being investigated. This all comes after when we have seen the deadly terror attack, in which we have seen some literature books. All the literature books have also been seized by the security agencies, and we have seen that the individuals are being called for the questioning across the various districts of the Kashmir Valley.
Right, Araba, thanks so much for joining us with those details. We continue to keep a track of those developments coming in from different locations in Kashmir. Now, viewers, we shift our focus to the politics that is right now unfolding. Now, viewers, the Congress party has first issued a gag order. Yesterday, we showed you how the Congress party, in a damage control mode, after its leaders had given statements that would serve as a fodder to Pakistan, that was going soft on terror, giving a clean chit to terrorists. It ordered a gag. It had issued a gag order for its leaders to not say anything against the government or on Pulwama. Now we have when we have the Congress handle once again targeting the Prime Minister Modi, and how later on we also see that the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi have written a letter to the Prime Minister requesting a special session of the Parliament on Pahalgam. Now this is what the BJP is calling as hypocritical. He says the BJP says that it is a hypocrisy on part of the Congress party as it requests for a special session. Take a listen to what BJP has said.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Khargeji's letter to Honorable Prime Minister lacks credibility and integrity, because the way in which the opposition, and particularly how Congress leaders, have been betraying Bharat by blatantly prioritizing Pakistan's agenda ahead of India's national interest. One wonders whether INC now stands for Indian National Congress or Indian Nemesis Congress, given the way the Congress leaders have made atrocious statements and also deliberately peddling perilous pro-Pakistan propaganda. Both Rahul Gandhi and Khargeji owe an explanation to the country whether, the loyalty of the Congress leaders like Mr. Kara, Mr. Sos, Mr. Timapur, whether the loyalty of the Congress leaders is with Bharat or is it with Pakistan. It's high time Rahul Gandhi and Kharge ji stop this charade and immediately take action against these Congress leaders.
Now, viewers, Pakistan is absolutely rattled. We've seen how it has continued to increase its deployment along the line of control, and it continues with the speculative firing. It also continues with unprovoked firing. There have been ceasefire violations from Pakistan for a 5th consecutive day now. Here's more on that.
Pakistan has once again violated the ceasefire along the line of control. This time from the North Kashmir, it is the Jammu region. It is the Akhnur sector's Lalyali area where Pakistan has violated the ceasefire and has resorted to targeting the security forces here in the India. But India was all prepared for the Pakistani escalation, and now they have thwarted the attempt of Pakistan. Right now we are outside this area. Here you will see that this is the fence that you see ahead of which is the Indian Army post that was targeted by the Pakistan late last night, but Pakistan's attempt was repulsed by the security forces as they retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire, and now as we speak they are carrying out the intensified heightened searches in the forward area. This is the 8th ceasefire violation that has been reported in last 5 days, starting from the Kupwara Stangdhar, which has been a victim of the Pakistan ceasefire. But this fence, Pakistan and its terrorists wanted to breach. Their attempt has been foiled by the security forces, and now as we speak the massive searches are underway. Pakistan has violated ceasefire for the 5th consecutive day in the Kupwara Stangdhar. Today also the Baramulla's Uri was also targeted by the security forces, and now once again what we witnessed that the Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation in the Akhnur sector of Jammu. It is in the Lalyali area where Pakistan violated the ceasefire. Yesterday we saw the ceasefire violation taking place in the Poonch area. This shows that how desperate Pakistan is, that they do not want peace to prevail. India has made it amply clear to the Pakistan time and again that India wants peace to prevail on the ground, but Pakistan wants death and disruption on the LOC, and that's why they are resorting to such cheap tactics. Post Pahalgam attack, and after the Pakistan said that they will be ready and they are ready for any kind of action by the Indian side. What Pakistan did, that they have tried to destabilize the situation on the line of control, but the forces here are on the full swing.
He was the wife of the BSF Jawan who was detained by the Pakistani Rangers, has now arrived at the Chandigarh airport from West Bengal's Hooghly. And remember that the BSF Jawan had been in Pakistani Rangers detention since the day of the attack, as he had inadvertently crossed the border, crossed the international border. And now we have my colleague Lalit, who is joining us from Firozpur for more. Lalit, tell us more about what is the latest update we're getting in about the BSF Jawan, and his wife has also reached the airport.
Where she will be meeting CO, the commanding officer of that battalion. So all the way from Chandigarh yesterday late night we have reached.
Getting is that she would be meeting the CEO of that company, and after that she would be moving towards Firozpur. But
Lalit, there's a problem with your audio. I request you to please, we'll try and fix that. Seems to be a problem with your audio, but viewers, this is the latest update we have right now. This is the wife of Purnam Sahu, who was in fact detained by the Pakistani Rangers. In fact, the wife was also detained by the Pakistan to visit Punjab to seek details. BSF Jawan was detained by Pakistan Rangers, and his wife has arrived at Chandigarh airport. All right, we'll try and get you more updates on that, but right now we step into a very, very short break. But we continue to get you the latest update on the ugly politics that is unfolding right now. The Congress continues, despite the gag order, attacking the Prime Minister, attacking the centre at such a critical situation right now, giving fodder to the Pakistanis. We'll show you how Pakistanis are reacting to what the Congress is posting against the centre. We'll be right back.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st. On 22nd afternoon is when my sister calls me and says that
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH MDH।
my sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister, and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister. 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra. Republic TV continues to track every anti-terror operation that is right now underway, the fight against terror, and every update on the action against Pakistan and those who are sheltering the terrorists here in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll get you all more on that, but first, the headlines. Pakistani army established direct links with terrorist direct links of the Pakistani army established with the terrorist activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistani para-commando. Pakistan resorts to ceasefire violation along line of control in North Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day. After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks the government on social media. Zipline operator seen in tourist Pahalgam video when the firing started has been summoned for questioning by the NIA and Jammu and Kashmir police.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India shreds Pakistan at the United Nations over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. And Mark Carney's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal election. Now viewers, in such tragic times when India's blood is boiling to avenge those innocent lives that have been lost, Congress is busy playing dirty politics. Now after it was in damage control mode, giving much fodder to the Pakistanis, it issued a gag order yesterday that none of its leaders should be attacking the center of the Pahalgam attack. Now it has itself, from its official handle, posted a picture That was very derogatory, the kind of language that is being used now by the Pakistanis, quoting this tweet by the Congress. That, of course, is something that is raising many, many questions. Just 2 hours later, 2 hours after the gag order, Congress posts anti-government post on the social media, and Pakistani ex-minister Fawad Chaudhry quotes the Congress attacking the Indian government and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, viewers. So there you have the Congress, as usual, giving much fodder to the Pakistanis. This is the same Fawad Chaudhry, viewers, that during Pulwama attack had said that we attacked Indian. He had in fact in the assembly itself admitted that Pakistan was behind the Pulwama terror attack, and now Pahalgam terror attack. Everybody is talking about this. There is massive outrage across the globe. But there you have the Congress party. The Congress party now being again insulting and targeting the centre. Will have a reaction from the BJP, viewers.
और कुछ विपक्षी दलों की क्या मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलने जरूरी है, पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करना जरूरी है? क्या उनको भारत के लोगों का खून बहता, इस पर उनका खून खौलता नहीं है? क्या पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का उनका दिल करता नहीं है? क्यों पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलते हैं? और कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री जो उनकी ग्रुप के रहे, उनके अलायंस पार्टनर है सैफुद्दीन सोस, जो खुद उस समय मंत्री रहे केंद्र सरकार में, ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस समय इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अगर सस्पेंड किया जाता, तब तो किया नहीं। अगर आज हुआ तो आज वो कहते नहीं, पाकिस्तान की बात मान लो कि उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया, और ये कहते हैं कि पानी बहने दो, नहीं तो पंजाब और बाकी हिस्सों में बाढ़ आ जाएगी। ये कैसी सोच है? भारत में रहकर भारत के खिलाफ बोल ये कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों के हैं। कांग्रेस के कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के मंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के नेता हो, इन सब का बार बार ये कहना कि धर्म कैसे पूछा, इतना समय नहीं होता, कैसे उनके पैंट उतार कर देखी, ये हिंदुस्तान के साथ है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ है कांग्रेस?
अब ये स्पष्ट हो चुका है कि INC कांग्रेस पार्टी बन चुकी है PPP, पाकिस्तान परस्त पार्टी, और ये दोनों केवल एक ही स्क्रिप्ट और एक ही ज़ुबान नहीं बोलते, बल्कि इनकी कार्य संस्कृति, इनका कल्चर भी एक सा हो चुका है। जिस प्रकार से सर तन से जुदा करने की मानसिकता पाकिस्तान, उसके आतंकी और उसके कई सारे लोग, UK की एम्बेसी में हमने देखा कि किस प्रकार का इशारा वहाँ के उनके एक ऑफिशियल ने किया था, वही कार्य संस्कृति, वही संस्कार आज उसका परिचय कांग्रेस पार्टी दे रही है, और उसको सामने कोट ट्वीट करना, उसको प्रमोट करने का काम, कांग्रेस के इस विचार को आगे बढ़ाने का काम पाकिस्तान के मंत्री, पाकिस्तान के नेता कर रहे हैं।
किसके? All right, Dom Vadakkan of the BJP is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Vadakkan, well, this is, of course, very unfortunate, and Congress's double game is exposed here. We see how it comes in damage control mode. Once, like leaders like Siddaramaiah, are met with the black flag protests, and then just after 2 hours, we see that such posts in such critical times, such posts targeting the Prime Minister, targeting the centre, gives much fodder to the Pakistanis. Not the first time, sir.
Well, this is the standard operating procedure of the Congress party in current days under the leadership of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi goes and meets all anti-Indian forces abroad, makes initiatives to ensure that there is problems in India. A notable factor is that whenever he is outside the country, there are things happening here which are detrimental to India's integrity and sovereignty. So these are things that need to be questioned. And surprising factor is the Kerala Congress handle gives out posts which are detrimental to India's interests, and those are retweeted by Pakistani handles. The close proximity of what the Congress says is reflected in Pakistan, and what Pakistan handle says is reflected in the Kerala Congress handle. This handle needs to be watched very closely. And who are the operators? And here is the Congress party saying, we support the Prime Minister. And minutes later, you have a contradiction coming in, leaders abusing the Prime Minister and things like that. This party's credibility is under serious questions. Their patriotism is suspect, and they are bordering on being traitors. If this is the condition of the Congress party, it will be annihilated by the people of India in the next elections.
Right, sir. Thanks so much, Mr. Pahalgam, for joining us on Republic TV with your reactions. So, yes, the BJP saying that it is Congress's template of working, and it shows their thinking. And now, viewers, we in fact will bring you how there have been multiple such statements that have been coming in from the Congress leaders. Controversial remarks, just giving the Pakistanis more fodder. While India continues to crack down on the terrorists, crack down on the Pakistani YouTube channels who are spreading propaganda, false propaganda. Now we have the Congress leaders giving them much ammunition. There are multiple reactions, multiple statements. Listen in.
ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
ಯಾರ ನೀವು ಹೊಡೆದು ಓಡಿ ಹೋಗ ಜಾತಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಡೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೇನ? ನೀನೇ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹೊಡೆಬಿಡಂಗೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾನೆ, ಓಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವ್ನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೇಳಿ ಹೊಡೆಯಟ್ಟು ವ್ಯವಧಾನ ಯಾರಿಗಿರೋದು? ನೋಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನೇ ಇದ್ರು ನಾವು ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ದುಃಖಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಅದ್ರ ಲಾಭ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಹುನ್ನಾರ ಏನು ನಡೀತಿದೆ, ಇದು ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು.
दोनों मुल्कों से, not as the congressman, not as the Congress chief, but as a Kashmiri, I request both sides to keep their cool. With folded hands, I request both sides. And when I say I represent these sentiments of hundreds and thousands of people, that they should keep their cool and something should be sorted. Whatever has to be done across the table. They should sort it out and should see that both the countries should not be pushed to devastation anymore.
So there you have talks with Pakistan. The Congress party wants talks with Pakistan. Congress party is folding hands to the people of the country to not say anything much. Don't do anything much. Don't go war with Pakistan. Don't strike back at Pakistan. Talk to Pakistan. Talk to Pakistan while they continue to bleed the innocents. They continue to backstab Indians as they have always done. This is the Congress party's strategy, which of course is in line with what the Pakistani has been trying to pretend that they want to do, that they want to have talks. But they are very clear with their actions, at least. They have talked about how they have been indulging in evil acts, in dirty work for years now. And viewers, now we have more reactions. We have more reactions now coming in from the parties. We saw what the Congress leaders are saying. Now, more reactions, viewers.
जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? जिम्मेदारी तो सरकार ने लेनी चाहिए। पहलगाम की जिम्मेदारी, जो पहलगाम में घटना हुई, 27 लोगों की जान गई, क्या तुम्हारा वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी क्यों नहीं थी? वो फेल्योर नहीं है, इस सरकार का फेल्योर नहीं है। इस बारे में कोई बात नहीं करता। बात क्या करते हैं? तो उन्होंने हिंदू का पूछ कर मारा। अरे कोई टेररिस्ट को पूछने तक समय होता है क्या? उनके कान में जाके, नज़दीक जाके पूछेगा।
Dialogue and discussion is the best thing. War is no option. So therefore, Pakistan has taken the position they are not involved. India must listen and then act according to its own needs, own need.
And now, viewers, our recent report has now shown that it has in fact exposed that Pakistani army has direct links. It has a direct connection with the terrorists who were behind the Pahalgam terror attack. Viewers, a recent report that we're talking about is an intel report which clearly exposes the hand of the Pakistani army. And viewers, it's a deep state connection that has been now confirmed in this attack. The sources indicate that terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former para-commando who had previously served with the Pakistani Special Forces. And earlier also, viewers, what we had understood from the preliminary investigation that there was a training, there was a connection with the Rawalpindi, that the kind of training that was given was something that is given to Pakistani commandos as well. Zeenat joins us live in the broadcast from us. Zeenat, well, clearly we are once again getting an intelligence report which points out that the terrorists, at least one of them especially, had direct connection with the Pakistani army, and then he was also a former para-commando of the Pakistani army.
Rakshita, this is not something new, that the Pakistan involvement in the Kashmir attacks. We have seen in the past also where majority of the targeted attacks or the killings or such kind of attacks were carried by the Pakistan, and Pakistan had always been behind these kind of incidents. You remember what happened in Pulwama when the convoy of the CRPF was targeted. Again, the Jaish-e-Mohammed was involved in it, and now we're seeing another in Pahalgam. Before that, we have seen also in Batingo of Anantnag when Amarnath Yatris were targeted. This time again, the data that is being revealed by the security agencies, we are getting that it is the Pakistani army commando who was also part of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and he has infiltrated into the Kashmir Valley and has carried. This is not the first attack that he carried. This was before this he has carried that tunnel, Sonmarg tunnel attack, and after that Bhuta Patri of the Gulmarg attack, in which the army soldiers lost their lives. So this is a continuous cycle of violence that the Kashmiris are seeing in the Pakistan. Although Kashmiris have completely denied and denouncing these kind of attacks, and always been saying that they don't never want to be part of the terrorism, they don't accept or they are rejecting Pakistan terrorism on the soil. But meanwhile, we are seeing that the Pakistan is desperate to disrupt the peace on the ground, and seeing the surge in the tourism sector. This has definitely rattled the Pakistan, because this is after many decades when you see the tourists coming in such a huge number and choosing the destination like Kashmir to be there, whether for celebrating their anniversaries or the birthdays or the marriages that were getting solemnized here. So a lot of rush was generated, and people would not even get a space in hotel, and the people had turned their homes into the guest homes now. Seeing these kind of surge in the tourism when everything was turning very normal and anti-terror operations had taken a backseat, there were very little support that would come to the park this time because of the continuous cases that were being registered by the J&K police. Again, the terror ranks, whether it was under UAPA or the PSA, all these things have definitely helped the J&K Jammu Kashmir police and army to control the situation on ground. So now we see that the Pakistani terrorists, because the local recruitment number is low compared to what was happening earlier in the Kashmir Valley. Local youngsters are not joining the terror ranks anymore. And seeing the desperation and not getting a local support, we are seeing the Pakistani terrorists infiltrating here, and they are carrying the attacks themselves, and which were very barbaric attacks that they have carried. Now the name of the Musa is coming in as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned, and the details that have surfaced shows that he was a part of the Pakistan army. He was a commando there before joining the LET, and then he infiltrated here and was carrying the attacks, because the attacks that I mentioned as far as the Sonmarg tunnel or the Bhuta Patri attack, that was one of the deadliest that we have seen again in the recent months. And now the Pahalgam, which has received condemnation from across the globe. So as of now, we are seeing that the operations are being carried, the searches are being done. Many of the tourist spots have been closed for the moment till the things improve on ground. But meanwhile, it is the responsibility of the security agencies to see that the threat on ground should be neutralized at the earliest.
Right, Zina, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, we continue to track more updates. Now we shift our focus to the ceasefire violations that continue, viewers. For a fifth straight day, Pakistan has resorted to unprovoked firing along the LOC. There have been multiple locations along the LOC where these unprovoked firings have been reported from. Here's more.
Pakistan has once again violated the ceasefire along the line of control. This time from the North Kashmir, it is the Jammu region. It is the Akhnur sector's Lalyali area where Pakistan has violated the ceasefire and has resorted to targeting the security forces here in the India. But India was all prepared for the Pakistani escalation, and now they have thwarted the attempt of Pakistan. Right now we are outside this area. Here you will see that this is the fence that you see ahead of which is the Indian Army post that was targeted by the Pakistan late last night, but Pakistan's attempt was repulsed by the security forces as they retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire, and now as we speak they are carrying out the intensified heightened searches in the forward area. This is the 8th ceasefire violation that has been reported in last 5 days, starting from the Kupwara Stangdhar, which has been a victim of the Pakistan ceasefire, but this fence Pakistan and its terrorists wanted to breach. Their attempt has been foiled by the security forces, and now as we speak the massive searches are underway. Pakistan has violated ceasefire for the 5th consecutive day in the Kupwara Stangdhar. Today also the Baramulla's Uri was also targeted by the security forces, and now once again what we witnessed that the Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation in the Akhnur sector of Jammu. It is in the Lalyali area where Pakistan violated the ceasefire. Yesterday we saw the ceasefire violation taking place in the Poonch area. This shows that how desperate Pakistan is, that they do not want peace to prevail. India has made it amply clear to the Pakistan time and again that India wants peace to prevail on the ground, but Pakistan wants death and disruption on the LOC, and that's why they are resorting to such cheap tactics. Post Pahalgam attack and after the Pakistan said that they will be ready and they are ready for any kind of action by the Indian side. What Pakistan did, that they have tried to destabilize the situation on the line of control, but the forces here are on the full swing.
To get you more updates, because raids are happening across Jammu and Kashmir. There are raids happening on everybody who is connected with these terrorists. In fact, in Srinagar as well, there have been multiple raids as we speak, and even in other parts of Kashmir. Now, my colleague Arawat is joining us from Baramulla. Arawat, tell us more about the search operations underway as police to continue with the raids at residences of the terror associates, and UAPA has also been slapped at many individuals. Tell us more about the number. What is the figure that you're getting in as far as the individuals who are under scanner or have been booked under the UAPA?
Absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen the security has been intensified at the various locations in the Kashmir Valley as the search operation is going on. It's day 8 today, and we have seen the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam area, in which we have seen that the 26 civil lost their lives, and the search operation is on at the various locations. Also, we have seen that there are some locations where you can see in the pictures where we have also been told by the forces. There are some locations where in which we have seen the from the North Kashmir to other central Kashmir locations where we have been told by the sources that there are the links of the terrorist organizations. We have seen the individuals who were earlier affiliated with the terrorist organizations or having any links with the anti-national activity. They are being called to police stations across the Kashmir Valley following that deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam. If we'll talk about the Uri, where we have seen that the special checkpoints have been established, and I'll request my VJ to pan camera from this side, and you can see that the special checkpoints have been established at the various sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley. These are the visuals where the frisking is being done for the precautionary measures. These are the individuals who are coming from the border areas in the Uri and other sensitive locations of the Kashmir Valley, which we can't mention the exact locations, but yes, we have seen that the searches are being carried out at the various sensitive locations. Like right now we are standing on the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad highway, and you can see how the frisking is being done by the forces, by the Jawans of the BSF, and also we can see here the forces of the special operation group are doing the frisking of the individuals who are here in the various locations in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen around there are some number of the operations which are going in the Kashmir Valley in the number of 44 locations, starting from line of control Uri, where we have seen that there was an attempt by the terrorists to infiltrate to this side, but we have seen that the forces are on alert and they have killed 2 terrorists already in the past days, and we have seen the huge Kichia farms ammunition recover. Then we will come to Baramulla, where we have seen that the Old Town area and other sensitive locations of Baramulla are being checked by the joint forces following the same kind of operation. If we'll go about the Sopore in the North Kashmir, or Bandipora or Kupwara, where we have seen recently that the mega anti-terror operations are also on there, where we have seen that the Kechia farms ammunition have also been recovered there, and the same kind of operations are being conducted in the central Kashmir's Srinagar, where we have seen that the houses of the individuals are being raided by the forces. We have yesterday seen that the search were carried out the terror associates who were affiliated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and the residents of these peoples are also being raided by the joint security forces in the central Kashmir, Srinagar. And then if we'll go towards the South Kashmir, where the happening is going on there, we have seen the first operation which started in the Pahalgam after the Delhi terror attack. Following the same attack, we have seen that the people there have been called by the various security agencies in the South Kashmir. If we'll talk about the South Kashmir, where the ongoing operation is going on, particularly if we talk about the Pulwama, where we have seen the search were carried in the Murran and other adjoining areas in the Pulwama district. Then after, we have seen that the same kind of operations are being conducted overall in the South Kashmir areas. Particularly if we talk about the Pahalgam district, where we have seen the terror associates were also detained for the questioning earlier, but later on we have seen that the 4 individuals in the separate operations have been arrested by the joint security forces, from which there have been a huge kg of arms ammunition have been also recovered from them. Right now, if we'll talk about the ongoing operations across the Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the forces are on alert. Forces on toes from the line of control areas to other parts of the Kashmir Valley, where we have seen the mega anti-terror operations on following the recent terror attack, Rakshita.
Pakistan clearly is rattled and it's resorting to its old antics. Thank you so much, Rawal, for joining us. We'll keep a close eye on what's happening along the LOC. Viewers, we should step into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more updates as the fight against terror continues. Mark Carney's Liberal Party wins the Canadian federal polls. We'll get you an update on that as well. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I am Gesu Bharadwaj, and combing operations are underway in Jammu and Kashmir. And meanwhile, this is the last day for SARC visa holders, all Pakistani nationals, to exit India. And that process too is underway at the Atari border. We're tracking all the details of that crucial exit for you. But here are your headlines. Pakistani army has established direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para-commando. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in northern Kashmir for 5th consecutive day today. After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Mark Carney's Liberals win tight Canada election, will form minority government. Viewers, the ballots are counted in Canada, and after securing a 4th term for the Liberals, Prime Minister Mark Carney struck a defiant and unifying tone in his victory speech, signalling a firm stand.
कहते हैं कि युद्ध नहीं होना चाहिए। जो कांग्रेस के जम्मू कश्मीर के यूनिट के लीडर हैं तारिक अहमद कर्रा, ये कहते हैं पाकिस्तान से बातचीत होनी चाहिए, हल ऐसे ही निकलेगा। इसी तरह से चंद्र कुमार हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्री हैं, वो कहते हैं पूरा विश्व हमारे ऊपर थूक रहा है। ये वक्तव्य बिना राहुल गांधी के कहे नहीं दिए जा सकते हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी में जो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं वो ये बयान दे रहे हैं और खड़गे जी की सहमति इनमें है। और मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, चाहे सैफुद्दीन सोज हो, मणिशंकर अय्यर हो, ये सारे बयान तब आए हैं जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कर दिया कि हमारी नीति जीरो टॉलरेंस की है आतंकवाद के प्रति, और आतंकियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा और उनके आकाओं को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस बयान के आते ही कांग्रेस पार्टी में खलबली मच गई और वो दिखाने लगे कि उनका शरीर यहां जरूर है, लेकिन उनका जो दिल है वो धड़कता आतंकियों के लिए है और पाकिस्तान के लिए है।
Viewers, Congress's post on X attacking the government and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also used by a former Pakistani minister. And now the BJP has come out all guns blazing at the opposition party over its hypocrisy. In fact, this also follows closely when Congress's President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition in the Parliament Rahul Gandhi have requested for a combined meeting at the floor of the Parliament over the discussions involving the Pahalgam terror strike. However, at a time when India and Pakistan have locked horns over the terror strike, the Congress's post against the Indian government has now been used by Pakistan. Listen in to what the BJP had to say to the Congress.
देखिए, बहुत ही दुखद है और चिंताजनक है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है तो भारत की राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, लेकिन यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, अपने दोहरे चरित्र को यहां पे जग जाहिर करती है और लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस बन जाती है। ये जो तस्वीर है ये सारे देशवासी देखेंगे और आज कांग्रेस की थुथु हो रही है कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का सर तन से जुदा दिखा दिया, और वो भी किस वक्त? वो भी तब जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सख्त एक संदेश दिया है आतंकी मुल्क पाकिस्तान को कि नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे ऐसी धरती को जो आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देता है और भारत में आतंकवादी हमला करवाता है। इस वक्त यह स्पष्ट हो गया है कि कांग्रेस के टावर में सिग्नल पाकिस्तान को दिए जा रहे हैं। सर तन से जुदा कांग्रेस पार्टी की विचारधारा रही है और इसीलिए आप देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऐसे एक पिक्चर को रिलीज करके कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पाकिस्तान को संदेश दिया। देखिए बहुत ही दुखद है और चिंताजनक है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है तो भारत की राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, लेकिन यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, अपने दोहरे चरित्र को यहां पे जग जाहिर करती है और लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस बन जाती है। ये जो तस्वीर है ये सारे देशवासी देखेंगे और आज कांग्रेस की थुथु हो रही है कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का सर तन से जुदा दिखा दिया, और वो भी किस वक्त? वो भी तब जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सख्त एक संदेश दिया है आतंकी मुल्क पाकिस्तान को कि नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे ऐसी धरती को जो आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देता है और भारत में आतंकवादी हमला।
Viewers, quickly cutting across to a fresh breaking development from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, all border police posts across the Jammu region have been put on high alert. Now, border police posts on international border and even the line of control are on high alert after Pakistan's violation of the ceasefire for a straight fifth day today. Bulletproof bunkers, SOG teams have been deployed as the police is now establishing extra checkpoints on infiltration routes both across the international border and even the line of control. Now, this comes following closely the fifth breach by Pakistani military at the line of control. All border police posts across the Jammu region are now on high alert. While the Indian Army also spoke about the incident, releasing a statement, they said that they gave a measured and befitting reply to the ceasefire violation of Pakistan that happened for the fifth consecutive day. Now, border police posts have been put on high alert across the Jammu region. Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Gursimran Singh to get us more details. Gursimran, speak to us about the heightened security, additional checkpoints. Security has been heightened over the traditional infiltration routes.
The Jammu line of control and international border have been put on the high alert. Right now we are in the Jogwan area of Aknoor where the security forces are on the highest of the alertness. They are maintaining this alertness to ensure that no one crosses from this area, because this area has been a traditional infiltration route, and equipped with these weapons the security forces, they are keeping a tab at every situation. Here you will see that the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are checking the vehicles that are coming here, even the two-wheelers that are here, they are also being checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The officials are also here. They are checking the vehicles so that they can rule out any possibility of anything that can be detrimental to the security of the country is smuggled from one place to the another. And the vehicles that are coming, that is the cars that are also coming, are being thoroughly checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. One more car has arrived and now they will be checking it thoroughly so as to get and ensure that there is nothing objectionable into it, and as we speak here at the very entrance of this border police post, the security forces have also kept a special naka wherein they are checking the vehicles that are coming, and as soon as the vehicle arrives, the security forces, they circle down this area and then they check whatever is there in it. So everything is being checked.
Viewers, a lot has been happening in the aftermath of the attack, where on one hand in the valley there are combing operations that are ongoing. Pakistani citizens on the other side who are holding SAARC visas are departing from India. Now the departure of these citizens from India is happening through the Attari border, and they saw a significant rise on Tuesday, which is today, the last day of the validity for also the medical visas which have been issued to Pakistani nationals as per the Union government's decision in wake of the terror strike in Pahalgam. Several Pakistani nationals are now returning to the country, shared their concerns and also appealed to the Indian government for reconsideration of the decision, particularly in cases involving families and long-term residents. Listen in to the audio. In fact, before we take a listen into what people at the border have to say, we're also being joined by Sumit, who is joining us live from the heart of action at the Attari border. Sumit, आपने कई लोगों से बात की है, हमें बताइए क्या कहना है लोगों का, वो रीअपील करना चाहते हैं गवर्नमेंट से इस डिसीजन को लेके?
नहीं, कई लोगों का ये कहना है कि जो माँ और बच्चे हैं वो अलग हो रहे हैं, उसे लेकर सरकार कंसीडर करे। हालांकि सरकार की तरफ से अभी कोई ऐसा फैसला नहीं लिया गया है। ऐसे में उन लोगों को वापस जाना पड़ रहा है। तमाम जो कहानियां हैं, उन कहानियों के बावजूद बच्चे अगर हैं, इंडियन हैं तो पासपोर्ट हैं, तो वो बच्चे यहीं रह जाएंगे। माँ को जाना पड़ रहा है, या फिर माँ अगर पाकिस्तानी
Viewers, we're facing some audio issues with my colleague Sumit, which we will fix in a while. But before we return to Sumit, let's listen in to what the people who are at the cusp of crossing the border have told Republic. Viewers, meanwhile, massive search operations remain underway across the Kashmir Valley. Police continue their raids at residences of terror associates under the UAPA. Now, a crackdown in the valley has only gained pace following the days that have come after the Pahalgam terror strike. Massive combing operations underway in the valley, and raids are continuing at the residences of terror associates under the UAPA. Now, this follows closely after multiple residences of terrorists linked to the Lashkar-e-Toiba, also named as perpetrators in the Pahalgam terror strike. Their residents across the Kashmir Valley were flattened by the security forces. Key areas are under the radar, and police continues their raids at residences of terror associates under UAPA. Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Ehrawat to get us more details. Ehrawat, speak to us about the recent crackdown that the police is carrying out. Viewers, these are the visuals of anti-terror operations that are going on across the valley following the Pahalgam terror strike. In fact, massive search operations remain underway across Kashmir. The police also continues to raid the residences of terror associates under the UAPA. In fact, this comes after multiple residences of plethora of terrorists who have links with the Lashkar-e-Toiba and were also named as the perpetrators of the Pahalgam strike. Their houses across the valley were flattened by security forces. Viewers, we're getting in some fresh breaking development. Now, security has been put on high alert along the Uri-Srinagar National Highway. Special checkpoints have also been established, and the area is being monitored via drone and CCTV surveillance. Big moves that are panning across the valley, and now in the recent most, security has been heightened. It has been put on high alert across the Uri-Srinagar National Highway. Special checkpoints have also been set up, and the entire area is now being monitored via drone and CCTV surveillance. Circling back to my colleague Ehrawat, who continues to be with us on the broadcast to get us more updates. Ehrawat, speak to us about the checkpoints that are being set alongside the Uri-Srinagar National Highway, and what is the police eyeing at next? Ehrawat.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that the special checkpoints have been established at the various locations across the districts of the Jammu and Kashmir, where we will talk about the border district of Uri, where we have seen the special checkpoints have been established by the BSF and the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. I'll request my VJ to show you the visuals that how the frisking is being done here at the various sensitive spots along the line of control area in the Uri sector. This time we are in the national highway, and you can see that the special checkpoint of BSF is here. Also, we have seen the search operation is already on from Pahalgam attack site to line of control Uri. We have seen there were the attempts by the enemies to infiltrate to this side, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, these are the visuals that how forces are conducting search at the various locations along the line of control area in the Uri district. Also, we have been told there are some individuals who were called by the security agencies after they're having some links with the terror organizations. Already you can see, then you can see that how the forces are moving toward this side. These are not the images live as of now, but you can see these kind of
Viewers, now anti-terror operations continue across the valley. In the latest, the Uri-Srinagar highway has been put on high alert. Extra checkpoints and checkposts have been set up alongside the Uri-Srinagar National Highway. In fact, viewers will closely keep tracking what's unfolding in the security apparatus in the valley and across the country. For now, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere as we continue tracking the search operations in Jammu and Kashmir here on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking development from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in a fresh provocation along the line of control, the Pakistani army resorted to unprovoked small arms firing, targeting Indian positions in the Kupwara and the Baramulla sectors of northern Kashmir, as well as the Akhnur sector in Jammu. Now, the Indian army responded with a measured and effective retaliation to the ceasefire violations, which have been happening for a fifth day straight the day. No casualties have been reported so far. This is the 5th consecutive day of ceasefire violation in Kashmir, while 2nd consecutive day in Jammu. Multiple ceasefire violations across the line of control. And in this fresh provocation, the Pakistani army, as per preliminary reports, resorted to unprovoked small arms firing. They in fact also targeted Indian positions in both the Kupwara and the Baramulla district of northern Kashmir and the Akhnur sector of Jammu. Joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Gursimran Singh to get us more details. Gursimran, speak to us about the ceasefire violation. 5 straight days, 5th day for Kashmir and 2nd day for Jammu, the Akhnur sector. Gursimran.
See, yes, it is really Pakistan is provoking India time and again by violating the ceasefire along the line of control. Right now, we are also on the line of control in the Akhnur sector, not in the forward area, but yes, in the Akhnur sector. And Pakistan has been provoking India time and again. Pakistan has been targeting the Indian army positions late last night. Also, in the Akhnur sector, there was twin ceasefire violations that have taken place at around 8:30 first, and then from 10 to 11, there have been 2 ceasefire violations that have been reported in the Akhnur sector. A total of 3 places were targeted by the Pakistani side that include the Tangdhar in Kupwara, Ureen, Baramulla and the Akhnur sector of the Jammu. Pakistan has been violating the ceasefire time and again for the last 5 days. It has become a routine for the Pakistan to violate the ceasefire because all 5 days there have been ceasefire violation in the Kupwara, Tangdhar. For the last 2 days we are witnessing that Jammu region is also being touched by the Pakistani troops wherein they are targeting the security forces, the posts of the Indian army. Yesterday it was in Poonch, today it is in Akhnur, and the people are also worried about the escalating situation that we are witnessing, that the Pakistan is firing at the Indian army position. But India has retaliated effectively to the Pakistan fire, and additionally the border police posts across the Jammu region have been put on the highest of alertness with the special nakas being kept at the places so that any untoward incident can be foiled.
Thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, we'll keep circling back when there are more details. Viewers, for now, it's time to shift focus to Gujarat. A massive crackdown is underway in Ahmedabad, and the police have now joined forces for the city's largest ever demolition drive at the Chandola Talav. Take a look at this.
In an unprecedented demolition drive at Chandola Talav in Ahmedabad, 74 JCB machines tore through hundreds of unauthorized structures. Over 200 trucks were mobilized for debris clearance, ensuring swift removal of demolished material from the site.
ये जैसा कि आप जानते हैं आसपास चंडोला तालाब है और इस पे पहले भी कामगिरी 2009 में की गई थी। फिर से इन लोगों ने गैर कायदेसर मिलकत स्थापित की है। अभी एएमसी ने जो सर्वे किया उसमें पाया है कि इन्होंने जो तालाब की ज़मीन है, जो सरकारी ज़मीन है, उस पर मिट्टी डाल के झोपड़े बनाए हैं और एक उन्हीं के द्वारा ये आज डिमोलिशन की कामगिरी की जा रही है। पुलिस ताकि जान हानि ना हो और कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर स्थिति ना उत्पन्न हो, उसको ध्यान में लेके पुलिस बंदोबस्त रखा गया।
A massive security blanket of 3,000 police personnel was also deployed to maintain law and order throughout the operation. 1,800 municipal workers worked in coordination with the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation targeting illegal encroachments allegedly linked to Bangladeshi nationals.
इनका यहाँ सियासत नगर बंगालवास था, वो यहाँ पे ज़्यादातर बांग्लादेशी आकर रहते थे। टोटल 50 जेसीबी अभी तक 50 जितनी टीम काम कर रही हैं और उनके साथ मैं मानता हूँ कि 2000 जितनी पुलिस इस पे काम कर रही है।
The demolition marks the largest anti-encroachment drive in the city's history aimed at reclaiming public land and addressing illegal settlements. Authorities claim several foreign nationals were residing illegally with documentation under scrutiny post-demolition.
India shreds Pakistan at United Nations over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and even undermining the global forum. We'll get you all the details of that fiery attack right after this short break, only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Now, India has flagged a Pakistani minister's open confession to training and even funding terrorists at the United Nations amid soaring tensions between the two nations in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror strike that left 26 innocent civilians dead in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Ambassador Yojana Patel has called Pakistan a rogue state fueling global terrorism. Listen in to her sharp and fierce attack.
Fortunate that one particular delegation has chosen to misuse and undermine this forum to indulge in propaganda and make baseless allegations against India. The whole world has heard Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations in a recent television interview. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region. The world can no longer turn a blind eye.
Viewers, the Pakistani army has now established its direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir. One of the terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack was in fact a former Pakistani para-commando. We're getting you all the details right out after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled.
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakta Mishra. We're right now reporting from Srinagar, and the anti-terror operations continue. A lot of activity along the LOC, and Pakistan, of course, is rattled. We'll tell you what it is doing and much more about the politics that is unfolding over Pahalgam. But first, the headlines. Pakistani Army's direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir established. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistani para-commando. Pakistan resorts to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for a fifth consecutive day. After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks the government on social media now. India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. And Mark Carney's Liberals win the tight Canada election, will form a minority government. Now, viewers, a recent intelligence report has now once again established the Pakistani Army's connection, Pakistani Army connection directly with those behind the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, one of the terrorists who has been connected to this Pahalgam terror attack was, as per this report, a former para-commando who had also previously served with the Pakistani Special Forces. My colleague Zeenat will be joining us with more details on that. Zeenat, well, this is of course this is nothing new that Pakistan has been orchestrating terror. But in this Pahalgam terror attack, while we see Pakistan continue to hoodwink the world and play games, well, it's for everybody to see now. Intelligence report also now ascertaining that it's a direct involvement of the Pakistani army.
See, Rakshita, this is the first lead that we are getting in this entire Pahalgam case, where now a terrorist has been identified with his name. Because till now we only knew them through their sketches and the details that were revealed by the victim, by those who witnessed that terror attack. But now that the name has also been revealed, that tells you that how investigating agencies are investigating the entire this barbaric case. The para-commando, he comes from the Pakistan Army. He joined the Lashkar-e-Toiba. He was infiltrated into Jammu and Kashmir. He used multiple tracks from North Kashmir, South Kashmir. He has been moving around. He carried an attack in Sonmarg area. Then then he carried an attack in Butapar 3 in Gulmarg, where 2 soldiers lost their life. And finally, from North Kashmir, he shifted his base to South Kashmir, where he was he was the main lead, main perpetrator who carried this crime, as per the intel sources that are revealing that it is Haris Musa, who had carried this attack, and who has worked with the Pakistan Army commando, and then a known terrorist, dreaded terrorist, who had carried this barbaric attack. We see that a hunt has been launched for the last 1 week. He's on the run. Many CASOs and searches were conducted to keep him, to flush out the terrorists who are in den, to keep them on the run. All this exercise wind, and time is not now far when the terrorist who carried this attack will be neutralized.
Right, Zinat. In fact, we've seen for the past 1 year, many of those terrorists that have been arrested or neutralized do have a Pakistani connect. They have a Pakistani identity card as well. So the truth is in front of everybody. And this is a very important piece of investigation. Especially we see that there are multiple raids that are underway in Srinagar, also in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir as well, where these people who have been getting support or who are in touch with Pakistan, who are now based in Pakistan, have been now cracked down upon as well.
Yes, there has been a massive crackdown on terror and the terrorism and the terror links in the Kashmir Valley. We've been seeing that the search is being conducted from north, south and the central Kashmir. Yesterday itself, the Srinagar police conducted again 26 searches, and the details were also shared. It is not that a crime has been committed in the South Kashmir, Anantnag and the other district chiefs are sitting quietly. Rather, it is the entire Kashmir Valley, rather the 10 districts of the valley, where the investigations are taking place to connect the dots related to the Pahalgam attack. There have been multiple leads that the police and the other agencies have received, and they're working on these leads. See, as we have been saying, that it is not going to happen in a day or so. This is one of the gruesome terror attack, and the kind of planning that has went inside it. Police is definitely taking a time to reveal the other things, but as of now, the identity has been revealed. That tells you that the agencies are working to reveal more details about the case. There have been the operations that have been taking place in the upper reaches of the Pahalgam, where from the attackers had come and the attack was carried. Non-stop the operations are taking place in the Hapadnar, Verina, Kokarnag and other Simton Top, even the Kishtwar, the CASOs and the aerial surveillances are being done. So nothing is being left. Investigating agencies are working on ground. Meanwhile, also the dots are getting connected through the search operations that are being conducted in the hinterland.
Thank you so much, Zinat, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. We now shift our focus to the other search operations that are underway right now. My colleague Rawat will be joining us shortly on that. Rawat, well, if you are with us right now, because he's tracking the activities there alongside Baramulla. The latest update we have right now, viewers, is that security forces have launched a coordinated search operation Pahalgam. Operation was following the influence terrorists. So a massive terror operation going on in Pahalgam right now as we speak, viewers. And there is information coming in right now about the inputs of a presence of terrorists in that region. Forces have sealed off the area and are conducting thorough searches. Arava joins us live on the broadcast. Arava, tell us more about what is going on in Pahalgam.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that the coordinated search operation is on from line of control areas to Pahalgam, where the deadly terror attack happened. We have seen in the central Kashmir, Srinagar, where multiple locations were raided by the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other security agencies. These are the residential areas of these who are involved in the anti-national activities, or they are having the involvement earlier as OGW. They have been called to various police stations in the Kashmir Valley, not only there in the Pahalgam but across the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that the forces are on alert, and also we have seen that the search operation is going on in the Baramulla district. We have seen the border area. There was an attempt by the terrorists to create disturbance in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen the alertness of the forces, in which we have seen that the 2 terrorists were already have been neutralized, and the huge consignment of the catchy have also been recovered. Same kind of operations are taking place in the South Kashmir. district. If we'll talk about the Pahalgam, Shopian, as well as in the Pulwama, where the locations and the sensitive spots are being checked by the joint security forces. These operations were launched after the security agencies received the intelligence-based inputs about the presence of some terrorists in the area. Then after we have seen that the search were launched in the entire area. Rakshita.
Yes, Sarawat. In fact, as you were telling us, that there are multiple infiltration bids that have also been now being orchestrated by the Pakistanis. Tell us more about that. The hunt for the terrorists. First of all, those who were, of course, a part of that Pahalgam terror attack. It's been almost a week now that we are looking for those terrorists, and we're also dismantling the terror network. Has there been fresh infiltration bids from Pakistan?
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. There is the intelligence-based input that the Pakistan launching pads are active in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and they are desperately trying to create the chaos in the Kashmir Valley. Then after we have seen the alertness of the forces in the line of control areas to foil every single nefarious attempt by the terrorists along the line of control areas. If we'll talk about the ongoing operations in the Kashmir Valley, we have seen the deadly terror attack. The terrorists who are involved there, the search have been started from that very place where this incident happened. Then after we have seen that the search have been intensified to across the Jammu and Kashmir districts, but not only here in the Kashmir region, but the search are being carried out in the Jammu region as well to nab these attackers and the other terrorists who are present here in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that the human and the tactical input has received by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the various districts of the Jammu and Kashmir about the movement of some terrorist handlers and also the movement of terrorists. Then after these searches are being carried out from the Pahalgam attack site to other deep and dense forests in the Kashmir Valley. We have already seen in the Central Kashmir, Srinagar, where we have seen that the electronic gadgets of the suspected individuals are also being checked whether their involvement is in any terror incident across the Kashmir Valley or not. Also, we have seen the old literatures have also been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police from last couple of the days. Rakshita.
Arnab, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in from Baramulla. We shift our focus now to some more anti-terror operations that are underway. The search operations, viewers, are going on across Kashmir right now. And we are now getting in reports from other areas where intense counter-terrorism operations are underway. My colleague Gursimran Singh joins us live in the broadcast from Akhnur. Gursimran Singh, this is, of course, an anti-terror operation that is going on in several parts. There has been continuous, unprovoked small arm firing also from the Pakistani side, to which the Indian Army has retaliated effectively.
Yes, Rakshita, Pakistan has violated the ceasefire once again, and this time in the Akhnur sector from where we are reporting. The people are really concerned about the escalations that are being done by the Pakistani side. Reason being, we are not showing any of the operations that are underway because large-scale operations are underway in this area of the Akhnur sector. Laliali is the place where the ceasefire violation has been reported. We'll try to speak to some locals that what they see, how they see these kind of ceasefire violations taking place, because they have been victim to the ceasefire violations of the Pakistan earlier also. चाचा, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, फायरिंग आप लोगों ने काफ़ी ज़्यादा देखी है, अब दोबारा से बाकी ललियाली वाली साइड फायर हुआ, थोड़ी चिंता भी होती है?
चिंता तो होती है सर, चिंता तो काफ़ी होती है जो फायर होता है।
तो फिर अब आपको बचाते किस तरह से? बंकर वगैरह हैं घर?
बंकर
छिप जाते हैं वहाँ पे। तो अगर रात को देर रात फायर हो?
देर रात फिर उस बंकर छुपना किधर जाना?
तब भी बंकर में जाएंगे। बंकर तैयार हैं वैसे?
बंकर साफ सुथरे कितने अपने अपने जिदे को सारे को भी बंकर भी नहीं है ना।
तो जिनके पास है उन्होंने पूरे तैयार?
अपने तैयारी है।
कम्युनिटी बंकर भी हैं?
हाँ जी।
So Rakshita is saying that they have kept the community bunkers also ready. We'll try to speak to one more person. सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि बॉर्डर का इलाका है, आगे फायर हुआ, कल भी हुआ, कितनी ज़्यादा चिंता है आप लोगों को?
सर, हम इसी गांव के रहने वाले हैं। मैं एक दुकानदार हूँ जी, आपको आशियाना दिख रहा है मेरी दुकान। तो क्या कि बॉर्डर पे तो फायर तो होते रहता है, लेकिन अभी थोड़ी ज़्यादा चिंता बनी हुई है कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा जाने प्रॉब्लम आ गई है सरकारों के अंदर जहाँ बॉर्डर पे।
तो अब मुझे बताइए, घर पे अगर फायर वगैरह हो जाए, बंकर हैं उस इलाके में?
देखो सर, हम इससे थोड़े निचले गाँव के हैं, ये हमारा सेंटर पॉइंट है, जो आगे वाला गाँव है, फ्रंट पे जो नदी के किनारे गए, वहाँ पे बंकर हैं लेकिन कम है। जैसे कि 5 घर के अंदर एक बंकर दे दिया।
जब फायर होता है फिर उसी बंकर्स में जाते हैं?
हाँ, पहले इससे पहले 2018 में भी थोड़ा हुआ था, तो बंकर के अंदर छुप जाते थे हम। तो उससे पहले 99 में वो तो आपको पता माइग्रेशन हो गई थी।
तो आप समझ सकते हैं that last few years post 2018 this area has been peaceful, but once again because Lalyali sector the firing started yesterday evening only, so that's why they are concerned. These are the shopkeepers who earn their livelihood from this only, but what they say that now they are really concerned, Rakshita. Reason is very simple, that the Pakistan is resorting to unprovoked ceasefire violations in this side. The Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police has launched a large-scale anti-terror operations. But what will happen, because when Pakistan resorts to the ceasefire violation, then the things will turn uglier for the Indian side. Because this road leads to the line of control area on the Akhnur. This connects to the Lalyali area, the other area where the ceasefire violation has been reported late last night. So that is why a sense of fear is sent to all, because they don't know when this ceasefire violation will start, because Pakistan cannot be trusted. That is something that is for sure. So that's why they are concerned. They are saying that those who have their bunkers, like 3 to 4 houses have a single bunker that they share in this area, so they have been made ready.
Thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us. In fact, viewers, as Gursimran was pointing out about the community posts that are being made, and he has also filed a report, viewers, from the border area, because what has happened is that the border police is on high alert right now, and that's what we are breaking right now. Border police posts on international border and the line of control on alert after Pakistan violated the ceasefire. The bulletproof bunkers, the SOG teams have been deployed by the police, establishing extra checkpoints on traditional infiltration routes. So that's the breaking news we have right now, viewers. All border police posts across Jammu region have been put on high alert. We're talking about the Jammu region here. Gursimran Singh gets some more.
And international border have been put on the high alert. Right now we are in the Jogwan area of Akhnur, where the security forces are on the highest of the alertness. They are maintaining this alertness to ensure that no one crosses from this area, because this area has been a traditional infiltration route, and equipped with these weapons, the security forces, they are keeping a tab at every situation. Here you will see that the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are checking the vehicles that are coming here. Even the two-wheelers that are here, they are also being checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The officials are also here. They are checking the vehicles so that they can rule out any possibility of anything that can be detrimental to the security of the country is smuggled from one place to the another. And the vehicles that are coming, that is the cars that are also coming, are being thoroughly checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. One more car has arrived, and now they will be checking it thoroughly so as to get and ensure that there is nothing objectionable into it. And as we speak, here at the very entrance of this border police post, the security forces have also kept a special naka wherein they are checking the vehicles that are coming, and as soon as the vehicle arrives, the security forces, they circle down this area and then they check whatever is there in it. So everything is being checked.
And now we're getting in breaking news right now, because the Prime Minister is going to chair a CCS meeting tomorrow. So this is going to be a very important security meet tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's the big breaking we have right now. Remember, there was a CCS earlier, the next day after this dastardly attack. But now we are learning that once again, after there have been a series of high-profile meetings with the Raksha Mantri, with the and Raksha Mantri meeting the Chief of Defence Staff and the three chiefs, or the three service chiefs. Also, there have been a lot of talks going on, and now there's another CCS that is going to be now held, the Cabinet Committee on Security. This is the Cabinet Committee on Security, discussing the final, and it's the final decision-making body, remember, viewers. That's very, very important. And henceforth, all eyes will be on what is decided in that meeting. So viewers, our forces are on ground zero. Our agencies are there on ground zero to crack down on the terrorists. The entire country is right now waiting when will those evil, those monsters be punished. But the Congress party has been busy First, making statements that help Pakistan somewhere, that give the clean chit to Pakistani terrorists, and then they issue a gag order to the leaders, and then they post anti-government posts on their social media. Now we have the Pakistani ex-minister Fawad Chowdhury now saying that he's attacking the Indian government. Now the post, viewers, the post that has been now issued, had been issued by the Congress handle is very problematic there. If you see, it's on the Prime Minister, and now it has given fodder to the Pakistanis. Look at what Chaudhry Fawad Hussain, the former minister of Pakistan, has been tweeting using the Congress post. BJP now says that Congress has separatist mindset which has been exposed. Take a listen to what Gaurav Bhatia had said.
बहुत ही दुखद है और चिंताजनक है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी है तो भारत की राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, लेकिन ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, अपने दोहरे चरित्र को यहां पे जग जाहिर करती है और लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस बन जाती है। ये जो तस्वीर है ये सारे देशवासी देखेंगे और आज कांग्रेस की थुथु हो रही है कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का सर तन से जुदा दिखा दिया, और वो भी किस वक्त? वो भी तब जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सख्त एक संदेश दिया है आतंकी मुल्क पाकिस्तान को कि नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे ऐसी धरती को जो आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देता है और भारत में आतंकवादी हमला करवाता है। इस वक्त यह स्पष्ट हो गया है कि कांग्रेस के टावर में सिग्नल पाकिस्तान को दिए जा रहे हैं। सर तन से जुदा कांग्रेस पार्टी की विचारधारा रही है और इसीलिए आप देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऐसे एक पिक्चर को रिलीज करके कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पाकिस्तान को संदेश दिया।
And some more news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where viewers, some women have been detained. Some Pakistani women have been detained who had in fact gotten married to the former terrorists and given birth to the children here in Kashmir. In fact, they are from Pakistan occupied Kashmir. What we understand, I just stand corrected. They are detained. Most of the detained women are from Pakistan occupied Kashmir, who had crossed into Jammu Kashmir years ago, viewers. And they married former terrorists, and now they have children born in the valley. And deportation notices had earlier been served by the SSP CID SB Kashmir, also functioning as the foreigners registration officer. And my colleague Zeenat will tell you more about it. Zeenat, tell us more. What are you picking about these women who have been detained? They are from POK. Now their children are here. What is the update and the significance about this? What we read into this?
Walking down. Ma'am, Arakshita, see this, we have been talking about the people who are being detained, OGWs, but now the women are being detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police, although the figures are not out as far as this detention is concerned, but they are the women who have crossed inside Jammu and Kashmir years ago. They have married here former terrorists who earlier had gone to Pakistan for training, but they returned to Kashmir Valley, and now they have the kids also, although these deputies have been saying that they will not leave the Kashmir Valley, whatever will happen. Meanwhile, we are seeing a notice that has come from the SSP SB, who also act as a foreign registration officer. He has sent a notice to all of them to leave the Kashmir. As per the reports that are coming in from the police and the administration, all these will be deported, and they will be deported through Wagah border. They will be handed over to Pakistan authorities after completing all the formalities. Now the crackdown on the women of those who are living here, those who have married the Kashmiri terrorists, they have the kids, and these women come from the Pakistan occupied Kashmir.
You know, Zina, this actually shows that the crackdown is so important. This move of the government to, deport the Pakistani nationals from every nook and corner of the country becomes extremely important, especially with whoever is in Kashmir. And as you said, that they had crossed into the valley. They were from the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and they're Pakistani nationals. What is the number we are looking at? Is there any number? How many of them were present here?
See, the number is in hundreds, but they have not given the exact figures. Only we have been told that the notice has been served from the SSB, SB, CID Kashmir, and notice has gone to all those women who have married their former terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. They've been told to leave at the earliest, and we are expecting that they will be deported through the Wagah border after completing all the formalities with the Pakistan. Though these deportees have been claiming that they will not leave the Kashmir because they have been living here for the last 2 decades or so. Now they have the kids also, the family here. Why will they go back to Pakistan? Previously we have seen the protests also being carried by such women when they would be asked to leave the Kashmir, but then also the things didn't turn. But this time, see, there is a lot of pressure on the Jammu and Kashmir administration as well as the security agencies, and there has also been a clear guidelines from the MA that the Pakistan nationals have to leave India, and these notices are going not only to the Kashmiris here, those who have been living here, the Pakistan occupied women, those who have been living in Kashmir, not only to them, but we are seeing the visuals from the Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore and all other places where the Pakistani nationals are in the Indian on medical treatment or for the education or for any other person. They have also left the country, and now we are seeing a notice has been served to those women who had married the former terrorists in the valley. They have crossed over years ago, having the family here. Now this notice has also gone to them. Yes, Rakshita.
Of course, Sazina, that's a very important step, of course, that it should be taken right now in the kind of situation the country finds itself in. Thank you so much, Zina, for joining us with those inputs. Viewers, we continue to track more update as to how the country is fighting against terror. We'll be right back with more as the ceasefire violations along the border continues, unprovoked firing by the Pakistanis as they are rattled by India's commitment to the crackdown on terror. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मीरज।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
Pakistani Army direct links with Pakistan established behind the terror activities in Kashmir. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para commando. Pakistan resorts to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for 5th consecutive day. After issuing gag order to its leaders, the Congress attacks the government on social media.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one.
India shreds Pakistan at the United Nations over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. And Mark Carney's Liberals win tight Canada election, will form a minority government. Videographic evidence of the forest. With me, Rakshita Mishra. We are right now reporting from Srinagar. We're getting an important update as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. Now, the NIA, remember, has taken over formally as the investigator of this attack. And what we are getting to know is that the NIA has now been able to trace the exit routes of these terrorists. Now, it has trekked deep into the jungle, capturing videographic evidence of the forest and suspected terrorist exit routes. Over 45 individuals are being questioned here. Shravan Sen, senior editor, joins us live on the broadcast for more. Shravan, it is a large number of people who are being questioned, and the fact that the exit routes have also been now traced.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, it's a 6-member team of the National Investigation Agency, which is led by an SP rank officer. They're carrying out the investigation as we speak. Now, the focus has largely been the entry and the exit routes and whether at all they received any sort of local support. What we are given to understand is that over the last 24 to 48 hours, they've actually gone deep into the jungles of the meadows, basically looking into what are the entry, exit and the hideouts, whether at all there were any hideouts that were actually used. In fact, the initial estimate that they had, or the initial probe that was carried out, suggested that it was through Kokarnag that they had the terrorists had actually come in. At least reports of 4 to 7 terrorists is what we are being told that they are looking at. But right now, what the National Investigation Agency has done so far is that they have recorded the statement of about 45 eyewitnesses, which basically includes you have the shopkeepers, you have the pony drivers and a few others who have been taken into custody. The questioning has already been done so far. They're largely looking at 2 aspects. One, the entry-exit routes. Second, they're basically looking at whether at all there's been any local support or not. The third important aspect is with regards to the usage of these weapons, because these were M4 carbines that was used by the terrorists, which is a clear indication of the fact that perhaps they had received weapon training. It turns out, more information that we also have in our possession right now, Rakshita, is the fact that Adil Tokar, who's a Kashmiri, now he had basically crossed over to Pakistan. In fact, he had received the training and had returned to Kashmir, and thereafter he was involved in several other terror attacks that have actually taken place in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, in fact, just stay on with us, Shravan. Stay on with us, because there's another update as far as the NI investigation is concerned. Now, what we're understanding now is that these terrorists had used encrypted communication system. Now, this is the mobile application, paid encrypted mobile applications for communication with the handlers in Pakistan. So this is, of course, another angle that we are deriving from what we know as per the NIA's information, Shravan, that there were paid encrypted mobile applications that were being used by these terrorists to coordinate with the Pakistani handlers.
Well, that's right. In fact, Rakshita, the paid encrypted mobile, it's a service that is largely used by the army officials also. And the fact of the matter is this, that they were heavily equipped. In fact, remember, apart from carrying sophisticated weapons, in fact, some weapons which are largely used by the Pakistani army was also used by the terrorists. This time they also used cameras that were mounted on their helmets, which again is stark. There's a stark difference than what we had seen in the past. So their entire agenda was completely different. The fact of the matter is that they've basically filmed this entire carnage, and they perhaps want to use it as some sort of a propaganda, and that is the reason why these paid encrypted apps were actually used by the terrorists. Important to point out is that they've also looked into the encryption module. They're basically looking into the technology that has largely been used by them. So that's one other aspect that is also being looked into by the National Investigation Agency, because there is clear difference in the modus operandi that has been used this time by the terrorists when the attack was carried out in Pahalgam.
Stay with us, Shravan, because as you mentioned also about Adil Tokar, a point in case is that how there was local support. And that's another breaking update that we are bringing to our viewers, that, Adil Tokar's involvement and the local support that was being received is, of course, confirmed now. It has, what we know is that terrorist Adil Tokar's presence suggested local support, and previously spotted in South Kashmir, later confirmed to have returned from Pakistan. So the chronology of the events under scrutiny is focusing on the 20th to the 22nd of April. Shravan, well, we do know that Adil Tokar's house has also been demolished in Kashmir already, and so there is no doubt, there are no questions as far as there was local support or not, but also this entire sequence of events, if you could just shed some light on about his going in and going back to Pakistan.
Well, at this point in time, what we do not know, Rakshita, is that when did he cross over? But what we can confirm for our viewers is that Adil Tokar, who has also been identified as one of the terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack, did actually cross over to Pakistan, received weapon training is what we are being told, and thereafter came back. In fact, his involvement has also been traced to some of the other attacks that have taken place in the valley. In fact, using the south of Pir Panjal ranges where they had actually entered, the Baisaran meadows, and thereafter carried out the attack. Now, important to point out is that there are two other terrorists, and these terrorists are Pakistani terrorists. In fact, one of them, that's Hashim Musa, happens to be a former para commando associated with the Pakistani army. In fact, there is evidence to suggest that he was basically sent by the Pakistani ISI to ensure that this entire recruitment of their module here in Kashmir actually happens, because there has been a considerable fall in the number of terrorists that they've been able to radicalize or, for that matter, take into their fold. And that is the reason why these two Pakistani terrorists were sent across. Now we have details confirming that you have Hashim Musa, the Pakistani terrorist who was associated with the para services of the Pakistani SSG. And what we are also being told is that Adil Tokar, who happens to be a Kashmiri, a local, had basically crossed over to Pakistan. That's where he received the weapon training. We do not know the exact time period. That is something that the investigators are privy of. We are not privy to that. But having said that, we can confirm now that he was trained by the Pakistanis and thereafter sent across here.
Right, thank you so much, Shavan, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We will shift our focus to now the Pakistani national women who have been now detained. There are dozens of Pakistani nationals, women from Pakistan who have been detained, and they mostly have been from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They married former terrorists here in the valley, and their children have been born here in the valley. Now they have been asked to deport. That's the big breaking news we have, and my colleague Zinat Zishan Fazal will be joining us with more details on that. Zinat, well, the deportation notices have been served already, and now there's more information. What more can you tell us about these women?
See, Rakshita, these are the women who have come to Kashmir after marrying the former terrorists who then in 90s had crossed over for arms training. When the government launched certain policies for the rehabilitation of those terrorists, they were called back and they came along with these women. Now the children are also born in the valley. Now we are seeing the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is a SB wing. This is a special branch of Jammu and Kashmir. It's a part of CID wing where the notices have been served by the SSP of CID SSP SB, and he's also act as a foreign registration officer. The notices have been sent to the women to leave the place immediately, but the women, as we are being told, are not ready to deport from here, but rather they have been detained at the women police station in Srinagar. As per sources within the investigating agency, they say that they will be deporting them through Wagah border. They will be handing them over to Pakistan authorities after completing all the formalities. The issue of these Pakistani occupied Kashmir women who are in the Jammu and Kashmir, they are in different parts of the Kashmir Valley. This issue has been going on for many years because they are the women who have been living here in the Kashmir Valley for many years. Some of them are been living for decades here. But now there has been a MEA that has made the changes as far as the SAARC visas also getting cancelled, and all the Pakistani have to leave the country at the earliest. So we are saying the SSB, also SB branch of CID is also in action, where women who had come from Pakistan marrying the Kashmir men, the former terrorists, they've been asked to leave the country.
Right, Zinat, in fact, stay on with us. We have some breaking news coming in right now. Now, viewers, the Indian government has now withheld the account of the social media account of Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif. That's the breaking news we're getting in right now. India has withheld social media account of Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif. Zinat, tell us more about this development. We've seen Khwaja Asif making some statements. He has talked about to the foreign media how it has Pakistan has been indulging in dirty acts, and now we have in the latest him talking about India's military incursion being very, very imminent. He's clearly rattled, but this withholding of the social media account, what does it mean?
It simply means the frustration of the Pakistan when there are a lot of allegations now coming from the Pak minister against the government of India, because Pakistan has been rattled with the kind of measures that the government of India has taken, and also they've been exposed before the world as far as the terrorism that they are pushing into the Indian soil. There have been.
आपको अंदर पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया था?
हाँ।
क्या कुछ पूछा?
अभी कुछ नहीं पूछा सर। जी।
अंदर आए फिर बाहर जा रहे हैं।
उसने बोला 2 मिनट रुको सर।
हैं?
2 मिनट रुको सर।
2 मिनट फिर आप अंदर जाएंगे पूछताछ के लिए। किस लिए बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
काम था अपना ये।
पता लगना चाहिए असली जिम्मेदार कौन है, उनसे पूछताछ करते हैं, 15-20 मिनट चलता है। आप थोड़ा पीछे इसके फ्रेम में यही तो आ रहा है तब से।
All right. Those are reactions coming in from Pahalgam viewers, as multiple people are being questioned in Pahalgam as well by the agencies, by the Jammu and Kashmir police as well. We now shift our focus to the other stories that we're bringing to you. Now what we know is that Rattle Pakistan continues to unprovoked, to in fact continue unprovoked ceasefire violation. It says unprovoked firing still continues along the border, and there are multiple areas how the Indian Army posts are also being targeted. Well, the Indian Army has retaliated effectively to this firing by the Pakistanis. Here's more on that. In fact, Zeenat continues to join with the fresh details. Zeenat, tell us more. It's been back-to-back, 5 days, fifth consecutive day that the Pakistanis have been violating the ceasefire, and the Indian Army has been retaliating. What is the latest?
There have been the multiple search operations that have been carried since the incident in Pahalgam took place, and apart from this, we are seeing that many of the people have been detained for the questioning. Many dots are getting connected. In fact, at many places the hideouts were busted. In Baramulla, the terrorists were Pakistani terrorists were neutralized. In Kupwara, the arms and ammunitions were recovered by the 12 Jaklais. In Koimo, Kulgam, the 2 OGWs were arrested with the arms, then ammunitions. Then in Badgam also the 2 OGWs were arrested. This is an exercise that is being conducted by the joint forces after the Pahalgam terror incident. In fact, today also we are seeing that the operations are taking place at the Haparnat area of Anantnag, South Kashmir, where the forces, because this is one of the area which connects the Anantnag to the upper reaches, the forces are going all out with all the men and machinery, and also the aerial surveillances through drones are being continuously being pressed for the monitoring the entire area. Although this is one of the main ridges where there are the reports that terrorists have managed to sneak into the this Baisaran Valley, and that there in this in entire ridge the focus has been more on by the joint forces after this incident had taken place. Condemnation has been pouring in from across the globe. Pakistan is denying the involvement, saying that they are ready to be part of the neutral investigation, but it is the Pakistan who committed the crime. And because of the description that even those people who have witnessed this incident, they have recorded their statements, they have revealed the details of their looks, how they, what kind of language they were speaking, in what attire they were, and all of the details that completely confirms that it is the Pakistan that is behind the attack in Baisaran, all for which the locals have also condemned the terrorism terrorism coming from the Pakistan on Indian soil.
Zeenat, in fact, we were just getting a reaction from the zip line operator. Yesterday, remember, there was a video and we got the reaction of Mr. Bhatt, who was on, in that zip line, and he was shooting a video when in the background there was a terrorist activity, that Pahalgam attack was going on. And
मेरी भी 40 साल उम्र है। जब आतंकी हमला हुआ 22 अप्रैल को, तो आप उस समय कहाँ थे? आड़ू में। आड़ू में जी सर। आपको कैसे मालूम चला कि मतलब आतंकी हमला? उधर किसी ने बोला, ड्राइवर ने टूरिस्ट को नहीं बोलना, ऐसा हो गया उधर। हमने बोला पता नहीं क्या गैस मटी फुटा है, क्या हो गया। फिर टूरिस्ट को कोई महसूस हम नहीं दी, आराम से जब तक टूरिस्ट वापस आए। अच्छा, फिर बात चल गई। भी देखे थे आप एक हफ्ते में, 1 महीने पहले, या फिर उस दिन कुछ संदिग्ध देखे थे आपने? नहीं सर, वहाँ कुछ नहीं था, बिल्कुल ठीक था। हमारी किस्मत बात थी सब, कुछ नहीं देखा था। अपनी रोजी में हम जहर कहाँ डालते, हमारा धंधा ही यही था सर। ठीक, बहुत शुक्रिया।
So, viewers, the more information coming in, I'll go back to Zina. Zina, we were just getting in more bites coming in, more reactions coming in of those who have been questioned today, and especially in focus.
के लिए हम घोड़े वाले हैं, हम यहाँ पर नीचे थे उस टाइम, तो हमने जब सुना तो फिर किसी दरिंदू ने उल्टी बात की है, इसके ऊपर क्या करेंगे।
उस दिन आपने क्या सुना, क्या देखा, आप मौजूद थे?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था उधर मौजूद, झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा, मैं नहीं था उधर मौजूद, मैं नीचे था।
आज पुलिस ने बुलाया है, आप बुलाते हैं तो क्या पूछताछ करते हैं?
बस ये बोलते हैं आपने देखे कोई किस तरीके से क्या हुआ क्या नहीं। हमने बोला कि हम नीचे थे उस टाइम में, हम ऊपर नहीं थे, कुछ लोग थे ऊपर, तो जिन इधर भी पुलिस के पास आए वो, तो उन्होंने बोला कि हम उस टाइम में उधर ही था, बाकी हमें इसकी जानकारी नहीं। मगर इसकी सज़ा कड़ी तो कड़ी होनी चाहिए उन दरिंदों को जिनने ये किया है।
ठीक,
क्यों हम भी रो रहे हैं कि ये क्या हुआ है। ऐसा मसला आज तक 30 साल के बाद ये हुआ है, आज तक ये मसला इससे कभी हुआ नहीं है, ज़िंदगी में पहली दफ़ा ये हुआ है। और उमरनाथ यात्रा लगने वाले हैं, हमें उसकी भी बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद थी, टूरिस्ट की भी तो बहुत उम्मीद थी। उस बात को नहीं हम रो रहे हैं जिन लोगों की जान जा रही है, इन लोगों को रो रहे हैं कि ये क्या कैसे हो गए। इससे उन दरिंदों ने अगर हमारे ऊपर गोली चलाई होती तो वो हम बिल्कुल बर्दाश्त कर लेते, मगर हमारे मेहमानों के ऊपर ये मसला नहीं अटैक करना था।
Right. So, Zeenat, well, we were just getting in reaction of, I think, is Zeenat connected with me or not? Let me just know. But those were the reactions coming in. The zipline operator also has been brought to the NIA office. Zeenat, I'm told that you're back with us. Zeenat, well, we were just getting reactions from the NIA office. There are multiple people who are being questioned. That includes the zipline operator.
See, Rakshita, there are multiple videos now that are getting surfaced. Initially, there were one or two videos of that very incident, but now we are seeing as people have started taking sigh of relief and they have reached to their own places. Now we are seeing more and more videos, and this is definitely the exercise that is going on, will help the Jammu and Kashmir Police, State Investigating Department, NIA and all other agencies to get more and more clues. This one, the video we are talking about, the zipline operator, till yesterday he was not in a picture, but now you have the video of the operator, and the NIA is also investigating, because they are investigating with all the angles that have surfaced into video. Because on the one side we are seeing a tourist enjoying the zip line ride, but on the other side, if you go through and see with the myopic lens, that the incident was unfolding when the people were rushing for their life, and some of them were hit by the bullets, and that has also captured in the camera. And there are expectations but more videos will be surfaced, and that will help. Maybe in some of the video we get where you have the complete picture of the terrorists doing this barbaric act. So we need to wait and watch and see that how people will be posting on the social media about the incidents and whatever they have felt. So we expect more and videos would surface online as the day passes.
Thank you so much, Zina, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. And now we'll get more updates as far as the reaction of the zipline operator is concerned. Let's take a listen once again.
नज़ीर अहमद।
क्या नाम है आपका?
नज़ीर अहमद। नज़ीर
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए?
आंध्र पूछताछ के लिए।
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं। नज़ीर अहमद।
क्या नाम है आपका?
नज़ीर अहमद। नज़ीर।
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए?
आंध्र पूछताछ के लिए।
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं। नज़ीर अहमद।
क्या नाम है आपका?
नज़ीर अहमद। नज़ीर।
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए?
आंध्र पूछताछ के लिए।
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
And viewers, Rattle Pakistan is resorting to what it always does, unprovoked firing, ceasefire violations along the LOC, along in several parts. We've seen that how the Indian Army posts are being targeted by Pakistan. Well, Indian Army has retaliated with full effect. We'll get you more details in this report.
Pakistan has once again violated the ceasefire along the line of control. This time from the North Kashmir, it is the Jammu region. It is the Akhnur sector's Lalyali area where Pakistan has violated the ceasefire and has resorted to targeting the security forces here in the India. But India was all prepared for the Pakistani escalation, and now they have thwarted the attempt of Pakistan. Right now we are outside this area. Here you will see that this is the fence that you see ahead of which is the Indian Army post that was targeted by the Pakistan late last night, but Pakistan's attempt was repulsed by the security forces as they retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire, and now as we speak they are carrying out the intensified heightened searches in the forward area. This is the 8th ceasefire violation that has been reported in last 5 days, starting from the Kupwara Stangdhar, which has been a victim of the Pakistan ceasefire. But this fence, Pakistan and its terrorists wanted to breach. Their attempt has been foiled by the security forces, and now as we speak the massive searches are underway. Pakistan has violated ceasefire for the 5th consecutive day in the Kupwara Stangdhar. Today also the Baramulla's Uri was also targeted by the security forces, and now once again what we witnessed that the Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation in the Akhnur sector of Jammu. It is in the Lalyali area where Pakistan violated the ceasefire. Yesterday we saw the ceasefire violation taking place in the Poonch area. This shows that how desperate Pakistan is, that they do not want peace to prevail. India has made it amply clear to the Pakistan time and again that India wants peace to prevail on the ground, but Pakistan wants death and disruption on the LOC, and that's why they are resorting to such cheap tactics. Post Pahalgam attack and after, the Pakistan said that they will be ready and they are ready for any kind of action by the Indian side. What Pakistan did, that they have tried to destabilize the situation on the line of control, but the forces here are on the full swing.
So we'll get you more updates, viewers, what is happening along the LOC and the anti-terror operations that are underway, the search operations that are underway in several parts in Kashmir. But right now we're slipping to a short break, but also the latest update we are getting in as far as the latest intel report that we have exposing Pakistani Army's direct link with the Pahalgam terror attack. We'll be right back with more details. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Rekhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra, reporting from Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir. Viewers, where we will get you the latest updates we're getting in as far as the NIA investigation is concerned, the questioning is concerned, the crackdown on terror is concerned, and also the politics that is unfolding, unfortunately, in the country over this. We'll be right back with more, but first, the headlines. India bans the account of Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif for spreading disinformation and fake news and sponsoring terrorism in India. Day after video of tourist who filmed the attack video surfaces, NIA summons the zipline operator seen in the video. Pakistan resorts to ceasefire violation again along the line of control in North Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day. After issuing a gag order to its leaders not to write or post against the government on Pahalgam, the Congress once again attacks the government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post as fodder to attack India further. And Mark Carney's Liberals win the tight Canada elections, will form a minority government. And viewers, top sources tell us that the Pakistanis have now increased the speculative fire. They have increased the unprovoked firing, the speculative firing, and what we understand is that the ceasefire violation has been reported across the line of control since last night. And after the Pahalgam attack, a ceasefire violation was reported in Kashmir zone already. And after that, Pakistan have been targeting the posts in Jammu division. And ceasefire violations along the LOC, multiple incidents have been reported. Unprovoked small arms fire across the line of control for 3 consecutive nights. Tootmari Gully, Tutmari Gali, Rampur, Kupwara, Poonch, Baramulla and Akhnur sectors have been targeted, have been affected. And of course the Indian Army responding promptly and effectively in all instances. No casualties reported in the Indian side. On the Indian side, situation of course under control, and vigilance along the border continues. And that's how the Pakistanis are rattled, viewers. And Shravan Sen, a senior editor, joins us live on the broadcast from Republic TV's newsroom. Shravan, well, we see that Pakistan is resorting to what it always does. And right after the attack, we've seen ceasefire violations. We've seen the speculative firing, and it has just now increased since last night, especially.
Well, in fact, this is part of the agenda that the Pakistani army has, hoping that they will be able to preempt the move that has been made by the Indian army. What we are given to understand is that soon after the Pahalgam attack took place, their focus was largely the Kashmir division, which is basically the 15 core area, where they were basically targeting Indian posts. The retaliation did actually take place. In fact, we are given to understand the retaliation was hard, resulting in the Pakistani army to stop firing thereafter. Immediately thereafter, we are being told the second night they had shifted focus to south of Pir Panjal area, that is basically the Jammu division, where the Pakistani army once again started targeting the Indian post in the Jammu division. Now, interestingly, late last evening is when they opened fire across the LOC. We do not have much information about the specific locations, but all that I can confirm right now for our viewers, the areas that have been affected because of the speculative firing that was carried out. We are being told this has happened in Tutmari Gali, Rampur, Kupwara, Poonch, Baramulla and Akhnur sectors. Now, these are some of the sectors that we've been able to piece together where the ceasefire violation has actually taken place. So it's a clear indication of the fact for the Pakistanis that they do not care about the Shimla agreement. This entire ceasefire violation, in fact, under Asif Munir, General Asif Munir, has actually only increased. In fact, under General Bajwa, the number of ceasefire violations was not there. In fact, there was a ceasefire agreement between both the countries, which has only been violated by General Asif Munir. And there's been a constant firing that we are basically looking at from across the LOC. So this is basically increased, and this is nothing but speculative firing that has been carried out by the Pakistanis.
Absolutely, Shravan. In fact, what more details we have is that there has been unprovoked firing and there has been ceasefire violation that has been reported from the Kashmir zone as well. If you could just throw some light, shed some more light on this, as what we understand is that just after the attack, there has been a ceasefire violation being reported from the Kashmir zone. Shravan.
Well, in fact, just look at the pattern here, Rakshita. The pattern is like this. You have after the Pahalgam attack that actually took place, there were certain divisions that were moved by the Pakistani army. Now, the repositioning that the Pakistani army has essentially done is with the Pakistani Rangers. In fact, they have bolstered their position by increasing the number of Pakistani Rangers along the line of control, is what I'm given to understand by my sources within the military. Now, their first focus was to carry out, unprovoked firing in the Kashmir zone, which is the 15 core area, which is looked after by the Indian army. Thereafter, they shifted their focus to Jammu, is where the speculative firing basically increased. So there is heavy artillery firing that has essentially been done. And interestingly, in the last 24 to 48 hours, the artillery movement of the Pakistani army has also actually changed. If you look at the images that have been accessed by Republic TV, in fact, we will be able to put out those images. We put out that last evening at 7 o'clock in the evening, where we put out the details of the movement of the Pakistani army that is actually taking place along the line of control. In fact, there heavy artillery movement that is basically taking place along the line of control. So clearly, for the Pakistanis, they believe that indulging in speculative firing, they perhaps will be able to keep the Indian army, perhaps engaged and preempt the move that has been made by the Indian army. But perhaps, this is the foolhardiness of the Pakistani army, that they believe that the Indian army will basically let off by simply, focusing on the ceasefire violations that have taken place so far.
Absolutely, of course. The Pakistanis exposing their own movement. That's what we've been reporting so far. Thank you so much, Shawan, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, in fact, a very important part of the investigation is something that we will share you details about. Remember the zip line operator, that video of an individual, a tourist who was on the zip line, and that video got viral. We spoke to him yesterday, Mr. Rushi Bhatt, and there was a man behind him who said Allahu Akbar, and he said that right after when he said that, there was a firing, there was the terror attack. Now this man has been is being questioned by the NIA. The zipline operators have arrived at the NIA office for questioning. This is the latest update we have. We have in fact sound bites. We have reactions of those people who are being questioned on camera now. You can see what they're saying to us, to the media. Listen in.
नजीरा में
क्या नाम है आपका?
नजीरा में नजीरा
क्या बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
आंध्र पूछताछ के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
आतंकी हमला हुआ 22 अप्रैल को, तो आप उस समय कहाँ थे?
आड़ू में।
आड़ू में
जी सर।
आपको कैसे मालूम चला कि मतलब आतंकी हमला?
उधर किसी नहीं बोला, ड्राइवर ने टूरिस्ट को नहीं बोलना ऐसा हो गया उधर। हमने बोला पता नहीं क्या गैस मटी फुटा है, क्या हो गया। फिर टूरिस्ट को कोई महसूस हम नहीं दी, आराम से जब तक टूरिस्ट वापस आए।
अच्छा,
फिर बात चल गई।
भी देखे थे आप एक हफ्ते में, 1 महीने पहले, या फिर उस दिन कुछ संदिग्ध देखे थे आपने?
नहीं सर, वहाँ कुछ नहीं था, बिल्कुल ठीक था। हमारी किस्मत बात थी सब, कुछ नहीं देखा था।
उस दिन आपने क्या सुना, क्या देखा? आप मौजूद थे?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था उधर मौजूद। झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा, मैं नहीं था उधर मौजूद, मैं नीचे था।
आज पुलिस ने बुलाया है, आप बुलाते हैं तो क्या पूछताछ करते हैं?
बस ये बोलते हैं आपने देखे कुछ किस तरीके से क्या हुआ क्या नहीं। हमने बोला कि हम नीचे थे उस टाइम में, हम ऊपर नहीं थे, कुछ लोग थे ऊपर, तो जिनने इधर भी पुलिस के पास आए वो, तो उन्होंने बोला कि हम उस टाइम में उधर ही था, और बाकी हमें इसकी जानकारी दी।
उस दिन आपने क्या सुना, क्या देखा? आप मौजूद थे?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था उधर मौजूद। झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा, मैं नहीं था उधर मौजूद, मैं नीचे था।
आज पुलिस ने बुलाया है, आप बुलाते हैं तो क्या पूछताछ करते हैं?
बस ये बोलते हैं आपने देखे कुछ किस तरीके से क्या हुआ क्या नहीं। हमने बोला कि हम नीचे थे उस टाइम में, हम ऊपर नहीं थे, कुछ लोग थे ऊपर, तो जिनने इधर भी पुलिस के पास आए वो, तो उन्होंने बोला कि हम उस टाइम में उधर ही था, और बाकी हमें इसकी जानकारी दी।
नहीं, पूछताछ के नहीं, हमें कुछ वेरिफिकेशन बनाना है। ये पांचा हमारा इसके साथ है, हम वेरिफिकेशन
बुलाते रहते हैं पूछताछ के लिए?
नहीं, कभी वेरिफिकेशन करते ही रहते हैं। कभी कभी कार्ड भी बनाया हमने, परमिशन जो ढोका होता है फौज का, वो भी बनाया है।
आपको अंदर पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया था?
हाँ।
क्या कुछ पूछा?
अभी कुछ नहीं पूछा सर।
अंदर आए फिर बाहर जा रहे हैं?
उसने बोला 2 मिनट रुको सर। 2 मिनट रुको सर।
2 मिनट, फिर आप अंदर जाएंगे पूछताछ के लिए? किस लिए बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
काम था अपना ही।
My colleague Zeenat joins us live in the broadcast for more. Zeenat, well, this is a very important part of the investigation. The eyewitnesses, of course, have been called into question since quite some time. But now this video that got viral of the zip liner and the operator that was visible there, now multiple of them are under scanner.
Rakshita, multiple people are under scanner. Meanwhile, I'll take you here to this Badamwari. This is the people or the tourists who want to see the blossoms, the almond blossom this garden is known for. But after the Pahalgam incident, this place is locked, as the Jammu and Kashmir government has almost closed some 48 destinations like this that have been shut for tourists. The action comes after the horrific attack on the tourists in Baisaran that left some 26 people dead. We are seeing that Kashmir is witnessing a drop in tourists after the Pahalgam attack. The number of arrival at Srinagar airport also witnessed a steep decline. The destinations like these are looking deserted. There is nobody around. In fact, the counters are closed. Even not the gardeners have visited. The destinations have been, some of the destinations which have not been locked, they are provided with the proper security, and some of the destinations have been closed temporarily. These are some of the destinations that have been closed temporarily for the tourists because of what happened in Baisaran on 22nd of April. In fact, on Monday we also witnessed the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly passed an anonymous resolution condemning the Pahalgam terror attack. This is one of the deadliest terror attack in the Kashmir Valley, and after the attack we are now seeing that the decline in the tourism, the arrival of the tourists have gone down drastically, and now seeing the situation on the ground, the security forces, the Jammu and Kashmir administration have shut temporarily all these destinations. This is the downtown of Srinagar, where from I am reporting, one of the famous tourist spot. This is Badamwari. Badam in English is almond, and it is a garden which is known for the almond trees. People come here to take pictures, to be. It is one of the largest gardens in the downtown of Srinagar, where you see the almond blossoms, and people in lakhs have visited this garden recently. But today this place is locked. A big lock tells the tale of this garden, that from where we are reporting, the garden has been locked. People are not allowed to go inside. The counters, the ticket counters are shut. Even the gardeners are not inside. The place looks absolutely deserted. This is the fall of Pahalgam terror attack that witnessed that in this incident some 26 tourists lost their life. And now, apart from shutting the gardens temporarily, we're also seeing the action on OGW. Many of them have been visiting the police stations and investigating agencies. The video of those who have been surfaced with the tourists on that very day, those people are also being questioned. This is the tale of Kashmir which is unfolding every day. There is something new, some new development. Also, this talks about the security scenario in the Kashmir Valley. When in the peak season of April, you are locking the tourist destinations, that obviously that the security forces are looking into some of the cases, linking and investigating some of the places. So they don't want to take risks of the tourists at present, although the decline is gone drastic. Number of tourists have declined drastically in Gulmarg. On Sunday, the 15% only tourists were there, when the Gulmarg used to be flooded with tourists, and this garden would witness tourists in lakhs every day. But today this garden is locked. This place is locked. You don't see anybody around, not even the gardeners. This place itself is crying, depicting what has happened in Pahalgam. With the result, many of the vendors have lost their livelihood. This attack has left many people. It has hit the economies. Many of them are not able to generate any livelihood. Many of them have got into the tourism related activity because of the thriving tourist number that the valley witnessed for the last couple of years. But because of this Pahalgam terror attack, everything has changed in Kashmir. We see a very minimal traffic on the ground. We don't see the much outsiders or the tourists now. Even the laborer force that is usually in Kashmir, they're almost invisible on the roads.
Yes, Zinat, of course, we do hope that the nefarious plot and the nefarious design of the terrorists there does not really come true, and that tourism should be reviving in the valley very soon. India is showing solidarity. India, of course, the tourists do understand that it's their own country, and they will come back in more numbers once the situation improves. Thanks so much, Zina, for joining us with that report. And now, viewers, in fact, Zina, just stay on with us because we have some more breaking news. Now, the breaking news is, viewers, that the social media accounts of the Pakistani journalists who were spreading false propaganda, and they've been affiliated to the ISI and the ISPR, the DG ISPR, they have now been suspended. India continues its crackdown, not just on the on ground zero, not just on field, but also the information that is being spread, the misinformation rather, that has been spread. Earlier we saw actually 16 YouTube channels were already suspended. Now social media accounts of these Pakistani journalists who have been affiliated with the Pakistani ISPR and the ISI have been banned by the Indian government for spreading fake news and propaganda on India's Jammu and Kashmir, and that has been going on, viewers. We've seen multiple clips that are now being used from Jammu and Kashmir, also targeting the media, of course, also targeting the Indian government, targeting media, and in fact they have been spreading venom against India day in and day out, and the Indian government taking a step in the right direction. Good.
बंधुओं को नमस्कार। ये प्रेस वार्ता बहुत जिम्मेदारी से, लेकिन बहुत भारी मन से यहां पे हम लोग कर रहे हैं, और हम सब जानते हैं पहलगांव में आतंकी हमला होता है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बड़ी स्पष्टता से कहते हैं आतंकियों को नेस्त नाबूद कर दिया जाएगा, और जो उनके आका हैं आतंकी मुल्क, उनको ऐसा सबक सिखाया जाएगा कि वो जीवन भर याद रखेंगे। और जो पूरा ध्यान है, जो पूरी शक्ति है भारत की, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, हमारी वीर सेना की ताकत और 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की शक्ति, दुआएं, प्रार्थना, आज एक मकसद से, एक लक्ष्य से कार्य कर रहे हैं। लेकिन एक ऐसा कहने को भारतीय राजनीतिक दल भी है, जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, जो हमारे बीच में रहता है, लेकिन अगर उसे लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस कहा जाए तो गलत नहीं होगा। और बड़े भारी मन से मैं कहता हूं, यह तस्वीर जो है, यह कांग्रेस के वेरीफाइड एक्स हैंडल से की जाती है, और इस तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है, चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं। आप देखिए इस तस्वीर में क्या प्रतिबिंबित है। यह शरीर है, सर नहीं है। सर तन से जुदा आज लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस की विचारधारा, आधारशिला, उनका चरित्र बन गई है। पहली बात। दूसरी बात, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जो चट्टान हैं, ये चट्टान है सुरक्षा की, भारत के लिए, हर नागरिक के लिए, उस चट्टान को तोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कांग्रेसी आज। और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं, जिस लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस में पत्ता नहीं हिलता है बिना राहुल गांधी की सहमति के, राहुल गांधी के कहने पे ऐसे पोस्ट किए जाते हैं जो पूरे देश को शर्मसार तो करते ही हैं, लेकिन पीड़ा देते हैं। ये लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस का प्रयास है कि इस अहम समय में किस तरह से भारत को कमजोर किया जाए और कांग्रेस के टावर से सिग्नल दिया जाए पाकिस्तान को। जैसे मणिशंकर अय्यर गए थे पाकिस्तान, तो कहा था मोदी जी को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान और कांग्रेस को एक हो जाना चाहिए। वो सिग्नल दिए जा रहे हैं, वाहवाही लूटी जा रही है पाकिस्तान में। बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं आपको दिखाता हूं, चौधरी फवाद हुसैन मंत्री रहे हैं पाकिस्तान। ये कांग्रेस का एक्स का हैंडल जो है उसको टैग करके लिखते हैं आपत्तिजनक शब्द हमारे देश के लिए, भारत के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए। सर तन से जुदा उनकी विचारधारा भी है और कांग्रेस पार्टी की विचारधारा भी है। वाहवाही लूटी जा रही है पाकिस्तान में राहुल गांधी द्वारा। और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, एक तरफ देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश की वीर सेना 140 करोड़ भारतीय एक संकल्प लिए हैं। संकल्प है उस शक्ति को मिट्टी में मिला देंगे जिसने भारत की तरफ बुरी नजरों से देखा। तो दूसरी तरफ एक और शक्ति है, यह आतंकी शक्ति, राक्षसी शक्ति। पाकिस्तान की सोच, आतंकियों की सोच और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच, यह एक तरफ है। देखिए, मैं आपको क्यों कहता हूं कि यह सिग्नल है, सिग्नल उधर से आता है, टावर कांग्रेस का पकड़ता है और यहां से सिग्नल भेजा जाता है। यह एक तस्वीर है। पूरे विश्व में दो बातें अहम हैं इस वक्त। पहली, पूरा विश्व भारत के साथ खड़ा है, पाकिस्तान को लताड़ा जा रहा है। और पूरे विश्व में जो भारतीय मूल के निवासी हैं, ये जहां जहां पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी और हाई कमीशन है वहां पे प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। ये लंदन की तस्वीर है। हमारे भाई, हमारी बहनें पाकिस्तान हाई कमीशन के बाहर प्रदर्शन करते हैं। पाकिस्तान हाई कमीशन की बालकनी से उनका अधिकारी निकलता है, वो भारतीयों की तरफ नफरत की नजर से देखते हुए एक इशारा करता है। वो इशारा करता है ऐसे, सर तन से जुदा भारतीयों का करेंगे। ये दो कौड़ी की जिनकी हैसियत नहीं है। लेकिन यह सिग्नल कहां पकड़ा जाना था? यह सिग्नल पकड़ा जाना था कांग्रेस के हेडक्वार्टर में, राहुल गांधी के एंटेना में। पकड़ लिया। नतीजा होता है, जो पाकिस्तान का इरादा है, मकसद है, वो कभी पूरा नहीं होगा। लेकिन उसी तरह की एक तस्वीर यहां पे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए की जाती है। तो क्या यह कहना गलत है? कांग्रेस कह रही है, पाकिस्तान हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं, तुम चिंता ना करो, और एक मजबूत संदेश देने का प्रयास करती है। और ये जो सर तन से जुदा की सोच है, जिससे आज कांग्रेस पार्टी अपना बना के प्रतिबिंबित कर रही है। देखिए, इसी तरह की सोच जो आतंकी संगठन है गजवा अल हिंद, ये एक सपना है। गजवा अल हिंद, ये मूर्ति भगवान की है, हमारे आराध्य की है। ऊपर आप देख सकते हैं कि सर नहीं दिखाई दे रहा। तो मैंने आपको दिखाया पाकिस्तान हाई कमिश्नर के यहां से इशारा, गजवा अल हिंद, हमारे इष्ट, हमारे आराध्य, उनका सर नहीं है इस मूर्ति में। और कांग्रेस पार्टी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए इस तरह की पिक्चर पोस्ट करती है। तो क्या यह पूछा नहीं जाएगा, यह कैसा शौक है कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी आपका, कि पाकिस्तान की वाहवाही लूटने के लिए देश से गद्दारी करेंगे, देश के खिलाफ आप पोस्ट करेंगे। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात हो रही है ना, हम समझ सकते हैं आप उनसे नफरत करते हैं। लेकिन जब हमारा सारा ध्यान, हमारी सारी शक्ति केंद्रित है कि हम आतंकियों को, आतंकी मुल्क को सबक सिखाएंगे, तो राहुल गांधी ऐसा पोस्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी के वेरीफाइड हैंडल से कैसे आता है? ये सब जानते हैं कि राहुल गांधी मोदी जी से नफरत करते करते इतने अंधे हो गए हैं कि उनको दिखाई नहीं दे रहा कि कांग्रेस के एक्स हैंडल से किस तरह का पोस्ट भारत विरोधी, प्रधानमंत्री विरोधी और देश विरोधी एक पोस्ट आ जाता है। इसके साथ ही इसी कड़ी में एक दो पहलू और रखना चाहता हूं। 22 अप्रैल को यह आतंकी हमला हुआ। गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी तुरंत जहां यह हमला हुआ था वहां गए, परिवारजनों से मिले, एक मजबूत संदेश दिया कि हर भारतीय, सरकार, हमारी सेना कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर उन पीड़ित परिवारों के साथ खड़ी है जिन्होंने अपना परिजन खोया है। उसी दिन से यह कांग्रेस पार्टी को रास नहीं आया और देखिए किस तरह से शुरुआत करी रॉबर्ट वाड्रा ने। उन्होंने कहा कि क्योंकि यह सरकार हिंदुत्व को बढ़ावा देती है इसलिए यह आतंकी हमला हुआ और देश के मुसलमान अपने आप को कमजोर महसूस कर रहे हैं। मतलब पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट, आतंकियों को क्लीन चिट। और इस बयान का खंडन ना सोनिया गांधी जी ने ना राहुल गांधी जी ने अभी तक किया है। फिर एक स्पष्ट नीति है हमारी, अगर हमारे देश की तरफ कोई बुरी नजरों से देखेगा तो हम ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे। हम दिखा देंगे कि हम पहले प्रहार नहीं करते, लेकिन जब प्रहार करते हैं तो हमारा दुश्मन इस लायक नहीं रहता कि वो खड़ा रह सके, जीवित रह सके। सिद्धारमैया जी मुख्यमंत्री हैं कर्नाटका के। संविधान देखें तो जो डिफेंस है, भारत की सुरक्षा है, ये केंद्र का एक विषय है। प्रदेश की सरकारों का इसमें कोई दखल नहीं होना चाहिए, समर्थन करना चाहिए। यही कुशल नीति है, यही एक परिपक्व पार्टी और नेता की पहचान है। लेकिन सिद्धारमैया जी ने कहा पाकिस्तान के साथ युद्ध नहीं करना चाहिए। आज तक इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तक करने तक कोई खंडन कांग्रेस के इसी वेरीफाइड एक्स हैंडल पे नहीं आया है। राहुल गांधी जी ने चुप्पी साधी है। खड़गे जी रिमोट कंट्रोल वाले अध्यक्ष, मुंह में दही जमी हुई है। इसके बाद चंद्र कुमार हिमाचल सरकार में मंत्री हैं, वो कहते हैं पूरा विश्व हमारे ऊपर थूक रहा है, मतलब भारत के ऊपर नहीं। हर भारतीय आज कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी पे थूक रहा है, थू कर रहा है। एक कठिन परिस्थिति में आप देश के साथ नहीं खड़े होके देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए अपशब्द कहेंगे, ये कामना करेंगे कि सर तन से जुदा हो जाए, तो यह बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। और इसके साथ ही जो कांग्रेस पार्टी की इकाई है जम्मू कश्मीर की, उनके लीडर, उनके अध्यक्ष तारिक अहमद कर्रा ऐसी संवेदनशील परिस्थितियों में भी कहते हैं कि पाकिस्तान से बातचीत करनी चाहिए। क्या यह राहुल गांधी के कहने पे नहीं हुआ होगा? ये तमाम जो नेता हैं, आरबी तिम्मापुर, पाकिस्तान के साथ युद्ध नहीं करना चाहिए। विजय वडेट्टीवार, आतंकियों के पास धर्म पूछने का समय नहीं होता है। यह एक फौज जो है, लश्कर कांग्रेस पाकिस्तान ने भारत को कमजोर करने के लिए छोड़ दी है, सरकार पर, सेना पे। और अब स्पष्ट हो गया है कि इनकी असली जहरीली सोच क्या है। मैं एक बात स्पष्ट करके बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से हम दोनों की तरफ से कहना चाहूंगा, यह पाकिस्तान और कांग्रेस की जो जुगलबंदी है, कांग्रेस को लगता है कि वो भारत को सरकार को कमजोर कर सकते हैं और हमारी सेना का मनोबल तोड़ सकते हैं। हमारी सेना का मनोबल हिमालय से भी ऊंचा है। हमारी जो सरकार है, हमारा जो भारत देश है, इसका मनोबल चट्टान की तरह मजबूत है और किसी में इतना दम नहीं है कि वो देश का मनोबल इस समय तोड़ना तो दूर की बात है, कमजोर भी कर सके। ये जो बयान है ये जहरीले बयान है। और मुझे याद आता है कि यही राहुल गांधी कह रहे थे, नफरत के बाजार में मोहब्बत की दुकान खोलने आया हूं। अब पता चला है कि ये जो दुकान खुल रही है, ये जो मॉल बन रहा है, ये पाकिस्तान के लिए बन रहा है। ये सारे बयान जो आए हैं, ये सारे बयान केवल एक तरफ इशारा करते हैं कि भारत को कमजोर करो और पाकिस्तान को सिग्नल दो कि हम तुम्हारे साथ खड़े हैं, और चाहे इनके मंसूबे कुछ भी हों। This is not an innocent post by the Congress party. This is not an innocent post. It is a sinister design, a poisonous design, trying to weaken the integrity of our nation, Bharat. They are trying to target the Prime Minister of the country and giving signals to Pakistan that in this dastardly terrorist attack, the Congress party stands with Pakistan and not with their own nation, Bharat, India. This is the most unfortunate part. Thank you. देखिए, एक बात बहुत जिम्मेदारी से कह दूं, ये श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का चरित्र है। हमारी प्राथमिकता सबसे पहले, हमारी सारी ऊर्जा, सारी शक्ति एक तरफ केंद्रित है। अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है आतंकियों को नेस्त नाबूद करेंगे और जो उनके आका है उनको मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, हमारी सारी ऊर्जा, सारी सोच, सारी शक्ति, भारत की सारी प्रार्थना इस एक मकसद के लिए है। एंड विद और विदाउट द सपोर्ट ऑफ कांग्रेस पार्टी विच हैज हार्ट बीटिंग फॉर पाकिस्तान, आवर कंट्री विल अचीव दिस गोल। और दूसरी जो बात मैं कहूंगा, सबसे करारा जवाब तो भारत की जनता आज लश्कर पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस को दे रही है। आप कहीं चले जाइए, हर गली में, हर शहर में, हर प्रदेश में आज कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी पे थू-थू हो रही है। जिस व्यक्ति को यह नहीं पता है कि देश को किस चीज की आवश्यकता है, समर्थन चुप रह के भी हो सकता है। आप मत मदद करिए देश की, सेना की, प्रधानमंत्री जी की। चुप तो आप रह सकते हैं, लेकिन राहुल गांधी ने जो रास्ता लिया है वो उनके विनाश का रास्ता है और भारत की जनता उन्हें जवाब देगी। देखिए, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी इसलिए बदनाम हुए थे, नाम नहीं हुआ था, बदनाम हुए थे। जब पुलवामा का हमला हुआ था तो आधे घंटे में राहुल गांधी ने कहा था सुरजेवाला जाओ और कहो ये होम ग्रोन टेररिज्म है, ये देश के अंदर का आतंकवाद है। पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट तब भी दी थी, और उसके 10 दिन बाद बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक हुई थी, घुस के ठोका था पाकिस्तान को। और यही सुरजेवाला और कांग्रेस पार्टी तब पूछती थी 56 इंच की छाती कहां है। तो ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के राहुल गांधी हो या रणदीप सुरजेवाला हो, आज ये फिदाई हैं, ये पाकिस्तान की मोहब्बत में शिद्दत से अपनी जान की कुर्बानी देने के लिए भी तैयार है, और इनके किसी बयान का उत्तर देने का कोई औचित्य ही नहीं बनता है। देखिए, एक बात बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कह दूं, जो फैसला देश के हित में होगा, सही समय पे सही निर्णय लिया जाएगा। देखिए, आज जो चिंताजनक है और बड़ा मुद्दा है वो ये है कि जब भारत को एकजुटता की आवश्यकता है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी क्यों इस तरह के विषैले बयान देकर पाकिस्तान को ये सिग्नल दे रही है कि भारत में भी आपके समर्थक हैं। और तभी मैंने कहा, और मैं दोहराऊंगा, वाहवाही लूटी होती भारत में तो अच्छा लगता। आज कांग्रेस के ट्विटर हैंडल को, एक्स हैंडल को पाकिस्तानी नेता टैग करके भारत का और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का मजाक और उपहास उड़ाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। क्या यह चिंताजनक नहीं है? बेहद ही गंभीर और चिंताजनक है। मैंने आपको बताया हमारी प्राथमिकता क्या है। हर पार्टी, हर नेता के लिए एक समय आता है, विनाश होने से पहले, कांग्रेस पार्टी का विनाश भी ऐसा लगता है बहुत निकट आ गया है, जब आत्मचिंतन की जरूरत होती है। आज देश से उन्हें माफी मांगनी चाहिए, बिल्कुल सही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए अब शब्द कहे माफी मांगनी चाहिए, सही है। लेकिन आत्मचिंतन की आवश्यकता है। क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी का विनाश भी आज पास है? क्या राहुल गांधी जी की मत मारी गई है कि वो नहीं समझ पा रहे कि वो मोदी जी का विरोध करते करते आज भारत का विरोध करने लगे हैं और पाकिस्तान के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के खड़े हैं? ये चिंताजनक है।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Breaking news coming in right now, viewers. The top sources suggest that there's a ceasefire violation by Pakistan, and according to sources, welcome back, viewers. We are getting in breaking news. The NIA, of course, is continuing with its investigation. Now the zipline operators have also been questioned by the NIA. The zipline operators in Pahalgam, multiple zipline operators in Pahalgam are being questioned by the agencies. As we saw that there was a video in the latest, in fact, there was a video that got viral where a tourist was on the zipline and he was recording himself, and we got to know that this is from the time of the attack. We spoke to him as well, and now the zipline operator who was standing behind him and others were also under scanner, They are being questioned, and we'll try and get you more updates. They are at the NIA office for questioning. Take a listen to what they themselves had to say.
नजीरा में।
क्या नाम है आपका?
नजीरा में। नजीरा
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए?
आंध्र पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए।
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
आतंकी हमला हुआ 22 अप्रैल को, तो आप उस समय कहाँ थे?
आड़ू में।
आड़ू में?
जी सर।
आपको कैसे मालूम चला कि मतलब आतंकी हमला?
उधर किसी नहीं बोला, ड्राइवर ने टूरिस्ट को नहीं बोलना, ऐसा हो गया उधर। हमने बोला पता नहीं क्या गैस मटी फुटा है, क्या हो गया। फिर टूरिस्ट को कोई महसूस हम नहीं दी, आराम से जब तक टूरिस्ट वापस आए।
अच्छा,
फिर बात चल गई।
भी देखे थे आप एक हफ्ते।
भैया क्या करते हैं आप? क्या करते हैं आप? ये भैया क्या करते हो आप? तो ये जो कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ के, भैया कहाँ से आए आप?
सर ये गाँव से आए हैं, हमें यहाँ हाजिर होना है।
इसके लिए बुलाया आपको?
यस सर।
अच्छा, क्या करते हैं आप?
सर हम भी वहाँ लोग ये मजदूरी करते हैं सर वहाँ पे।
अच्छा,
यस
सर। NIA की तरफ से बुलाया? पुलिस ने बोला? क्या बोला आपको?
पुलिस ने हमारे जो प्रेसिडेंट साहब है, उन्होंने हमको मैसेज किए यहाँ बुलाते हैं, तो हम इसलिए यहाँ आए सर।
अच्छा, तो आप उस दिन कहाँ पर थे?
यस सर।
तो ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर इस वक्त जो है वो बुलाए गए हैं, जो पूछताछ के लिए इस वक्त। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस वक्त जो पूरा जो एक्शन है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त लिया जा रहा है, और पूछताछ जो है वो इनसे इस वक्त यहाँ पर की जा रही है। उनसे सवाल जो है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि चाहे जिप लाइन वाला हो, चाहे लोकल वर्कर्स हो, उनसे भी पूछताछ लगातार जारी है। भैया क्या करते हैं आप? क्या करते हैं आप? ये भैया क्या करते हो आप? तो ये जो कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ के, भैया कहाँ से आए आप?
सर ये गाँव से आए हैं, हमें यहाँ हाजिर होना है।
इसके लिए बुलाया आपको?
यस सर।
अच्छा, क्या करते हैं आप?
सर हम भी वहाँ लोग ये मजदूरी करते हैं सर वहाँ पे।
अच्छा,
यस
NIA की तरफ से बुलाया? पुलिस ने बोला? क्या बोला आपको?
पुलिस ने हमारे जो प्रेसिडेंट साहब है, उन्होंने हमको मैसेज किए यहाँ बुलाते हैं, तो हम इसलिए यहाँ आए सर।
अच्छा, तो आप उस दिन कहाँ पर थे?
यस सर।
तो ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर इस वक्त जो है वो बुलाए गए हैं, जो पूछताछ के लिए इस वक्त। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस वक्त जो पूरा जो एक्शन है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त लिया जा रहा है, और पूछताछ जो है वो इनसे इस वक्त यहाँ पर की जा रही है। उनसे सवाल जो है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि चाहे जिप लाइन वाला हो, चाहे लोकल वर्कर्स हो, उनसे भी पूछताछ लगातार जारी है। भैया क्या करते हैं आप? क्या करते हैं आप? ये भैया क्या करते हो आप? तो ये जो कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ के, भैया कहाँ से आए आप?
सर ये गाँव से आए हैं, हमें यहाँ हाजिर होना है।
इसके लिए बुलाया आपको?
यस सर।
अच्छा, क्या करते हैं आप?
सर हम भी वहाँ लोग ये मजदूरी करते हैं सर वहाँ पे।
अच्छा,
यस
NIA की तरफ से बुलाया? पुलिस ने बोला? क्या बोला आपको?
पुलिस ने हमारे जो प्रेसिडेंट साहब है, उन्होंने हमको मैसेज किए यहाँ बुलाते हैं, तो हम इसलिए यहाँ आए सर।
अच्छा, तो आप उस दिन कहाँ पर थे?
यस सर।
तो ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर इस वक्त जो है वो बुलाए गए हैं, जो पूछताछ के लिए इस वक्त। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस वक्त जो पूरा जो एक्शन है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त लिया जा रहा है, और पूछताछ जो है वो इनसे इस वक्त यहाँ पर की जा रही है। उनसे सवाल जो है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि चाहे जिप लाइन वाला हो, चाहे लोकल वर्कर्स हो, उनसे भी पूछताछ लगातार जारी है।
And Zina joins us live in the broadcast. Zina, well, we see that multiple zipline operators are being questioned, all those who were there in Pahalgam.
का प्रवक्ता बयान दे रहा है। ये पता लगाने में ही कठिनाई हो जा रही है। आपने कल समाजवादी पार्टी के एक पदाधिकारी का मुंबई में दिया गया बयान देखा होगा। इससे पहले कानपुर का एक नौजवान अपने परिवार के साथ गया था पहलगाम, स्वर्गीय शुभम द्विवेदी की निर्मम हत्या कर दी गई। जब पत्रकारों ने समाजवादी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष से पूछा कि आप समाजवादी पार्टी आप वहां क्यों नहीं गए, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी पार्टी का थोड़े था। कितना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और शर्मनाक बयान है। बहनों और भाइयों, देश की संवेदना होनी चाहिए अपने नागरिकों पर। पूरा देश पार्टी लाइन से ऊपर उठ करके एक साथ इस घटना की निंदा कर रहा है और समाजवादी पार्टी के लोग इस प्रकार का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बयान देते हैं, इस प्रकार का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बयान देते हैं। पहलगाम की घटना में उनका एक राष्ट्रीय महासचिव बयान देता है, कहता हिंदू ने हिंदू को मारा है, यानी पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट देने की कुत्सित चेष्टा। उनका एक सांसद उससे भी घटिया स्तर का बयान देता है। बहनों और भाइयों, जब भी जातिवाद की राजनीति होगी, जब भी विभाजनकारी राजनीति होगी, तो तुष्टीकरण की पराकाष्ठा को पार करते हुए आपकी सुरक्षा के साथ ऐसे ही खिलवाड़ करने का कुत्सित प्रयास करेंगे जैसे वर्तमान में कुछ कांग्रेस के नेता और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता कर रहे हैं। हमें एक स्वर से निंदा करनी चाहिए। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ देश की लड़ाई प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 144 करोड़ के भारत को एक स्वर से लड़ना चाहिए। एक स्वर से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आतंकवाद का नेस्तनाबूद करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। इस संकल्प के साथ अगर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो जैसे 10 वर्ष में आपने देश से आतंकवाद को, नक्सलवाद को, उग्रवाद को समाप्त होते हुए देखा होगा, ऐसे ही जो थोड़े तत्व अब सिर उठाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, इनके भी जहन्नुम में जाने के दिन बहुत शीघ्र सामने दिखाई देंगे। और इसीलिए बहनों और भाइयों, आज हम सब आपके बीच इसी बात को लेकर के आए हैं। आखिर देश के बारे में कुछ तो दायित्व होने चाहिए, एक तो सीमा होनी चाहिए। सार्वजनिक जीवन में एक लक्ष्मण रेखा तो होनी चाहिए। जब राजनीतिक पूर्वाग्रहों से ऊपर उठ करके हम देश के बारे में सोचें, समाज के बारे में सोचें, जनता जनार्दन के बारे में सोचें, लेकिन उस संकुचित सोच के साथ कार्य करने वाले लोगों से उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। उनसे ये उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। उनके समय में विकास नहीं हुआ। बहनों और भाइयों, अगर देवरिया की चीनी मिल का मामला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में नहीं होता तो शुगर कॉम्प्लेक्स का पैसा अब तक हम लोग यहां पे उपलब्ध करा दिए होते। हमने पैसा सुरक्षित करके रखा हुआ है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय में मामला लगा होने के नाते इस मामले में हमारे हाथ बंधे हुए हैं, लेकिन पैरवी हमारे स्तर पर लगातार जारी है। ये मामलों का निस्तारण होता है देवरिया जनपद में भी। यह कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। यहां के किसानों की आमदनी बढ़नी चाहिए। पिछले 10-11 वर्ष में जो परिवर्तन आया है, आज अन्नदाता किसान यूपी के अंदर और देश के अंदर आत्महत्या नहीं करता है। आज भूख से मौत नहीं होती है।
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Now, viewers, India has vowed revenge, and the country is united. There are slogans against Pakistan and the demand for justice reverberating all across. And now Pakistan is so rattled that it continues with its unprovoked firing along the LOC. Here's more.
Pakistan has once again violated the ceasefire along the line of control. This time from the North Kashmir, it is the Jammu region. It is the Akhnur sector's Lalyali area where Pakistan has violated the ceasefire and has resorted to targeting the security forces here in the India. But India was all prepared for the Pakistani escalation, and now they have thwarted the attempt of Pakistan. Right now we are outside this area. Here you will see that this is the fence that you see ahead of which is the Indian Army post that was targeted by the Pakistan late last night. But Pakistan's attempt was repulsed by the security forces as they retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire, and now as we speak they are carrying out the intensified heightened searches in the forward area. This is the 8th ceasefire violation that has been reported in last 5 days, starting from the Kupwara Stangdhar, which has been a victim of the Pakistan ceasefire. But this fence, Pakistan and its terrorists wanted to breach. Their attempt has been foiled by the security forces, and now as we speak the massive searches are underway. Pakistan has violated ceasefire for the 5th consecutive day in the Kupwara Stangdhar. Today also the Baramulla's Uri was also targeted by the security forces, and now once again what we witnessed that the Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation in the Akhnur sector of Jammu. It is in the Lalyali area where Pakistan violated the ceasefire. Yesterday we saw the ceasefire violation taking place in the Poonch area. This shows that how desperate Pakistan is, that they do not want peace to prevail. India has made it amply clear to the Pakistan time and again that India wants peace to prevail on the ground, but Pakistan wants death and disruption on the LOC, and that's why they are resorting to such cheap tactics. Post Pahalgam attack, and after the Pakistan said that they will be ready and they are ready for any kind of action by the Indian side, what Pakistan did, that they have tried to destabilize the situation on the line of control, but the forces here are on the full swing.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
While India threats Pakistan at the United Nations, India vows revenge and our forces are on ground zero fighting terror. The Congress party continues to play into the hands of the Pakistanis, and now BJP has held a press conference and taken down Congress party, calling it Lashkar-e-Congress Pakistan. We'll get you more on that, but first the headlines this hour. Search operations underway across Jammu and Kashmir. The BSF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are on high alert. Pakistani army direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir established. Terrorist involved in the Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistan para-commando. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along line of control in North Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day. After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. The BJP hits back, says the Congress's separatist mindset exposed.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India threats Pakistan at the United Nations over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Now, viewers, the NIA is investigating the Pahalgam terror attack, and the latest, as per our sources, what we have is that the zipline operator who chanted Allahu Akbar right before that dastardly attack, he was visible and audible in that video of the tourist who was ziplining that time. Now, he is being investigated, he is being questioned. Zeenat, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast from Srinagar. Well, Zeenat, it was very important to understand what really had happened, because this man in the video had chanted Allahu Akbar. Even Rushi Bhatt, who had shot that video, the tourist who was ziplining there, he could not ascertain, but he did say that right after he said Allahu Akbar, he turned his face, and what followed was pure carnage. And now he's being investigated at the NIA office.
See, NIA have picked up many people, have called many people for questioning, because it is the NIA who has taken over the case of Baisaran attack. And now we see that it is not only the zipline operator, there are multiple poniwalas, the transporters, even those who were selling the food packets, those who had installed that stall there. Everybody is being questioned. It is only to get the leads as far as the investigation of the case is concerned. It has nothing to do with that he chanted Allahu Akbar as we are picking. It's only that the NIA is investigating the case, and the tourist who were on that zip line enjoying his ride, even he has been telling that he could not hear even the gunshots till the scenes were unfolding. He was enjoying his ride, and what was happening, the terrorists have fired upon the tourists who were present in their Baisaran bowl indiscriminately. With the result, the 26 people lost their life. There are many godewalas who are being questioned. They have been asked about their movement, where they were at that time, were they part of the evacuation, how many tourists they evacuated, what was the condition of those who were the injured one, any version that was shared by those injured ones with the poniwalas, the scenes that unfolded, everything, whatever these poniwalas, this zipline operator and other people, whatever they are also narrating or spilling the beans before the investigating agency, everything is getting recorded.
Yes, in fact, as we were telling our viewers, whatever the tourist has told us, that is what we have quoted. Of course, we don't claim whatever has been shown and said. But we have my colleague Sumit also, who is in Pahalgam, and Sumit has in fact spoken. He has confronted the man who has been questioned by the NIA. Listen in.
भैया क्या करते हैं आप? क्या करते हैं आप? ये भैया क्या करते हो आप? तो ये जो कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ के, भैया कहाँ से आए आप?
सर ये हमें यहाँ हाजिर होना है।
इसके लिए बुलाया आपको?
यस सर। अच्छा,
क्या करते हैं आप?
सर हम भी वहाँ लोकल ये मजदूरी करते हैं सर वहाँ पे।
अच्छा, NIA की तरफ से बुलाया? पुलिस ने बोला, क्या बोला आपको?
पुलिस ने हमारे जो प्रेसिडेंट साहब है, उन्होंने हमको मैसेज किए यहाँ बुलाते हैं, तो हम इसलिए यहाँ आए सर।
अच्छा, तो आप उस दिन कहाँ पर थे?
यस सर।
तो ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर इस वक्त जो है वो बुलाए गए हैं, जो पूछताछ के लिए इस वक्त, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस वक्त जो पूरा जो एक्शन है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त लिया जा रहा है, और पूछताछ जो है वो इनसे इस वक्त यहाँ पर की जा रही है। उनसे सवाल जो है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि चाहे जिप लाइन वाला हो, चाहे लोकल वर्कर्स हो, उनसे भी पूछताछ लगातार जारी है।
And we have some more updates coming in right now, viewers. What we know is that there has been a constant firing, unprovoked firing from the Pakistani side along the line of control. And there has been a speculative firing since, of course, since the Pahalgam terror attack. We've seen speculative firing continuing and, of course, increasing for the past 3 days. Last night also, constant ceasefire violation, or rather I would say speculative firing was being reported. And according to top sources, Pakistan opened fire along the LOC last night. Shavan Sen, senior editor, joins us live on the broadcast for more. Shavan, tell us more about this unprovoked firing that continues for a 5th consecutive day. What are the Pakistanis trying to achieve? Shavan, if you can hear me, there has been unprovoked firing and speculative firing, to be more specific, from the Pakistanis. What more are you picking up, and what are the Pakistanis trying to achieve with that?
Well, in fact, top sources now indicating that after the Pahalgam attack, they opened fire in the Kashmir zone. That was where it was restricted to. In fact, they targeted Indian posts. There was a hard retaliation from the Indian side. Thereafter, the very next day, they basically targeted the Jammu division is what we are given to understand. But late last night is when perhaps they changed. In fact, we are being told that speculative firing was reported from across the line of control. In fact, there are some of the areas that have been affected, which we're going to take our viewers through. In fact, we have just put out some details coming in. Now, what you see on your screens right now, this is the movement of the Pakistani army. The artillery divisions of the Pakistani army basically moving towards the line of control. The second important point is that they basically changed their entire positioning. In fact, they have boosted their entire positioning by bringing in more Pakistani rangers. Now, remember, all of this being done because they fear that the next 24 to 72 hours is what they believe is extremely critical for them. And as the Pakistani Defence Minister had already indicated, saying that it was an attack from the Indian side is imminent. And that is the reason why a nervous Pakistan, a rattled Pakistan currently is resorting to speculating firing, and that is across the line of control. Now, let me just take you through the areas where the firing has actually taken place, and the indication really coming in right now with the Pakistanis resorting to speculative firing. In fact, we are being told that the areas that were basically targeted, which basically includes Tutmari Gali, Rampur, Kupwara, Punch, Baramulla and Akhnur sectors. Now, these are the areas where, remember, you have had the Pakistanis basically targeting. The Indian posts have basically been targeted by the Pakistanis, but there has been a hard retaliation on the other side. That's the latest now coming in, Rakshita.
Right, Shaban. In fact, we also have Gursimran joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, tell us more. What are you picking up along the LOC from Jammu? Because as Shaban was telling us earlier, it was only focused, speculative firing was targeted in the Kashmir zone. But now we've seen this speculative firing happening along the LOC that's in Jammu. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Gursimran, but Shavan well continues to be with us. You know, Shavan, but the fact that this is a preemptive measure from the Pakistanis, but we see that they get beaten in their own game plan, because in the due process, they have also been, revealing their own movements, their own convoy movements as well. Shavan, if you can hear me. All right, seem to have that connection, but we'll try and get more details, viewers, because we continue to track from multiple locations along the line of control, viewers, and from various sectors, from Baramulla to several other areas, viewers, in Jammu as well. From the Akhnur area as well, viewers, in Jammu. We are trying to get you more updates because this is an anti-terror operation. This is the counter by the Indian Army. Indian Army has been retaliating very effectively as far as this unprovoked firing by Pakistan is concerned. And to add more details, viewers, there are multiple incidents that are being reported of ceasefire violations. Pakistani Army had initiated unprovoked small arms fire across the line of control on 3 consecutive nights, that is from the 26th of April to the 29th of April. And these areas that were affected were Tutmari Gali, Rampur, Kupwara, Poonch, Baramulla and Akhnur sectors, as I was telling you. So Shavan continues to be with us. Shavan, well, we've seen that these areas are on target, as you were quite rightly pointing out. We saw Kashmir zone being targeted. Now we see firing, unprovoked firing along the LOC at Jammu and Kashmir. But the fact that the fact remains that Pakistan gets beaten in their own game plan. They have been revealing their own movements. We'll try and reconnect. I think Shavan will continue speaking when he's when he's connected back. But just to get you more updates, viewers, while there are multiple raids happening in the interiors along in several parts, that includes Srinagar, where we are reporting from. There are multiple raids that have been conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the force is also going for door-to-door searches in Srinagar, and of course along the length and breadth of Kashmir. I'm told that Shavan Sen is back with us. Shavan, well, what we were talking is that Kashmir zone was targeted first, and now along the LOC in Jammu also army posts have been targeted. But Pakistan tends to reveal its own movement, and that's how it gets beaten in its own game plan. And remember, it's unprovoked firing and shows how rattled they are and scrambling for options now.
Well, immediately after the Pahalgam attack, there was an official notification that was issued by the Pakistani army. In fact, this was, I beg your pardon, Pakistani Navy, the way they said that they'll carry out an exercise along off the Karachi coast. This was on the 24th and 25th. Then late last evening, we got the latest information that the Pakistani Air Force has now started what they're calling two airborne exercises that would be carried out over the next 2 days, because they believe that they need to be in a prepared state, and that is the reason why these exercises were basically called in. Now, what you have as far as the army is concerned, they basically moved their artillery towards the line of control. Not just that, at least 2 of the mountain divisions have actually been moved. Apart from that, to basically strengthen their positioning in the line of control, they have basically once again repositioned the Pakistani Rangers along the line of control. Now, all these 3 things are a basic indication of the fact that the Pakistani government is extremely nervous at this point in time, because they don't know what's really coming their way. So they are now running helter-skelter and essentially making these changes. Now, as far as these videos are concerned, interestingly, it is the Pakistani soldiers themselves who are basically part of the convoy. They have put out these very videos as part of their status messages, which have obviously been picked up by the intelligence agencies. And the fact of the matter is this, that they themselves have revealed the fact that they're moving their artillery towards the line of control. There's nothing that the Indian army does not really know as far as their movements are concerned. But having said that, the Pakistanis are completely rattled, because they seriously do not know this time whether this is going to be a surgical strike, whether it's going to be on the nature in the lines of what we saw in Balakot, or it is going to be completely different, because their launch pads, remember, these launch pads that have been operating out of Pakistan occupied Kashmir, they are basically spread into multiple areas. They are now smaller in numbers. It isn't like what it used to be in the past, with about a dozen terrorists in each of these terror launch pads. We are aware of the fact that these tactics have basically been changed over a period of time, because they believe that this is not going to be detected by the Indian intelligence agencies. But the fact of the matter is that this is out in the open, that these terror launch pads from where they have been operating, particularly in Rawalkot and the other areas, the terror launch pads are known to everyone.
Yes, Shavan, in fact, we'll just go across to Gursimran, who is tracking every activity along the line of control in Jammu. What are you picking up in the latest? Because Jammu has also been targeted by the Pakistanis, who are completely rattled. Gursimran.
Yes, there has been a ceasefire violation for the second consecutive day that has been reported in the Jammu region. It started yesterday from the Poonch, where the ceasefire violation took place, and today it was in the Jammu LOC in the Akhnur sector, Lalyali area, where the ceasefire was reported twice. It was a small arms firing that was a post-to-post firing by the first Pakistan targeted the Indian army post, to which it was retaliated effectively at around 8:30, and then it was 10 to 11 late last night when the firing took place between the Indian side and the Pakistani side, because Pakistan provoked India with taking the shots at the Indian army positions that are in the forward area, after which the security forces launched a massive search operation also in the area to rule out possibility of any infiltration of terrorists, because this has been the pattern that the Pakistan initiates a ceasefire violation to give a cover to the terrorists, so that India gets engaged with the Pakistani army, and these terrorists, they managed to escape into the Indian territory. But that possibility has also been ruled out now with the searches getting concluded. But the ceasefire violation is a real concern, because it has started from the Kashmir Valley line of control, then coming down to the Poonch now to Aknoor. So there lies a probability that Pakistan may follow the pattern that they have been from 2014 to 18, that from the LOC the violations start and then they simmer down to the international border as well. And that's why we have seen that the border security force has closed the border openings for the civilians, because they know that Pakistan cannot be trusted. And that is what has happened in this case, that Pakistan, when it was post Pahalgam attack, when it went on that the Pakistan is involved, Pakistan started provoking Indian army so that they can keep them their attention away from the hinterland or for planning anything, and they can keep them diverted to the line of control. And that's why we are witnessing 5 back-to-back ceasefire violations in last 5 days in the Kupwara. Also in Baramulla today the ceasefire violation was reported. Yesterday it was in the Poonch, and today it is in the Aknoor sector.
Yes, Goswami, to stay on with us, because we have to also talk about how the Indian forces have reacted, how they have responded. Well, viewers, the update is that Indian Army has retaliated effectively to this unprovoked firing, this constant unprovoked firing, this speculative firing along the line of control. And Indian Army has responded very promptly in all the instances, and no casualties have been reported on the Indian side. Tell us more, Goswami, about this, because what we know is that situation is right now under control, and there is monitoring and vigilance continuing.
Yes, the 16th Corps of the Indian Army as well as the 15th Corps that is responsible for the area of operations along the line of control in Kashmir Valley. It is the 15th Corps area, and in the Jammu region, it's the 16th Corps of the Indian Army. Both the corps are keeping a strict vigil on the developments that are taking place on the line of control. What we are getting to know that from the pattern that the Pakistan is following, that they start the ceasefire violation somewhere close to 8 or 9 in the evening. It goes on for 15 to 20 minutes, and then there is another set of violations by the Pakistani side that comes late night. It is somewhere close to 11, 12 or 12 to 1 at the Viors, or even at 4 to 5. They have also attempted a ceasefire in the, it was in the Rampur area of the Kupwara where they violated the ceasefire. It is day before yesterday. So this has been the pattern that Pakistan wants the Indian army to be engaged, and this seems to be another one motive of Pakistan, so that they can push in terrorists into the Indian territory, because Pakistan pushing terrorists cannot be ruled out by any of the security agencies. And that's why the security establishments say that we are keeping a tab on the situation. But in the afternoon hours, the situation remains quite normal, that like it has
now
been
a cobbler, viewers,
on the line.
A cobbler has been arrested. Cobbler who was in touch with a Pakistani girl over phone. A cobbler who was in touch with a Pakistani girl has been arrested from Jammu cantonment. And Sunil Kumar was working as a cobbler for 7-8 years, for the last 7-8 years. He was residing in Beyant Nagar. Now arrested on suspicion of sharing information from inside of Indian Army. Police have registered a case of Section 152 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita for endangering the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. That's the breaking news we have right now, viewers. This is, of course, this is an important update that we have. A cobbler in touch with a Pakistani girl over phone has been arrested. And Gursimran is again with us. Gursimran, tell us more about this individual, this cobbler who has been arrested on suspicion.
Yes, Rakshita, the cobbler Sunil Kumar has been arrested by the Bathinda police from the Bathinda cantonment, which is the largest cantonment of India in the Punjab. And he was there working for last 7 to 8 years. He was living in the Beyant Nagar area of Bathinda nearby. He, along with several of his relatives, was working inside the cantonment like a usual affair. But when the police got the information that there are some suspicious links, that his phone he is accessing and is also sharing some vital information, the police got hold of him, and during the analysis of his phone, the police recovered that he was in touch with a Pakistani girl. That has been confirmed. That was a Pakistani number he was in touch with. He was sharing some of the photographs, though the details of the photographs have not been divulged by the Bathinda police. But the SP Bathinda City, Narinder Singh, has confirmed that this is a case has been registered under Section 152 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which means that he was endangering the sovereignty and the unity of Union of India. So very much that he has been arrested on the suspicion of being a Pakistani Pakistani spy, but the police say that the forensic analysis of the device that has been, mobile phone that has been recovered from his possession is being done. This is really concerning, because you see that the largest cantonment of the Indian Army, Bathinda cantonment, and from there some information going out to the enemy that can be detrimental to the national security, because what we are witnessing that the Pakistani Army, Pakistani ISI, they are making calls to the students, they are making calls to the people at the vital installation or close to the vital installation to know what has been the trend of the movement of the Indian Army. So at this crucial juncture, when we are seeing that the Pakistan is hell-bent to destabilize the country, they have carried out a major terror attack in Pahalgam. Now these things cannot be taken without any seriousness. So that is why the section 152 have been invoked, has been included in the FIR for endangering the sovereignty and the unity of Union of India. And the person Sunil Kumar, who is originally from Bihar but has now been arrested by the Bathinda police for suspicion of sharing some vital information across the border, since he was in touch with the Pakistani number +92 was the number, and a girl on the other side was communicating with him. So it is very likely can be case of a honey trap to obtain some vital information from a person who is inside the cantonment. Because see, when you are inside the cantonment, you can see n number of things which a normal man who is outside the cantonment cannot see, that how things are moving, how the movement is taking place, all this and that. So whether this has been shared or some of the data has been deleted, that can only come after the analysis of the phone. But for now, Sunil Kumar has been arrested and a case stands registered under section 152 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita.
Right, Gursimran Singh, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that man who has been arrested as he was in touch with a Pakistani girl. And viewers, now we have breaking news coming in. Now, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti is at it again. She's shedding tears for Pakistan once again. It's her favorite hobby. Pakistani terrorists. She talks about Pakistani terrorists. Now she talks about, she has talked about many stone pelters in the past. Now we have talking about Pakistani nationals who have been thrown out from the country because what has happened in Pahalgam, viewers, on the 22nd of April is something that India will never forget and never forget. But Mehbooba Mufti is now very much concerned about the Pakistani nationals. She says that all those Pakistanis who have been living in India for a longer time, they should not be deported. Don't deport long-term Pak nationals. She is advocating for Pakistani nationals. She is more concerned about Pakistani nationals. But the Indians who have lost their life, the innocent unarmed Indians, I don't know if she has said anything to Pakistan yet. And so there's, you can see the compassion for the Pakistanis, for Mehbooba Mufti. She stands with Pakistani nationals and Gursimran continues to be with them. You know, Gursimran, this is a very sad state of affairs. Mehbooba Mufti has been very sympathetic to Pakistan in the past as well. But at such a time when even the world is coming out and recognizing what's happening, even the people of Kashmir are holding protests. This is a leader, a former chief minister we're talking about. Mehbooba Mufti is now shedding tears for the Pakistani national, that they should not be thrown out, no matter what happens on Indian soil.
Yes, Mehbooba Mufti has come out with a tweet on X, a social media platform, in which she has said that those women that have been, she was actually referring to the wives of the terrorists, those who have gone to Pakistan, but these wives, those who are actually from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir but are in Jammu and Kashmir, those who were earlier detained, Rakshita, as you were mentioning, by the police. Now, as we speak, we are told that there have been a tweet that has come from the Mehbooba Mufti, in which she can be seen stating that these women, those who have lived here, should not be sent back to the Pakistan. That is what the government of India policies is very clear, that the government has made it amply clear to every national of the Pakistan that except those who are having the long-term visa, that too from the Hindu community, or those who have come on the visa categories that are except the SAARC visa and the short-term visa, they have to leave. And there is no exemption that has been given by the Union of India. So there lies no question that whether Mehbooba Mufti will shed tears or Mehbooba Mufti will come to their support. As usual, she has been in the past as well. It is not going to stop, because the government of India's policy is very clear that this time it is to be iron fist policy, that Pakistan needs to be taught, and it will be taught in the same manner.
Right, Gursimran Singh, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. We'll continue with more breaking updates, back-to-back breakings, only on Republic TV. We'll be right back with more.
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Rekhi's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. My dad, mom, my sister and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
My sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. Dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids.
Search operations underway across Jammu and Kashmir. The BSF Jammu and Kashmir.
Underway across Jammu and Kashmir. The BSF Jammu and Kashmir police on high alert. Pakistani Army has direct links. Pakistan Army's direct links with terrorist activities in Kashmir established. Terrorist involved in Pahalgam attack was a former Pakistani para-commando. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day. After issuing a gag order to its leaders to refrain from criticizing the government on Pahalgam, Congress again attacks the government on social media. BJP hits back saying Congress's separatist mindset exposed, goes on to call the Congress Lashkar-e-Congress Pakistan. India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Right, viewers. Now the Pakistani embassy is facing protests day in and day out, and now the Nepalese in Nepal. Now the Nepalese people. This is a protest that we are reporting from the Pakistani embassy in Kathmandu of Nepal, because one Nepalese also lost their lives. There was a Nepalese tourist who was among the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, apart from the innocent Indians who had lost their lives. Now you see that there is anger amongst the people of Nepal as well. Getting in visuals from outside the Pakistani embassy, people protesting in Kathmandu. Arawat joins us for more. Arawat, well, you know, this is an outrage that is visible to everybody, and Nepal of course has suffered a loss. One tourist among the victims was a Nepalese, and now protests outside the Pak embassy in Kathmandu as well.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen the same kind of protest just days back in the Pahalgam and the other parts of the Kashmir Valley. In fact, if we'll talk right now, there are the dozens of protests in the various districts of Kashmir which are taking place. And now, if we'll talk about the Nepal, we have seen that the tourists who were targeted there was one of the dickies was from the Nepal, and then after we have seen now the protest has been started in the Nepal as well. It indicates that how the Pakistan terrorists are here in Kashmir trying to disturb the peace process, and they are having the soft targets, these tourists here in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen overall, if we talk about the ongoing operations in the Jammu and Kashmir, there are dozens of anti-terror operations from the Pahalgam to line of control areas, which is right now underway to nab these attackers. Also, we have seen the special operation group of the Jammu and Kashmir police and the various security agencies are on toes after this attack, and we have seen that the people in the Kashmir Valley who are having the links with the terror outfits, or earlier they were affiliated with any terrorist organizations, are being called by the various police stations and other investigations agency related to the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives. And coming to Nepal protest, which has started, and we have seen it indicates that the Pakistan is continuously trying to create the chaos in the India. Yes, Rakshita.
Yes, there is an update coming in, viewers, as far as the NIA sources are concerned. They're telling us that the videographic evidence has been taken of the exit sources. That's what we are breaking right now, that the exit routes of these terrorists have been now tracked. The NIA team is trekking deep into the jungle, capturing videographic evidence of the forest and suspected terrorist exit routes. And meanwhile, 45 individuals at least have been also questioned. That includes the shopkeepers, the pony guides, zipliners, like the adventure sports executives as well. I think Arawat is also still with us on that. Arawat, well, you have been in Pahalgam as well. You're in Uri tracking the search operations, but NIA has, in fact, reached a very important stage. Still quite not at the final stage, clearly, but yes, the fact that they have been tracking how these terrorists who entered, they recceed and they fled. How did they flee? That's a big question. And now that is being now traced. The exit routes are under lens. They have taken some evidence as well.
Absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that the operation is going on. If we'll talk about the National Investigation Agency who are probing this overall incident, and if we'll talk about the ongoing situation, we have seen that the National Investigation Agency teams has already visited the spot, and they have collected the samples from that very spot where this deadly terror attack happened. And we have seen the cartridge and other electronic evidences have been also found to the National Investigation team. Also, we have seen that the some video clips are also helping the National Investigation Agency teams and other security agencies to probe this overall terror incident. And also, if we'll talk about the ongoing investigation, we have seen that the number of people have been called in the various police stations across the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, not only in the Pahalgam, but we have seen that the operation is on across the Jammu and Kashmir. Right now, if we'll talk about the ongoing process, we have seen that some electronic gadgets of the various guides and the pony riders have also been seized by the National Investigation Agencies. There, everything is being questioned there. Also, the statement is also being recorded of the individuals who were present at that time when the deadly terror attack took place. Rakshita.
Yes, thanks so much, Rawat. In fact, we also have senior editor Shravan Sen joining us for more. Shravan, well, there are many people who are being grilled by the NIA. That includes at least 45 of those workers who were there, who are locals. It ranges from the shopkeepers to the ponywalas to the zipliners, the executives for the adventure sports as well. At the same time, the entry rules are very important. How did they enter and exit? How did they conduct the recce? That's of utmost importance for the NIA now.
Well, in fact, the details that I have with me right now, Rakshita, is this, that the National Investigation Team, it's a 6-member team that is carrying out the probe, which is led by an SP rank officer. Now, what is it that they have done so far? Their focus has been the entry and the exit routes, because they believe that they had taken cover of the dense forest in the area before they opened a fire on the tourists. In fact, they moved towards the shopkeepers, and that's where they had separated the tourists into 2 different lines and opened fire. They carried out indiscriminate firing for almost 10 minutes is what we are given to understand. Now, what the National Investigation Agency has done so far, they've recorded the statement of about 45 people, which basically includes the shopkeepers as the pony drivers. Apart from that, we are being told that they're also looking at certain eyewitnesses. For instance, one eyewitness key to this entire investigation has been a photographer, someone who's largely seen as a reel maker there in Kashmir, who was present there, and he did climb atop a tree when the terrorist opened fire, and he started filming this. In fact, that entire footage has been taken into custody by the National Investigation Agency, and they're basically looking at the multiple entry and exit routes. Over the last few days, they've also been able to complete the checking of that entire area, because remember, that entire area, there is a long trek route before you really get into the meadows, and that is one area that has been well documented by the National Investigation Agency right now. As far as their entry is concerned, they're looking at whether at all they've basically come from the south of the Pir Panjal range and through Kokarnag is what they suspect. But again, as I said, that this is at an initial stage. As far as their exact route is concerned, that is not known so far. The National Investigation Agency has also been able to get more details with regards to the communication, the technology that was used by the terrorists to keep in touch with their handlers. We're being told that these are paid encrypted mobiles that were basically used by the terrorists. Now, these are services that are largely used by, for example, army, or for that matter other military personnel. Similar sort of communication devices were also used by the terrorists. This time they were also equipped with cameras that were mounted atop the helmets, and which is very different than what we have seen in the past, and that is the reason why this entire Hamas style of killing that we are looking at is something that the investigators are certainly looking into.
Yes, Shravan, in fact, a very important update that you've given is that how the paid mobile applications that were encrypted have been used, and that's what we are breaking right now, viewers. Minute by minute updates as far as the NI investigation, viewers, is concerned, and Shravan will, in fact, elaborate on all of those updates we're getting. So, Shravan, the sources are also telling us that the terrorists are using those paid encrypted mobile applications for communication with those who have been sitting in Pakistan now.
Well, there's no doubt about the fact that the handlers are from Pakistan. In fact, 2 of the terrorists are Pakistani terrorists. In fact, one of them happens to be a former Special Forces, Pakistani Special Forces commando who was basically sent by the Pakistan ISI. Hashim Musa happens to be one of them. As far as local support is concerned, local Kashmiri terrorists who are involved, Adil Tokar happens to be one of them. But remember, Adil is someone who had crossed over to Pakistan, received weapon training, and then was sent back. And along with Hashim and Suleiman, we are being told that Adil was also working with them. As far as the Pahalgam attack is concerned, the initial estimates were that it would be anything between 4 to 7. The numbers do vary at this point in time. In fact, the forces have been able to locate them right now. There have been 4 sightings that have taken place in the last few days. So far, there is no details that we have as far as the operations that are basically underway, because across Jammu and Kashmir, there are multiple anti-terror operations that are being carried out, and several of the senior officials associated with these operations have basically been indicating that it is just a matter of time before these terrorists are actually gunned down by the military.
Yes, absolutely, Shravan. The fight against terror continues, and the agencies, the forces, of course, will not be leaving any stone unturned. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. We will be keeping a close eye on the investigation and how the Pakistan's hand will be exposed and its true face comes out once again in front of the world, viewers. Now we'll shift our focus to the other stories that we're tracking from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath addressed a gathering in Devaria and laid the foundation stone of 501 development projects worth more than 676 crore rupees in Devaria district and distributed the acceptance letters or checks to the beneficiaries of various schemes. Addressing the crowd, Chief Minister Yogi also condemned the dastardly terror attack in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam, firing a fresh salvo at the opposition Samajwadi Party. Yogi Adityanath said that the SP leaders have spoken in Pakistan's favour and have crossed the limit by not rising above the party lines, and that's why they did not go and meet the family of the tourist who lost his life in this dastardly attack. Mr. Shubham Dwivedi.
घटना में उनका एक राष्ट्रीय महासचिव बयान देता है, कहता हिंदू ने हिंदू को मारा है, यानी पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट देने की कुत्सित चेष्टा, पुष्टिकरण की पराकाष्ठा को पार करते हुए आपकी सुरक्षा के साथ ऐसे ही खिलवाड़ करने का कुत्सित प्रयास करेंगे जैसे वर्तमान में कुछ कांग्रेस के नेता और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता कर रहे हैं।
The Maharashtra cabinet chaired a meeting and paid emotional tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis announced financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees to the families of the deceased from Maharashtra. Chief Minister Fadnavis said that the state government will pay special attention towards the education and employment of the children of these families. A cobbler who was in touch with a Pakistani girl over a phone has been arrested from Bathinda cantonment of Indian Army. Sunil Kumar was working as a cobbler for the last 7-8 years and was residing in Bayant Nagar. Sunil has been arrested on suspicion of sharing information from the cantonment area. Punjab police registered case under section 152 of the BNS for endangering the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. BJP lambasted the Congress for its Gayab invisible post, that is on X, targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, alleging it is a Sartan se juda imagery, the decapitation imagery aimed at provoking the Muslim community. BJP leader and party's IT cell chief Amit Malviya described the post as a dog whistle aimed at the Congress's Muslim vote bank. Alright viewers, the ceasefire continues and Pakistan resorts to speculative firing along the line of control, unprovoked firing in North Kashmir for a 5th consecutive day. We'll be right back with more.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए। एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए। पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30 और मिग 21 ये दोनों जहाज पे थे तो अब
some breaking news coming in right now. The International Monetary Fund, that is the IMF, has announced that its executive board is meeting on the 9th of May to consider Pakistan's request for a new $1.3 billion loan under the IMF's Resilience and Sustainable Facility. That's the big breaking news we are getting in right now, viewers. Remember, we have seen that India had already objected to this last month as well. IMF Pakistan. I think my colleague Krutarth is joining us. Krutarth is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Krutarth, tell us more about it, because we've seen time and again IMF has been bailing out Pakistan. Just last year there was a $7 billion loan for cash-starved Pakistan that was approved by the IMF, and just recently we had India also raising objections to the kind of funding that goes into, especially with regards to defense here.
India and Pakistan has been dealing with severe economic crisis. We have also seen that recently they have only barely made it through the FATF grey list, and that they are slowly now on the road of recovery in some form to their economy, but yet they have been asking for money left, right and center. Just earlier this month, before Prime Minister Narendra Modi also went to Saudi Arabia, Shehbaz Sharif was expected to visit Saudi to ask for a $1 billion loan. They've already asked money to the UAE. Earlier in February, they are also asking money to China. And now the International Monetary Fund has just announced that it is going to conduct an executive board meeting on May the 9th. That is about 10 days from now, to consider Pakistan's request for a new loan of about $1.3 billion under the IMF's Resilience and Sustainability Facility. Now, it's going to be extremely crucial to see what happens in the next 10 days, because if India retaliates against Pakistan through any form of kinetic measure, and if the both countries are locked into some form of an escalation militarily, of course, then this will have a dramatic impact on IMF's consideration in vis-a-vis giving any kind of assistance financially to Pakistan. We have seen that the IMF directly cannot aid the war effort in Pakistan, or at least not be seen to be aiding the war effort or any kind of military response in Pakistan. At such a time when Pakistan is also going to face a lot of difficulty, not just to mobilize its military, but also power the entire military machinery. Remember, they barely had any money just a couple of months ago, only to fill up their fuel reserves. And in a situation like that, an IMF bailout of about $1.5 billion is very crucial for not just Pakistan's international trade, but also its own reserves. At such a time now, this IMF meeting on May 9th is going to be extremely crucial. Indian parties have already said that they are going to vehemently oppose this at the IMF meeting, which is now set to be held on May 9th. Rakshita.
Thank you so much, Krutal, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. And now we have what's happening on the political side. The Congress party, viewers, has shown its double face once again. We've seen that first its leaders, back to back, including the Chief Minister of Karnataka, had gone soft on terror, giving a clean chit to Pakistan, saying that we don't need to strike back at Pakistan. And then you had the opposition to him. Now, what happened was a gag order last afternoon, right? Just 2 hours after that gag order prohibiting any of his leaders from making any comments against the government of India, we saw that there was a poster, that was a picture where there was no head in that picture that was targeting the Indian Prime Minister, that was targeting the Indian government. And now Congress stands exposed. The BJP is saying that this is the Tan se juda mindset of the Congress party, and it aligns with Pakistan. That Congress's template has been, it always sides with Pakistan, be it Pulwama or Pahalgam. Listen into what BJP said.
एक ऐसा कहने को भारतीय राजनीतिक दल भी है, जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, जो हमारे बीच में रहता है, लेकिन अगर उसे लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस कहा जाए तो गलत नहीं होगा। और बड़े भारी मन से मैं कहता हूं, ये तस्वीर जो है, ये कांग्रेस के वेरीफाइड एक्स हैंडल से की जाती है, और इस तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है, चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं। आप देखिए इस तस्वीर में क्या प्रतिबिंबित है। ये शरीर है, सर नहीं है। सर तन से जुदा आज लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस की विचारधारा, आधारशिला उनका चरित्र बन गई है। पहली बात। दूसरी बात, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जो चट्टान हैं, ये चट्टान है सुरक्षा की, भारत के लिए, हर नागरिक के लिए, उस चट्टान को तोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कांग्रेसी आज। और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं, जिस लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस में पत्ता नहीं हिलता है बिना राहुल गांधी की सहमति के, राहुल गांधी के कहने पे ऐसे पोस्ट किए जाते हैं जो पूरे देश को शर्मसार तो करते ही हैं।
कांग्रेस और कुछ विपक्षी दलों की क्या मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलने जरूरी है, पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करना जरूरी है? क्या उनको भारत के लोगों का खून बहता, इस पर उनका खून खौलता नहीं है? क्या पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का उनका दिल करता नहीं है? क्यों पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलते हैं? और कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री जो उनकी ग्रुप के रहे, उनके अलायंस पार्टनर है सैफुद्दीन सोस, जो खुद उस समय मंत्री रहे केंद्र सरकार में, ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस समय इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अगर सस्पेंड किया जाता, तब तो किया नहीं। अगर आज हुआ तो आज वो कहते नहीं, पाकिस्तान की बात मान लो कि उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया, और ये कहते कि पानी बहने दो, नहीं तो पंजाब और बाकी हिस्सों में बाढ़ आ जाएगी। ये कैसी सोच है? भारत में रहकर भारत के खिलाफ बोल ये कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों के हैं। कांग्रेस के कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के मंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के नेता हो, इन सब का बार बार ये कहना कि धर्म कैसे पूछा, इतना समय नहीं होता, कैसे उनके पैंट उतार कर देखी। ये हिंदुस्तान के साथ है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ है कांग्रेस?
परिवार तक सीमित है, जाति का नारा देते हैं, लेकिन जब सत्ता में आते हैं तो तुष्टीकरण की नीतियों की पराकाष्ठा को पूरी करते हुए केवल अपने परिवार के विकास की बात करते हैं, अपने परिवार तक सीमित रह जाते हैं। आपने देखा होगा जब 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में पर्यटकों पर हमला हुआ था, आतंकी हमला हुआ था, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेताओं के बयान किस किस प्रकार के बयान आते हैं, ये पता लगाने में ही कठिनाई होती है कभी कभी कि ये समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता बयान दे रहे हैं या कोई पाकिस्तान का प्रवक्ता बयान दे रहा है। ये पता लगाने में ही कठिनाई हो जा रही है। आपने कल समाजवादी पार्टी के एक पदाधिकारी का मुंबई में दिया गया बयान देखा होगा। इससे पहले कानपुर का एक नौजवान अपने परिवार के साथ गया था पहलगाम, स्वर्गीय शुभम द्विवेदी की निर्मम हत्या कर दी गई। जब पत्रकारों ने समाजवादी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष से पूछा कि आप समाजवादी पार्टी आप वहां क्यों नहीं गए, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी पार्टी का थोड़े था। कितना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और शर्मनाक बयान है।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH 26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। शी वॉज सीइंग फ्रॉम वेयर द एयरक्राफ्ट इज अप्रोचिंग। शी वॉज सजेस्टिंग एंड गाइडिंग द प्रॉक्सिमिटी ऑफ एयरक्राफ्ट। She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile. जब R-73 मिसाइल मिंटी अग्रवाल ने
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
क्या बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after video of tourists who filmed the attack, video surfaces. NIA summons the zipline operator seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan. Protests outside Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu, Nepal.
ईर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress posts to attack India. Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for 5th consecutive day.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India shreds Pakistan at UN over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. Breaking news coming in. Indian Army has conducted a joint exercise with armed police forces. In a post on X, the 3 Shakti Corps shared the details of joint drills for sharpening of skills for the joint operations and all operational scenarios. Those are the pictures on your screens of how the Army is conducting these joint drills with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. In fact, Indian Army having conducted these exercises, and in a post on X, the 3 Shakti Corps shared the details of joint drills for sharpening of skills for the joint operations and all operational scenarios. And more breaking news coming in. NSG has started conducting mock counter-terror drill at Shambhu Temple in Jammu. The NSG mock drills are being conducted along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the heart of city to check its response time and reaction to hostage and hijack-like situations. The NSG has also deployed its bomb disposal robot in the mock drill. The mock drills are aimed to validate the planning parameters of the NSG in case of a terrorist attack. Gursimran joining us with further details as we stay with these pictures. Gursimran, over to you.
Yes, Suesha, the National Security Guard along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police have conducted their validation of their preparedness for any threat response drills in Jammu. This has been conducted this afternoon in the Shambhu Temple, which is one of the highly revered temple in Jammu city, which sees long queues of the devotees to pay obeisance at this holy temple in the heart of Jammu city. Now what has happened that today afternoon the validation drills are conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the National Security Guard. and the National Security Guard has conducted this drill to ensure their response time and their reaction to any of the terrorist attack or of any of the hijack situation that occurs in case of any such untoward incident. Now, this was jointly operated by the Deputy SP of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Satish Bhardwaj, who was from the Jammu and Kashmir Police side, and he has said that after the Pahalgam terror attack that has taken place, we have heightened the security, and this mock drill was part of one such exercise to ensure that all relevant checks are done so as to thwart any similar kind of attack. Because see, we always know that the terrorists have always kept the temples and the religious places on their radar so that they can also incite the communal violence in the country. This has been the modus operandi of the Pakistani terrorists, but the security forces, they are maintaining the highest level of alertness, and now for the validation of the preparedness of National Security Guard for any terror threat or hijack situation, hostage situation in Jammu, they have conducted this drill. It's important to mention that NSG has permanently been deployed in Jammu after the recent terror attacks that have taken place in the Jammu region. Suesha.
Continue talking to us, Gursimran, because we're getting back-to-back breaking news in this regard from how our forces are upskilling our men in every which way to using superior technology. Fact is that preparation is on in full swing.
Yes, as you mentioned, Suesha, the up-to-date sophisticated weapons and machinery that is being used by the forces. NSG has also brought in their bomb disposal robot. This is a new mechanism or new machine that the NSG has got for the anti-terror operations, because at many instances we have seen that the teams that have gone for the clearance operation of the explosives, they have been hurt, or even many of them have been killed during the disposal of the bombs, because the terrorists have planned a booby trap in such a manner that they can inflict the damage even after they died. So now this robot machine has been brought in that can dispose the explosive without any human intervention into it.
Right, Gursimran, I want to thank you for getting us all those details. As we also move on to more news coming in, NIA questioned a zipline operator in Pahalgam after a tourist from Ahmedabad inadvertently captured on video the initial moments of the terror attack that killed 26 people last week. In the 53-second video, which has gone viral on social media, Rishi Bhatt is seen enjoying the ride even as the attack unfolded on the ground below at Baisaran Valley on the 22nd of April. The video, shot using a selfie stick, showed people running for their lives, with one of them falling. Republic also confronted the zipline operators who were called in by the police for questioning. Listen in.
भैया क्या करते हैं आप? क्या करते हैं आप? ये भैया क्या करते हो आप? तो ये जो कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ के, भैया कहाँ से आए हो आप?
सर ये गाँव से आए, हमें यहाँ हाजिर होना है।
इसके लिए बुलाया आपको?
यस सर, यस सर, यस सर।
अच्छा, क्या करते हैं आप?
सर हम भी वहाँ लोग का ये मजदूरी करते हैं सर वहाँ पे।
अच्छा,
यस
NIA की तरफ से बुलाया? पुलिस ने बोला, क्या बोला आपको?
पुलिस ने हमारे जो प्रेसिडेंट साहब है उन्होंने हमको मैसेज किए यहाँ बुलाते हैं, तो हम इसलिए यहाँ आए सर।
अच्छा, तो आप उस दिन कहाँ पर थे?
यस सर।
तो ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर इस वक्त जो है वो बुलाए गए हैं, जो पूछताछ के लिए इस वक्त। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस वक्त जो पूरा जो एक्शन है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त लिया जा रहा है, और पूछताछ जो है वो इनसे इस वक्त यहाँ पर की जा रही है। उनसे सवाल जो है वो यहाँ पर इस वक्त किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि चाहे जिप लाइन वाला हो, चाहे लोकल वर्कर्स हो, उनसे भी पूछताछ लगातार जारी है।
Both Zeenat and Sumit joining us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, I quickly want to come to you to get a sense of what you're gathering from your sources as far as questioning these men is concerned.
See, Suesha, as far as the questioning is concerned, we are being seeing that in Pahalgam police station, where this crime had taken place, and it is under the jurisdiction of Pahalgam police station, where the investigation is going on. Many people have been coming for the questioning, and they have been questioned by the NIA, by the state departments, CID, and also the Jammu and Kashmir police, because it is not a lonely incident that has taken place. It was incident that had taken place in a broad daylight, where around 3,000 to 4,000 people were also present. Apart from those who lost their life or got injured, many of them were in the upper ridges of this Baisaran, and many of them have also filmed this entire incident. Now they are depositing their mobile phones, the films that they have captured before the NIA, and many of them have also been praised by the NIA for their vigilance and for capturing the scene. Now comes the authenticity of those videos which the NIA is doing, and there have, as per the reports, many of the things that have been helped NIA in further investigation. We are seeing the scenes from the Pahalgam incident where the people have been called for the questioning. They are those people who have been the part of the tourism, mostly these poniwala transporters or who were selling the eatables there. They have been questioned. Many of the people have been seen lined up since morning for the questioning. Yesterday evening also many of them were questioned by the NIA, and many are being constantly been asked to visit these police stations in Pahalgam. Apart from Pahalgam, the police is questioning the people in the other districts and the other police stations here where the questioning is going on. And also this is a mechanism, a drill that is being carried by the joint forces as the investigating agencies to reach to some conclusion. As of now, we are picking from the defense sources that the anti-terror operation is on in an undisclosed location.
Right. Zeenat, I want to thank you for getting us those details. I also cut across to these live pictures coming in from the national capital. We are learning that a high-level meeting has begun at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Secretary Govind Mohan, DG BSF, Assam Rifles and NSG and senior officials of CRPF, SSB, CISF are all present for this meeting. Those are the pictures coming in from outside the Ministry of Home Affairs, where a high-level meeting is beginning to discuss the ongoing situation. Riyanka and Soumya both joining us live from the ground to take us through details of the specifics of this meeting. But this, as we certainly stay with those pictures of this high-level meeting that has already begun at the Ministry of Home Affairs, and so far we learned that Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, DG BSF, Assam Rifles and NSG and senior officials of CRPF, SSB, CISF are all present. There have been hectic parleys in the national capital ever since the attack happened on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam. And there you see, we once again get you these latest pictures coming in from outside the Home Ministry, where a high-level meet is underway. So far, we're picking up that Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, DG BSF, Assam Rifles and NSG and senior officials of CRPF, SSB and CISF are all present for this meeting that is ongoing at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Clearly, top government officials who are being given all the information of all that is transpiring on the ground, and preparation that is on in full swing. Those are the pictures that we get you of this high-level meeting that is underway at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Soumya, if you can hear me, take us through the details of this meeting.
Yes, this meeting has convened at Ministry of Home Affairs, convened by Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, and in attendance are DG BSF, Daljit Chaudhary, along with Assam Rifles and NSG and senior officials from CRPF, SSB and CISF. However, an important point to note here is that multiple meetings every day of this high level has been taking place at MHA, at other important vantage points like the other day we saw Raksha Mantri at PM's residence, and day before that we saw CDS at Raksha Mantri's residence. So with the backdrop of Pahalgam terror attack, many of these back-to-back meetings have been happening because we saw the diplomatic measures that have been announced from India's end against Pakistan. Now there's back-to-back meetings have been taking place with regards to the preparedness of the defense forces. If we talk about, if at all, any military or will be taking place in the coming days. Back to
Right,
you,
Soumya,
Suresha.
continue talking to us because this also comes ahead of Prime Minister's CCS meet that is set to take place tomorrow.
Yes, Suresha, multiple meetings are set to take place tomorrow. Important meetings, so to say, a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security will take place. It will be chaired by Prime Minister himself. It will take place at 11 a.m. And an important point to note here is that post the Pahalgam terror attack, this will be the second CCS meeting. The agenda will be the discussion on security preparedness following the Pahalgam attack. And post that, following this CCS meeting, there will be a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, again chaired by Prime Minister Modi. The key members who will be attending or will be part of this meeting will be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, JP Nadda, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jitan Ram Manji, Sarbananda Sonowal, Ram Mohan Naidu, among others. And following that, there will also be another meeting of Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and then at last it will be ending with a full Cabinet meeting. So, and again, an important point to note here is that this will be the first Cabinet meeting post the Pahalgam attack. Suresha.
All right, Soumya, thank you for those details. And as NIA probe anti-terror operations picking up pace in Pahalgam terror attack, a tourist from Kerala who's made stunning videos in the NIA interrogation. The tourist has claimed that two men conducted recce and he saw the terrorist days before the terror attack while filming the video of his daughter. There you see those pictures. Republic has been able to access of how those terrorists had conducted a recce. Ashwin joining us live with further details. Ashwin.
Susha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Suresha, in fact, Srijit Rameshan, who had taken this video on 18th, 4 days before this attack, and he had visited, in fact, his family had visited Pahalgam, and after that they went to a place called Betab Valley, which is around 7.5 kilometers away from where this attack took place, where he was shooting many videos. And when this incident happened, when it came to his notice, two of these terrorists, which were shown, the sketches were shown which was released by the JNK police, looked familiar. He went on through all those photographs. In fact, when speaking to him, he said he had lots of photographs and videos. So he went very carefully to all these videos. And one of this particular video that we have accessed, he realized that two of them had just walked past behind his daughter, while a 6-year-old daughter, while they were recording a video of her dancing. Now, this particular information, as per Srijit Rameshan, he said he had contacted the NIA after he found that there was credible similarity between two of these terrorists. One is definitely Hashim, is what he's saying. It has to be ascertained by the investigation agencies. But what it matters, what is the shocking incident, is that perhaps a reconnaissance was done in other tourist spots in Jammu and Kashmir, and that is what is shocking. And this particular videotape shows two of these terrorists walking very casually behind, talking to each other and walking behind in this particular footage. So certainly Srijit Rameshan has given this footages to the NIA office in Delhi. They have also questioned, and more details have been sought by the NIA from him. They've also taken all the information from him. It needs to be ascertained for sure by the NIA, and it's the matter of the investigating agency to decide whether this will prove a crucial point, and also the highlight that whether there were other areas they were planning to attack apart from Pahalgam as well. Suesha.
Ashwin, more and more details that are making the picture clearer now. And certainly all of this that is being investigated by the NIA, high-level meetings that have been going on back-to-back. And this really is just one of those dots joining the larger picture.
Definitely, Suisha, definitely yes, because this particular video was shot on 18th. In fact, Srijit Rameshan, who shot this video, spoke to Republic when he was speaking. He said he had gone with his family to Pahalgam, and from there he had gone to this Betab Valley on 18th. That's where he had shot all these videos, and that's when the one of the video he could recognize two of the terrorists whose sketches were released by the investigating agency. So certainly the question is whether these terrorists had planned similar strikes in other places parallelly, or whether they were looking at an easier spot for their cowardly attack to be done a few days later.
All right, Ashwin, thank you for those details. Rattled Pakistan, that has resorted to ceasefire violation once again for the 5th consecutive night. Pakistan has violated ceasefire along the line of control late last night. India has strongly retaliated to Pakistan's ceasefire violation. Here's that report.
Fire along the line of control, this time from the North Kashmir. It is the Jammu region. It is the Aknoor sector's Lalyali area where Pakistan has violated the ceasefire and has resorted to targeting the security forces here in the India. But India was all prepared for the Pakistani escalation, and now they have thwarted the attempt of Pakistan. Right now we are outside this area. Here you will see that this is the fence that you see ahead of which is the Indian Army post that was targeted by the Pakistan late last night, but Pakistan's attempt was repulsed by the security forces as they retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire, and now as we speak they are carrying out the intensified heightened searches in the forward area. This is the 8th ceasefire violation that has been reported in last 5 days, starting from the Kupwara Stangdhar, which has been a victim of the Pakistan ceasefire. But this fence Pakistan and its terrorists wanted to breach. Their attempt has been foiled by the security forces, and now as we speak the massive searches are underway. Pakistan has violated ceasefire for the 5th consecutive day in the Kupwara Stangdhar. Today also the Baramulla's Uri was also targeted by the security forces, and now once again what we witnessed that the Pakistan resorted to ceasefire violation in the Aknoor sector of Jammu. It is in the Lalyali area where Pakistan violated the ceasefire. Yesterday we saw the ceasefire violation taking place in the Poonch area. This shows that how desperate Pakistan is, that they do not want peace to prevail. India has made it amply clear to the Pakistan time and again that India wants peace to prevail on the ground, but Pakistan wants death and disruption on the LOC, and that's why they are resorting to such cheap tactics. Post Pahalgam attack and after, the Pakistan said that they will be ready and they are ready for any kind of action by the Indian side. What Pakistan did, that they have tried to destabilize the situation on the line of control, but the forces here are on the full swing.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
At Amity, we believe happiness drives success. The Amity Reiki Center for Happiness, established in partnership with Dr. S.S. Reiki's Foundation, empowers youth with the science of happiness, enabling them to lead with confidence. It is part of Amity's nation-building commitment to drive India higher on the World Happiness Index.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। She was seeing from where the aircraft is approaching. She was suggesting and guiding the proximity of aircraft. She was also guiding Abhinandan Vartman on the choice of the weapon or the missile. जब R-73 मिसाइल मिंटी अग्रवाल ने बताई, लॉक करी, अभिनंदन वर्तमान ने वो लाल बटन दबाया, मिसाइल निकली और पाकिस्तान
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए?
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए।
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
किसके लिए? आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after video of tourists who filmed the attack, video surfaces. NIA summons the zip line operator seen in video. Anger mounts against Pakistan protests outside the Pakistani assembly in Kathmandu.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing a gag order to its leaders, the Congress attacks the government on social media. Pakistan uses the Congress's post to attack India. Pakistan resorts to ceasefire violation along the line of control in North Kashmir for a fifth consecutive day.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif admitting and confessing Pakistan's history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. This open confession surprises no one and exposes Pakistan as a rogue state fueling global terrorism and destabilizing the region.
India shreds Pakistan at the United Nations over Pahalgam attack, slams Pakistan for misusing and undermining the global forum. A desperate and a rattled Pakistan viewers is now resorting to such low targets. Now it is trying to target the Indian Army website. Once again, it's not the first time in as many days after the Pahalgam attack that Pakistan has resorted to these antics. It's a desperate Pakistan striking in cyberspace now, targeting Indian websites. In fact, the Pakistani hackers launched a cowardly cyber attack on Indian institutions. Pakistan's cyber war in India's education and defense sectors. Pakistan clearly is frustrated. It attacks Army Public School of Srinagar and Rani Khet. Army welfare housing website has also been targeted by the Pak cowards. This is dirty digital warfare by Pakistan. It's a failed Pakistani attempt to breach the Air Force Placement Organization as well. It's typical of Pakistan viewers to resort to such antics. We saw that a few days back as well. And once again, it's targeting. And in fact, we have got such the proof of it as well. There are pictures that we are going to share with you to show, to expose Pakistan's dirty tactics. Cyber strikes by Pakistan instead of fighting it out in the real battlefield. Sources confirmed to Republic that no classified networks have been compromised in this attack. And that's what we are breaking right now. Army welfare housing website has been targeted. And this is the hackers from Pakistan who have launched this cowardly cyber attack. Army nursing college website was also, remember, targeted just recently. And now we have the Army Welfare Housing website, Army Public School also. Zeenat joins us for more. Zeenat, well, we see that Pakistan once again resorting to the digital warfare and targeting Indian Army websites, and all their attempts have been thwarted. And how?
Yes, Rakshita, we are seeing that the Pakistan is trying to strike in cyberspace, and this is just a frustration whether you are targeting the websites for the social welfare or for the fee website, the welfare websites, or you are attacking the Indian institutes. What does this tell you? It tells you that they are not able to prove themselves. Now the only way is to do this kind of propaganda or this kind of action when you are trying to penetrate into the illegally in Indian cyberspace, for which now desperate Pakistan is trying to target Indian websites, and the attack is on the Indian institutes that belongs to Indian Army, the schools, their welfare, and also they are trying to breach the Air Force placement organizations. What is this? This is the absolutely a frustration that is coming on part, because Pakistan knows very well that the Indian agencies are going to strangulate their sources in the Kashmir Valley through the investigation, and the moles who are present in the system, they will be uncovered, because marathon exercise is going on ground as far as the investigation related this Pahalgam Baisaran case is concerned. Many videos have surfaced on the social media. Many videos have been deposited by the people before the investigating agencies, and a lot of information is being collected by the NIA, because this was not a case in isolation. There were around 5,000 to 6,000 people who were present. So imagine, even if out of 5,000 to 6,000 only 40% have filmed those videos, so it is a huge inputs that the investigation agencies have at present.
Right, thanks so much, Zeenat, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. So yes, Pakistan's dirty tactics are at it again. Once again, we see that the army website have been targeted, and Indian Army has in fact issued a response saying that the intelligence assessments have confirmed. I'm just reading out what the Indian Army has told. What Indian Army is saying, that these are attempts that once again expose Pakistan and its deeds, and this has been an unsuccessful attempt once again. The attempts of Pakistan have been thwarted. These frustrated attempts highlight both the adversary's intent and at the same time the limitations of the adversary. The Indian Army, it says, remains resolute in defending its digital space, continuing to upgrade its cyber posture, safeguarding the welfare of soldiers and of course their families as well. So this is an attempted breach of the Army Welfare Housing Organization database, likewise detected while a concurrent effort was made to compromise the Indian Air Force Placement Organization as well. And we have some more updates, back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers. So this is complete frustration on part of Pakistan. It is rattled, it's scrambling to what to do, how to show its own people that it's doing something, and continuing to provoke India as well. Now, Army Welfare Housing website targeted. Pakistan's digital warfare is quite visible. The cyber strikes is what Pakistanis chose to, the coward Pakistanis choose to do instead of fighting it out in the real battlefield. And this is the big update we have with us. Gursimran also joins us on the broadcast. For more, Gursimran, well, clearly there's a peak frustration on part and peak desperation on part of Pakistan. It's not the first time we saw that happen right after the Pahalgam attack. Recently on the Army Nursing College website as well, and now not even the Air Force, the Air Force Placement Organization portal was spared, and Army Welfare Housing Organization. If you see those pictures that we are playing out, they also say that now we know where your houses are. They are also attacking the families.
See, when it comes to the database is secure, but yes, the desperate attempts are being made by the Pakistani side, because they know that on the ground war, on the field war, they stand nowhere to the might of the Indian Army. That's very clear. If you go by the details, if you go by the fact of data comparison, if you go by the comparison of the boots on ground, Indian Army is actually manifold to the Pakistani Army. So that already makes it very clear that it will be the might of the Indian Army that will prevail for sure. But now, coming to what the Pakistan has resorted to. It's just that internet warfare that they are resorting to, that we are attempting to hack this website or that website. But the reality remains that the database of the Indian Army is secure in a manner that no one can have access to it. So the Pakistani claims that they are actually making that they have the access to the important data, that is far from the reality, because that is secure enough. Now coming to the ground situation, the Pakistan is frustrated. That is the reality, because you see the statements of the Pakistan that are coming, that we have the nuclear with us, we will be fighting the war, we are all prepared for the war. It comes at a time when actually the Indian leadership has not even spoken once of the war with the Pakistan. What India has said is very clear, that we will punish the terrorists, we will punish the perpetrators of the Pahalgam terror attack, and it is the Pakistan, because it is them. They are assuming that we will be launched an attack by the Indian Army, by the Indian side. So they have self-admitted this, that they are the perpetrators, they are the backers, they are the supporters and the handlers of the Pahalgam terror attack. So it is that clear, but it is a provocation of provocation of Pakistan to the Indian side. They want to provoke Indian side, but India has responded in a calibrated manner to every provocation by the Pakistan side at their place of their own choice, at their own timing, not at someone's provocation. Rakshita.
Right, Goswami. In fact, we have more updates coming in connection with this development, viewers. Now, the Indian Army has said that there's no cloud. In fact, we are being told that no operational or classified networks have been compromised. That's the big update we have. All 4 sites were promptly isolated. All 4 websites were promptly isolated, and restorative action was undertaken. And no operational or classified networks were affected at any stage. So the security has been maintained. This is the update we have right now, and we'll just in a short while from now show you. We'll show it, we'll expose Pakistan and how they have targeted websites of APS Ranikhet in Srinagar, that is the Army Public School. APS Srinagar faced, in fact, a distributed denial of service assault as well. And an attempted breach on of the Army Welfare Housing Organization database was also likewise detected. And there was a concurrent effort made to compromise the Indian Air Force Placement Organization portal. So these websites were promptly isolated. Restorative action was undertaken, and no operational or classified networks were affected at any stage. So these attempts have been thwarted, and that the army is resolute in defending the digital space and upgrading its cyber posture, safeguarding the welfare of the Indian Army, of the soldiers and the families, very importantly, because we're going to show you, viewers, how it is written. You can see on air the site hacked, the text with the Pakistani flag. You can see APS Ranikhet, site hacked, and then you have another photograph which shows visuals of the same. The multiple slides that we are showing you right now, viewers, that prove Pakistan's provocation. In fact, Shavan Sen, senior editor, joins us live on the broadcast from the studios. Shavan, well, this is of course frustrated Pakistan once again resorting to this cyber attacking, and these attempts have been failed. They have been thwarted. Just show us the slides, show us those visuals that expose Pakistan.
Well, in fact, 4 Indian websites have been targeted by a Pakistani hacker. In fact, I'm going to just take you through the 4 slides. It turns out that the internal cyber warfare that has been carried out, there have been a specific instruction that has been given by the Pakistan's ISPR to carry out a cyber warfare. This at a time when they have realized that they have completely failed on the other aspects. They have now resorted to this. Let me quickly take you through each of these websites. Each of these websites, what they have essentially done is targeted Indian educational websites. In fact, the Army Public School in Srinagar as well as Ranikhet, both were basically targeted. This, if we can just perhaps come a little closer, I'm going to take our viewers through each of these slides. The attempt that has been made by a hacker, a Pakistani hacker named IOK Hacker. Now, it turns out from the investigation that has been carried out by our security agencies, they have been able to trace the origin of the hacking to Pakistan. On your screens right now, we are going to take you through each of these slides that we have, which was the attempt that was made here. The first one, you have the Army Public School. This is in Srinagar, where the website that they tried to hack, it turns out that this was restored immediately. Then you have, this is the Army Public School in Iran. This is the Indian Air Force's placement cell that was also targeted by the Pakistani hackers. Then finally you have the Army Welfare Association organization that has also been targeted by the Pakistani army. Now the Pakistani hackers, what they've essentially done, Rakshita, is that over the last 24 to 48 hours, there has been a continuous attempt to target every possible website linked to the armed forces. And it turns out that they have failed miserably. Now let me just reveal the name of the hacker, the details that we have just got from top sources with regards to what really happened, who's the hacker. The name of the hacker, IOK hacker, Internet of Khilafah. It's the group that has sought to deface pages, disrupt online services, harvest personal information. All of it has essentially been done. What we are basically trying to do right now, take you through each of the details of the 4 slides that have basically come in. Now, within the army also, remember, not just the 4 sites. It turns out after the Pahalgam attack, there have been about a dozen websites that have essentially been targeted. 4, they were basically able to deface the front page. The first page of the website was basically defaced by the hacker, but that itself was restored within the next couple of minutes itself. We'll go once again full frame with the slides of those very websites that have been targeted, Rakshita.
Absolutely, Shravan. Clearly we can see the way that the text that is written, of course, it screams Pakistan all across. And as you were mentioning that there have been multiple attempts. The recent one was also the Army Nursing College that was, its website was also recently, just a day ago, was targeted. And now there you can see the cowardice of Pakistan, the frustration of Pakistan. And the cowardice is such that instead of choosing the battlefield, they show that they know the location of the families. They know their house numbers, their housing society, and where the families are living. It's written very clearly, and this clearly shows what Pakistan army thinks like and in what sort of a warfare it believes, apart from waging terror, of course.
Well, in fact, let me just take you through some more additional details now coming in from the security establishment. In fact, as I've been pointing out, there are about a dozen websites that have been targeted. Now, who are these hackers? The origin of these hackers. We're being told that these are hackers which have largely been or loosely employed by the Pakistan ISPR. In fact, Pakistan's ISPR has largely gone into this digital cyber warfare starting post the Pahalgam attack. Remember, they are the ones who have basically employed this entire narrative of false flag operation. False flag operation is what Pakistan has essentially been indicating as far as the Pahalgam attack is concerned. Now, there is a link, there is a pattern that is basically emerging. Now, each of these websites, each of these hackers, each of these influencers in Pakistan are those who have been connected closely with the ISPR. Remember, they are the ones who are basically given an agenda. The agenda is to propagate the Pakistan army and the Pakistan ISI's entire agenda. The first agenda that was basically given to them is to basically propagate the false flag operation. Second is to basically target the Indian army and the armed forces in totality. The third agenda that has also been given is to basically collect information from multiple public sources, and these were basically to gather information to target the army, the movement too. Let's just take you through some more details now coming in. Rakshita, if you can just take our viewers through the details now coming in from the security establishment, because importantly, the ISI has also been seeking information from each of these villages close to the LOC, and they're seeking more information about the army movement.
Well, absolutely, Shravan, because this is what Pakistan can do at its best. As you can see that it's all ISI orchestrated, ISPR orchestrated, and that's why even the government of India has banned those Pakistani journalists who are affiliated to the ISPR and the ISI, all for their false propaganda, what they do, and the misleading content they issue. And right now we are, of course, focusing on what has happened with the army websites, and the attempts have been clearly being thwarted. We are in fact getting to know that there is another attempt that has failed. This is about the Army Public School of Jammu, viewers. We will just we'll get you more details on that. My colleague Gursimran Singh will be joining us shortly, because this has gone beyond Srinagar and Ranikhet and the Indian Air Force websites. Shravan, this is cyber attack by Pakistanis who of course are only resorting to unprovoked firing, and then revealing their own army movements, their only convoy movements, and now this is a complete cowardly attack. At the same time, we have the update from Gursimran about the APS Jammu Cant, Army Public School in Jammu Cant. The website has also been hacked. A failed attempt, however. It was a failed attempt to hack it. Let me just correct that. It was a failed attempt to hack the APS Jammu website, and that's what we are breaking right now. The update we have. Yes, sir. So, yes, viewers, I think I'm back. My audio is back. So the data is secure. Data is secure, viewers. That's what we are getting to know. That about the Army Public School Jammu website was also attempted, and the hackers have now been their attempts have been thwarted by the army. And what we know is that data is secure, and website has been taken off net for now. So this is the update, because if you open that, it will be not found. What you see is it's not found, and there will be error 404. So yes, this is the update we have right now, and these are source-based information that we are getting in right now. Shravan is back with us. Shravan, it's not just the Army Public School Srinagar Ranikhet, but also now Army Public School in Jammu, and this is a failed attempt once again.
Well, in fact, this information has just come in from Gursimran, who perhaps would be in a better position to elaborate to our viewers that the 4 websites that we have been talking about, Rakshita, the information that has just come in from the national capital. In fact, the additional details that I have till the time we can get it, Gursimran, is that from the time the Pahalgam attack has taken place, they have basically been given the agenda that anything that is connected to the defense forces, particularly one, the websites, secondly, information about our veterans too, has largely been taken through the dark web. So that has been the target. What they have essentially done is that those educational institutions, those secondary, tertiary websites linked to the defense forces have also been targeted. If we can also go across to Gursimran getting us the latest details, that apart from these 4 websites that has been targeted in the last few hours, Gursimran has just got us an additional detail that another website was targeted. In fact, it has just been restored. What more details are you getting in, Gursimran? What's the website, and have they been able to take care of it, restore the website?
Shravan, it was a failed attempt because there was unusual flow of traffic that was noticed by the web administrator. That is what we are picking up, that the flow of the traffic was manifold than usually it used to be. So when it was noticed that it is a threat that is being posed to the website security, it was taken off here. It was taken off net by the administrator, the web administrator, and this attack has been averted. That is what we are picking up from the sources in the APS Jammu. That is, their website was attempted to be hacked, but it was an unsuccessful attempt, and now the website has been taken off. But one thing is very sure, that they are confirming that the data is safe. Data has not been compromised because the attempt was made, but due to the high flow of the traffic that was flowing towards the website, it was taken off here before it could the traffic could actually breach the firewall and can actually impact the data. So data is secure. That is what we are picking up. It is just been 5 to 7 minutes that we have got this information. Further details are awaited, but the attempt was made today only. That is what we also can confirm. But the attempt stands foiled for now. It was an unsuccessful attempt due to web administrator. Since the web administrator was live, he thwarted the attempt that the traffic was flowing in, and when the website was taken off net, then there lies no possibility that it could breach into the system, Shravan.
Well, in fact, that's the latest now coming in. The big news only on Republic TV as we're getting due details of 4 Indian websites that have been targeted by the Pakistanis. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the full picture. The full picture that has essentially emerged since the Pahalgam attack has taken place, because India has made it abundantly clear that we will hit back, and we will hit back hard. The Prime Minister saying that we will hunt you down. Now, what has immediately happened thereafter is this, ladies and gentlemen. Starting from the day the Pahalgam attack actually took place, Pakistan has basically resorted to what is largely known as speculative firing. What does this mean? Speculative firing essentially means that indiscriminate firing that takes place along the line of control. Interestingly, it started with just the Kashmir zone, that is the 15-core zone, where on the first night itself the attack took place. Thereafter, it started increasing, targeting the Jammu division, and finally, late last night, we are being told that the speculative firing took place across the line of control. And which are the areas that have been targeted? Let me just quickly take you through as the speculative firing increases along the line of control. Now, these are the areas where we are being told that the speculative firing has actually increased in the last 24 hours. I'll also explain to you, viewers, what does the speculative firing mean and what is it that the Pakistanis are basically targeting at. Let's just quickly take you through the areas. Baramulla, Kupwara, Poonch, Akhnur district. Now, Akhnur, again, it's a larger area. It's closer to the line of control where we've been told that the speculative firing has taken place. Tutmari Gully is the other places. Now, all of it, remember, when they have all been retaliated because they were targeting the Indian posts. Ceasefire violation that is in Jammu and Kashmir division that happened on the second night itself, and thereafter it started spreading to the other areas. April 26 to 29 firing on 3 consecutive nights. It's actually now increased. It's entered the 5th day. This is the 5th day where the ceasefire violations are actually going on. Now, let me also tell you why this is actually happening. The ceasefire violations essentially happening because they're trying to preempt that whether at all India is going to retaliate. What is going to be India's move? Now, what has happened in Pakistan? In the last few hours itself, there have been a lot of movement within the Pakistani army, starting with several of the divisions actually moving. These divisions, Pakistani army divisions, moving towards the line of control. In fact, we've also accessed those very videos. These are videos, ladies and gentlemen, mind you, are videos that have been put by the Pakistani soldiers themselves. They have put out movement of their own artillery moving towards the line of control. And they have also essentially made certain changes as far as the Pakistani Rangers deployment is concerned, bolstering their position by perhaps putting the Pakistani Rangers there. That too is now out in the public domain. The Pakistanis, in fact, have made multiple attempts. All of them have failed miserably. In fact, you have had the Pakistani Navy carrying out an exercise off the Karachi coast. You have the Pakistani Air Force carrying out 2 exercises. We're going to put out the details of the 2 exercises that the Pakistanis are carrying out. Now, this was supposed to start from yesterday. Pakistani Air Force Chief is also supposed to participate in the exercise. And then, of course, you have the army. Now, on your screens, these are the latest visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV. And this is the movement of the Pakistani Artillery Division. Now, what you're looking at is the movement towards the forward bases. This is what the Pakistanis are essentially up to right now, because they believe that within the next 72 hours, something big is coming their way. Big, which essentially means that India is going to retaliate. And so, as the Pakistan Defense Minister says, that an attack is imminent. That is the reason why they are making all these videos, reels that are now being made by the Pakistani soldiers about their movement towards the LOC. Let me also go across to my colleague Rakshita as well as Gursubran, and we'll try and see if we can also go across to Arawat in a short while from now. But I'm told that there are latest visuals now coming in from Jammu, and these visuals are of a protest that is taking place in Jammu right now. There's a growing anger right now among the public, demanding that there should be a befitting reply to the Pakistanis. Let me just quickly take you through the details on your screens right now. The visuals coming in from Jammu and the protest that has been carried out by the All India Hindu Mahasabha. Let me also go across to Gursibran. Gursibran, we have seen at multiple locations protests are taking place.
Yes, Shravan, the protests are taking place, and this time it's all all India Hindu Mahasabha, the sense of which are staging the protest on the roads of Jammu. They are demanding that Pakistan be given a stringent action be taken against Pakistan, and it be given a befitting reply for sponsoring terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and especially for the Pahalgam terror attack where the Hindus were brutally killed after the Kalma test. This is, they say, that not acceptable, and now is the time that the government of India should come forward and tell the Pakistan that where it actually needs to be, that Pakistan should be sent a clear-cut message by the government of India that this kind of a terror attacks will not be tolerated. They say that 2016 and 2019 have taught Pakistan a lesson, but this time it is way more than that is needed to completely decimate the Pakistan and the terror camps, because this time, every time we have seen that the post-attacks, there grows a demand of decimating the terror infrastructure in the Pakistan, but this time the people have also understood that it is not the terror infrastructure that is truly responsible, but the state behind the terror camps that is responsible for the bloodshed of the people in India that has taken place, and also these 26 killings of the innocent civilians in Pahalgam that has somewhat sent a message that all people have united, the country stands united against Pakistan, because Pakistan has been targeting, be it the soldiers on the borders, soldiers in the hinterland, and now the innocent civilians that started from the Dhangri in Rajouri, then we saw in the Riyasi Shiv Khodi pilgrims were targeted, and now Pahalgam where the civilians were targeted by the Pakistani terrorists after their Kalma test was performed. So now the demand is growing, the chorus is growing that the Pakistan needs to be given a befitting reply, and we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero on the line of control right after this short break on Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए। एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है, और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से MiG-21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी। पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30 और MiG-21 ये दोनों जहाज पे थे, तो अब शुरू हुआ असली अटैक।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते,
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले, तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. Starting this edition with some big breaking news now coming in. Pakistan desperately now trying to target Indian websites, indulging in a cyber warfare. Tonight, we're going to take you through all the latest details coming in, how India has responded. All this and much more. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Desperate, rattled Pakistan attacks Indian cyberspace, websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet, Army public school hacked. Tourist from Kerala makes a stunning claim during NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack site days before the attack.
पूछताछ के लिए
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after the video of a tourist who filmed the attack video surfaced, NIA now summons the zipline operators seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan, protests outside Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. Getting in some breaking news right now, Home Secretary is chairing a meeting with senior officers at the North Block to discuss preparedness and security scenario. In fact, a short while back, you've had the Home Secretary calling in the Border Security Force DG for a meeting. In fact, this comes in the backdrop of a BSF Jawan who has been in the custody of the Pakistani Rangers. This after he inadvertently crossed over to the Pakistani side. Let me also go across to my colleague Soumya, who's joining us from outside the Ministry of Home Affairs. In fact, Soumya, just to walk us through the details of the number of meetings that have actually taken place in the last few hours. I'm given to understand the BSF DG was also at the South Block.
Yes, well, this particular meeting was chaired by Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, and multiple senior officials were in attendance, right from BSF DG Daljit Chaudhary to DG NSG Brigu Srinivasan, along with ADG of SSB and senior officials of Assam Rifles. Now, this meeting, as per sources, was convened in the backdrop of It was called in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack, and with that also with regards to the BSF DG who had crossed the border there from the Firozpur area. So these are the developments that have been happening here at the North Block. This meeting lasted for more than 40 minutes. Now we are being told that issues regarding to the preparedness of the security were also discussed during this meeting. waiting. Now, multiple such meetings have been taking place in last few days, not just at the MHA, but at various other crucial vantage point, be it Prime Minister's official residence or be it at Raksha Mantri's residence, where day before yesterday we saw the CDS meeting the Raksha Mantri, and then yesterday Raksha Mantri meeting the Prime Minister. So back-to-back meetings have been taking place, and all of this is happening right before the CCS meeting that is set to take place, the second CCS meeting that is set to take place tomorrow under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Modi. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Soumya, for getting us the latest details from the Ministry of Home Affairs as the meeting is now basically underway. Shift the focus now to the other big story coming in right now, as the deportation process basically is underway. In fact, each of the states who are now following the guidelines of the Union Home Ministry to send back Pakistani nationals. The latest now coming in with regards to the Jammu and Kashmir administration taking the decision of deporting Pakistani nationals. In fact, 60 Pakistani women have now been deported, asked to leave immediately. Let me also go across to Zeenat, Arawat, or for that matter Gursimran. All of them are going to join us in a short while from now. But first, let me go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the breaking news right now with the Jammu and Kashmir administration taking the decision. Gursimran, could you just take us through the details that you're getting in? How many have been asked to leave so far, starting from the day when the Union Home Ministry had sent a directive to all state administration that they need to immediately identify Pakistani nationals and send them out?
Srishavan, the information that was with the Jammu and Kashmir government was of the 60 citizens from the Pakistan that are living here. Some of them have been living here for a longer period of time, that is more than a 3 decades time, but they have not been granted the citizenship by the Indian side due to many reasons. And now those after the decision by the Ministry of External Affairs, they have been asked to leave the India. Today, the process is underway. Many of them have got the eviction notice yesterday by the Deputy Commissioner. We are told that in the Jammu, the number is somewhere close to 34. The total number is 60 as per the information that is flowing in. Now, apart from this, they are being taken. Some of the families from the Kathua have also been taken to the Atari-Wagah border, that they
be sent back to Pakistan after the decision of the government. Some of those who have been living on the valid long-term visa, they have not been touched for now by the administration, because that was the exemption that has been given by the Ministry of External Affairs. So this is what from Jammu and Kashmir, but we are told that apart from these 60, there are some of the cases that are disputed cases. Reason being that the Jammu and Kashmir government has sought the response from the Ministry of External Affairs with regards to some of the cases, like those who have applied for the those who are on the long-term visa have applied for the Indian citizenship, and their process is underway. For that, the J&K government is waiting the response from the MEA. But apart from that, all those who are falling in the category of the SAARC visa, short-term visa, or the long-term visa, except the Hindu families, they have been asked to return, and the process of deportation is underway. Today morning, many of them have left from Jammu by respective police stations. They were taken to the SSP office and then were sent to the Atari-Wagah border, Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. Shifting focus now to another breaking news now coming in. Republic TV has now accessed another video. This, in fact, is of 22nd of April when the attack actually took place. This has also been shot by another tourist. We'll quickly take you through the latest visuals coming in. This is a tourist from Kerala, Nihal from Kerala, who shot a video from the zip line from Pahalgam, tracking his relative moving down the meadow. The camera basically caught the act of shooting by the terrorist. In fact, Nihal, a native of Kerala, was in Srinagar with his family. In fact, this, what you see, is yet another video of the attack that has taken place. Remember, last evening we had also taken you through another visual coming in when you've had one of the tourists from Gujarat, in fact, was also at the zipline services, was using the zipline services. Now, the moment he came down, the firing actually began, but he was caught completely off guard because, remember, he did not understand that the terrorist had actually opened fire. Here too, this is on the 22nd of April. We'll just see if we can also play out the full video right now, and perhaps the gunshots that can actually be heard, we'll play that out.
हिसाब किताब थोमुत शॉप्स क्या छ करमत औकाफ
ओ खत्म कर के अभी दो हैं यार
Well, in fact, exactly 3 gunshots can be heard in those 20 seconds when you've had one of the tourists. He is from Kerala, Nihal. He's been identified as Nihal from Kerala, who's shooting this while his relative was using the services and he was on his way down. In fact, the National Investigation Agency has also called in all the zipline operators for further questioning. Let me also go across to Zeenat, getting us the latest details. Zeenat, this morning we heard that the National Investigation Agency had called the zipline operators. Now there is another visual that has been accessed. This is a 20-second or little over 20-second video that was shot by one of the tourists themselves from Kerala. We'll try and see if we can also go across to Ashwin, because I'm given to understand Ashwin has just spoken to the tourist who has shot this video, and he's got us that video. What more details do you have in terms of the questioning that is underway at the Pahalgam office of the National Investigation Agency?
See, right now, most of the teams of the investigating agencies from NIA, from CID, from the other IB and all other intelligence agencies are at the present camping at Pahalgam police station, because this is one of the nearest spot, and the FIR is also registered in the same police station as far as this Baisaran case of 22nd April is concerned. They have been calling the poniwalas, these zipline operators whose video has now surfaced, though this questioning had taken place yesterday evening only when the zipline operator was called in, because the video that surfaced on the social media was also, in that video this zipline operator was seen clearly. He was questioned by the NIA. He has given his version, and as far as this Allahu Akbar, chanting Allahu Akbar, it is more like whenever there is any kind of storm, Muslims do say Allahu Akbar, which means that God is great. This is the version that he has deposited before the NIA court, and also he has deposited his mobile phone and whatever he has, and the tourists had filmed, that is lying with the NIA and present. Apart from this, there were around 6,000 tourists who were present. Even if the 40% of the tourists have submitted the digital proofs, which is enough evidence for the investigating agencies to investigate these crime scenes from the multiple angles, because most of the people who were present there were capturing, particularly those who were on the heights, not in the Baisaran bowl. They have captured this incident in their mobile phones. They have filmed it, and those films are lying with the NIA for the they are checking if their video is not perpetrated, and the authenticity of the video is also being checked. Meanwhile, those who have visited this police station in the last 5 to 6 days rather now, and they have been giving their version and also whatever the proofs they have, and those proofs are being rechecked with the investigating agencies, with the local sources and also the local grounds workers of the police and all, they are cross-checking their version as well. That is why we are seeing now then that Indian Army has maintained that there is an operation going on in an undisclosed location. Let's see what the version or the statement will come from the Indian Army. If at all those terrorists who carried this attack have been trapped and Indian Army is not disclosing the location, then definitely if they neutralize, it will be a big surprise that it will surprise the entire world if the terrorists are neutralized, as Indian Army maintaining that they are carrying an operation in an undisclosed location.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. Can we just once again play that first video that have been accessed? We've now got at least 4 videos of the zipline operator. In fact, every time that we have essentially seen one of them going down, there's a gunshot that can be heard. So let's first play out the video that we've just now accessed. Now this video, you can actually hear at least 3 gunshots. We want to also take you through the video that was shot by Rushu Bhatt. We'll also, there you can clearly see that's a longer video where you can actually see the terrorists actually coming outside from the dense forest and then immediately opening fire. Take a look.
खत्म कर कभी दोए यार
Well, now let's take you to the second video that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which you can further hear the gunshots as one of the tourists takes the zipline services, and as he travels down, you can actually hear the number of gunshots actually increasing. Let's take a look at the second video that has been accessed. Let me also go across to my colleague Rakshita, who's joining us from Srinagar. Rakshita, in terms of the multiple operations that are underway, as I understand, the National Investigation Team headed by it's a 6-member team headed by an SP rank officer. They're largely looking at, if we just go back to the screens once again, the images that have been accessed, they're basically looking at the entry and the exit point. They've been able to film the entire trekking route. They believe that they've actually been able to narrow down the route that was taken by the terrorists. Are there any details that you're picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far?
Well, yes, as you were pointing out that at least 6 officials of the NIA have taken over this investigation. And yes, there has been a videography that has been done as far as those exit routes of the terrorists are concerned, because this was a trek deep into the forest conducted by the NIA to understand and track the exit route. In fact, they also conducted a recce many times. That's what we know. So how did they conduct a recce, and how did they come and go back? And, in such time, because there are so many people who have been killed. There are at least 26 people from India, and of course the 27th was the innocent life that have been lost. There was firing all across. And how did they just leave? How did they just leave and go missing? That is, of course, something that is a matter of investigation. Apart from that, the eyewitnesses, of course, and that also includes the zipliners. As we just showed one video, you just pointed out that there are at least 4 such videos of ziplining tourists. So those videos as well, the ghodawalas, that is the ponywalas, the shopkeepers around, because the tourist spots, there are restaurants, there are small shops as well that have been opened. All of them were today at the NIA office, and that it also includes the man who was seen in yesterday's, the one we in fact spoke to, the tourist we spoke to, who was ziplining, and one of the those ziplining operators were then also questioned today at the NIA office. And we also have have spoken to them and asking them what was your role, what did you see around. So yes, all the eyewitnesses, that includes the operators over there, have been questioned by the NIA, and the raids that are underway, of course, that is underway for the past few days in Srinagar, in other areas. In fact, in Srinagar, as many as 63 to 64 locations already have been raided. So the entire terror network has been dismantled, from the OGWs to all those who are operating from Pakistan and have their own properties here and are operating and have recruited people to, in fact, carry out these terror activities in the valley. They're all being cracked down upon. Everybody is under less as far as those who are suspected to be associated with the terror activities in Kashmir. Yes.
Well, in fact, on this video that we have is of 22nd of April, the day when the attack took place. Now, let's tell our viewers that there is another video. This has been shot by a tourist from Kerala. In fact, this was shot on 18th of April. He was videographing his daughter. It turns out that when the Jammu and Kashmir police released the sketches of the terrorists, he basically was able to identify at least 2 of the terrorists. And he believes that 2 of these terrorists had actually crossed over when he was filming his daughter. In fact, if you closely take a look at this very video, this is roughly about a few kilometers away from the very site where the terrorists actually opened fire. According to this very tourist, 2 of these terrorists just crossed over, and he believes that these are the 2 terrorists who matches with the sketches that have been released by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, the breaking news coming in is this, that this tourist was actually called by the National Investigation Agency to their Mumbai office. In fact, we are given to understand that he has now submitted a copy of this particular video that has been put on our screens right now. This video has been handed over to the National Investigation Agency, and they are basically looking at this possible angle, that whether at all this area was actually recce just about a few days ago. And was it to basically see whether at all there are any security personnel present there? Because it turns out from the investigation that has been carried out so far, there wasn't any police personnel, no security checkpoints that was put. This despite the information that the administration, the Jammu and Kashmir administration had, that roughly about 5,000 to 6,000 tourists would be going to this particular area, and there isn't any proper security deployment in the area to begin with. So on your screens right now, 2 sets of images. One, part of the conspiracy. Second, what really happened on the 22nd of April, because now this is a new video that has been surfaced, and that clearly shows the moment when the attack began. Let me also go across to Arawat, who's joining us from Uri, as multiple operations are basically underway. Arawat, just walk us through the details that you're picking up in terms of the anti-terror operations that are basically underway. We are being told that this is spread across Kashmir. We're not putting out any further details, specific locations. We're not doing that, but just give us a sense of the overall investigation that has been carried out in terms of the anti-terror operations.
Yes, absolutely, Shawar. We have seen the anti-terror operations on not only in the Pahalgam but across the Kashmir. We have seen that there are dozens of anti-terror operations which are underway. Also, the individuals who are affiliated with any anti-national activity, or the persons who were affiliated or involved in the terror activities in the Kashmir Valley, we have seen they are being called by the Jammu and Kashmir police to various locations across the Kashmir region. Particularly, if we talk about North Kashmir's Baramulla, we have seen that the dozens of youth were called to police station for the questioning related to the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that 26 civilians lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. At the same time, we have seen in the central Kashmir, Srinagar, 123 locations were raided so far till now in the central Kashmir, Srinagar, related to this deadly terror attack. And if we'll talk about the overall situation in the South Kashmir, in the Pulwama, we have seen the same kind of mega anti-terror operations are also taking place in the Pulwama and Kulwama, and it indicates the alertness of the forces, that how the forces are alert. And we have seen from the line of control areas to other cities and towns that the forces are alert, and Republic will get you all the details from across the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का. MDH की देगी मिर्च.
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा. दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है. एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर. मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है. रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की. अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है. आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से. फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से. यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे.
It's 4:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavansan. Let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Desperate rattled Pakistan attacks Indian cyberspace. Websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet Army Public School targeted. Tourist from Kerala makes stunning claims during NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack site days before the attack.
क्या बुलाया आपको पूछताछ के लिए? पूछताछ क्या ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते.
इसके लिए आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं.
Day after video of the tourist who filmed the attack, the video now surfaces. NIA summons the zipline operator seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan. Protest outside Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है. चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं.
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks the government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. After Nawaz Sharif, who advised his brother Shehbaz Sharif to dial down the tensions and perhaps resort to diplomacy, now you've had their ally. Pakistan's People's Party chief, PPP chief and former foreign minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has said that he personally is not in favor of Pakistan violating other bilateral or international agreements with India, including the Simla agreement. But if India continues to move forward in this regard, then Pakistan may also have to consider maintaining bilateral agreements. Now, in fact, this comes at a time when they've already violated the Shimla agreement. A political editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, is basically joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, they've already broken the Shimla agreement, and now you have Bilawal basically going back and indicating that dial down the tension.
Well, it's a scared Bilawal Bhutto. It's a complete U-turn. They have basically understood that after all that bravado on the social media, whether it was Arnab's debate last night, Pakistanis are fighting within themselves because they understand that they are in no condition, and I repeat, they are in no condition at all to fight a war with India and their leaders, each and every one. Bilawal is just the first. We are going to see a series of leaders taking a U-turn and understanding that if really a war breaks out, Pakistan is going to lose everything. And when I say everything, we mean everything, Shavan. Pakistanis, and it is just not about one leader. Pakistani people, the common people, are against their own army now after the corruption charges leveled on Asif Munir coming out. As you were just mentioning, after Nawaz Sharif telling her younger brother Shahbaz, who is actually the Prime Minister of Pakistan, that Pakistan is in no condition, and then what is the condition of the Pakistani army, that they don't even have petrol or even basic artillery supply for even 3 days. So in such a scenario where India is ready for 6 months, Pakistan is just not ready even for 3 working days. And basically under this circumstance, Bilawal Bhutto is spilling the beans, showing that how inexperienced he really is, but that in his inexperience he has spilled out the exact truth, which we've been saying, that Pakistan is not ready, and now the Pakistani leaders themselves are coming out and saying that they do not want a war. They want a solution, and it was started by Nawaz Sharif because he understands, because he's the real brains behind the Pakistani government, and he's in London, so he's talking to his European counterparts and also to the American backdoor diplomacy is working out. So, yeah.
Aishwarya, just a quick update we are getting in. In fact, there was an emergency meeting that took place in Pakistan because they are now worried that if they basically continue in the manner they are, they're going to basically attract a stronger retaliation from India. And that is the reason why suddenly you see it is Shehbaz's ally, Bilawal, now making this call to Shehbaz Sharif and indicating that, look here, we should not violate any of the agreements.
Well, Savan, retaliation will be there, and it will be unequivocal and fierce. Let there be no doubt about it. It's just a scared Pakistani administration which is now spilling the beans. As we just mentioned, it is just Bilawal Bhutto is just one of the first of many other leaders who are going to come out and then spill the reality, which Bilawal has just said, that Pakistan is not ready. Under any circumstance, Pakistan cannot, whether it was 71 or it's 2025, Pakistan is not ready. Pakistan cannot fight a war with India. It is just a social media campaign which their leaders and their army have been running, because Pakistani army, Shaman, you understand that better, does everything what a professional army should not do. They are into business, they are into property dealing, they are into everything but not fighting wars. And that's the exact thing which Asif Munir has basically taken to a different level as far as corruption is concerned. And hence, in the present scenario, after Nawaz Sharif getting out those details, because if you see an 80 crore money laundering case against the Pakistani army chief, he is into property building. So when all of these details come out about the Pakistani army, the Pakistani understand that the bravado is only going to destroy
Pakistan further. Back to you.
Well, in fact, we're just getting at some more details right now of multiple meetings that have actually taken place. This is with the Security Council of the Pakistani Assembly being actually called in for a further meeting that's taking place. We'll try and get you more details in a short while from now. But also coming in an instruction from the Pakistani Armed Forces also Aishwarya, you've had the Pakistani Army as well as Pakistan Navy and Pakistan Air Force all coming together saying that, okay, let's just be in a heightened security situation right now because we do not know what's going to come in the next, what they are saying, in the next 72 hours. That's what the Pakistanis are saying.
Well, it's a perception. They actually understand, Shavan, that yes, India is going to retaliate because the way they've done this time is that sending their own army officers. What we are being told, we are aware of the terror camps. We are aware that they are sponsoring, they are harboring, they are creating terror and then trying to unleash it over India. But India is not going to allow that. But as far as their preparedness is concerned, it was open that as soon as India moved INS Vikrant into the Arabian Sea from their Karachi port, the complete deployment was moved away. So it's a scared Pakistani establishment, it's a scared Pakistani Navy, and as we were just saying, as and more details about corruption of the Pakistani Army Chief Asif Munir comes out, we will see more and more division within the Pakistani establishment, Army, ISI. The people are already suffering for last several decades now. They don't have drinkable water, they don't have adequate amount of food. Forget about petrol, forget about artillery shells, forget about the basic requirement which is needed by any professional army to fight a war for at least 7 days, Shavan. So it's very, very difficult as far as Pakistan is concerned, and the Pakistani establishment is now aware. That is why we are saying that this preparedness, these messages, these social media videos, all of this is okay as far as you are fighting a propaganda war on social media. But India is not preparing for a propaganda war. India is preparing for a proper retaliation. And that is what is scaring the hell out of the Pakistani establishment, including that of the ISI and the Pakistani army. Back to you, Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for getting us the latest details. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the real face of the Mufti Abdullah gang is out. She has now basically advocated that the manner in which houses of active terrorists have been demolished by the security forces should not have happened. A cryptic message of backing these terrorists comes out in a statement where she says that I request the government to not demolish houses of innocents while dealing with militants. Now she addresses them as militants and not as terrorists, number one. Number two, you have had this terror sympathizer in the form of Mehbooba Mufti saying that the house of these terrorists should not have been touched upon. In fact, she has already given them a clean chit, where you have the Jammu Kashmir police as well as the army basically indicating that these are residents of active Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists who are based out of Pakistan, but their houses are still in Kashmir. They have essentially been destroyed, but she says that they shouldn't have been destroyed. Take a look at what Mehbooba Mufti is saying.
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं. तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जिन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया और हम समझते हैं इस बात को. तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये ज़रूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए. और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे. तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया.
Let me also go across to Zeenat, who's joining us on this broadcast. Zeenat, are there innocents whose houses have been destroyed by the security forces? Because if you go by Mehbooba Mufti's statement, it appears that according to her, all the houses that have been demolished by the security forces are houses of innocent people and not that of active terrorists who have been operating out of Pakistan.
Sri Shravan, there have been the 7 houses that were demolished or dismantled by the J&K police along with the administration of Jammu and Kashmir. But meanwhile, one of the incident has come from Muran Pulwama, South Kashmir, where one house was supposed to be dismantled, and instead of one, some 8 houses got dismantled. With the result, there had been the protest by the locals there, because some of them had been claiming that they have nothing to do with that terrorist whose house figures in the colony of Muran Pulwama, but they too had to face the action because being the neighbor or being living in that colony, although the matter has been taken up by the administration and they are looking and investigating in it. Meanwhile, Ms. Mufti has also taken up the view of taken up the appeal with the Home Minister about the women, the Pakistani women who have crossed over in the Indian territory long back, some 3 to 4 decades, but they had wedded to the former terrorists who in 1990 exfiltrated to the Pakistan, and they married the women there, and then somewhere in 97, 98 they returned to the valley through Nepal track or so. So they were always listed in the books of the law with the concerned police stations, and as the ME has changed certain measures and now the X has fallen on those women also, as SB, which is a special branch of the CID, has served a notice to all the women that they should leave the place immediately. Many of them were also questioned at the women's police station in Srinagar. They were detained, and in fact the Jammu and Kashmir administration is planning to deport them through Wagah border, and after all the formalities are completed, they will be handed over to the Pakistan authority, for which the women, these Pakistani women, have been making statements that they will not go back because they have been living here for 3 to 4 decades. Their children have been born here in the valley, and where will they go is at this juncture. And the case of these women has been taken up by the Mehbooba, urging the Home Minister of the country to take a humanitarian view on it. That needs to be seen, that whether any humanitarian help will be provided to the women, but as of now the administration and the police has geared up with all their weapons in their hand as far as they have to deport these women from here, for which the exercise is going on.
Let me also go across to Gursimran, just to give you a clear picture of the 4 terrorists whose houses have also been destroyed. I'm sorry, I think so that's 7 in total. Gursimran, as Zeenat was also pointing out, but there is more details actually coming in. Before I do that, let me also go across to the soundbite that's coming in right now. Mehbooba Mufti once again backing, saying that these are innocent people and their houses should not be touched. Listen.
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं, तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जिन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया, और हम समझते हैं इस बात को, तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये जरूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए। और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया।
Let me also go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the latest details. Gursimran, just quickly walk us through the details of the active terrorists whose houses have been destroyed, because for the people to know that Mehbooba Mufti, that these are not innocent people. They are terrorists, they're active terrorists linked with terrorist activities in Jammu and Kashmir, and that is the reason why a strong message has been sent by the security forces by demolishing their houses.
Shravan, for Mehbooba Mufti, it's the innocent killing the innocent. It is as simple as it for her. But the reality remains that there are at least 3 to 4 instances where the forces have gone to the houses and they have found the ID inside the houses. That in situ was detonated by the forces, because had they attempted to bring this ID out of the house, it would have caused the collateral damage. So security forces have not only saved the lives of the family members of these terrorists, but have also secured the security force personnel that have gone inside. So there is no point that the Mehbooba can defend this, that innocent civilian will have an ID inside his house. That is next to impossible for a civilian that are living peacefully at their places. So it is the house of the terrorists that has been demolished by the authorities. And see, if the government was to demolish the houses of the innocent civilians, there are lakhs of houses in the Kashmir Valley. But it is only the houses of the terrorists that have been demolished by the Jammu and Kashmir government. And also, after getting the inputs from the CID wing of the Jammu and Kashmir police, that these terrorists, they are active, they had the credible inputs and the evidences with them, based on which the action has been followed. So if it was for the innocent civilians as being alleged by Mehbooba Mufti, it would have been a large scale exercise, but it has only been restricted to less than a dozen houses that have been demolished. And since then there has not been even a single incident of any house being demolished, because it was aimed at those perpetrators that are believed to be directly or indirectly involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress party's double speak on this entire issue. On the one hand, they said that they back the government, but immediately, minutes later, you have had the top Congress leaders once again questioning the government. Not just that, despicable statement has been made by several of these Congress leaders, starting from the Chief Minister of Karnataka to several other Congress leaders. A series of Congress leaders have been saying that. In fact, today a post has been put out by the official handle, social media handle of the Congress party. In fact, saying that the Prime Minister has gone missing. This is the response that has now been put by the Bharatiya Janata Party. You have the BJP raising this, a picture that has been put out here, the cloak and dagger kind of response that has come in from the Congress party. Interestingly, Pakistan has taken full help of the Congress party, because every post that has been put out by the Congress party has actively been picked up by the Pakistanis. This has been largely debated within the Pakistani media about the questions that have been raised by the Congress party, and they've given full ammunition, full fodder to the Pakistanis. The Congress has been at the forefront of it. On your screens right now, this is now the war between the BJP and the Congress party, with the BJP once again raising this question. If we can also play out the response that came in from Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP spokesperson, a short while back. In fact, first on your screens right now, these are the two posts that were put out, one by the Congress party and a response coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, BJP directing a straight question to Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, saying that whom exactly are you really working for? Congress's hypocrisy is completely out in the open. First, they are the ones who said that we back the government, we are asking for a strong response. A gag order is then put out by the Congress, saying that these are personal opinions of each of these leaders. Now, officially, they have basically put out another message where they're indicating that the Prime Minister has gone missing. In fact, it is the same Prime Minister who indicated that the government will hunt down each of these terrorists. The strongest possible response has actually come in from the Prime Minister after the dastardly attack that took place in Pahalgam, where the Prime Minister has vowed to avenge the death of the 26 innocent people. The real face of the Pakistanis are actually out. You have a defense attaché of the Pakistan High Commission in London making those kind of gestures. Quite similar is what the Congress party here has been indicating. The Congress party putting out images of like these. In fact, the BJP has put out a direct question to Rahul Gandhi. This is coming in from BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia.
एक ऐसा कहने को भारतीय राजनीतिक दल भी है जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, जो हमारे बीच में रहता है, लेकिन अगर उसे लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस कहा जाए तो गलत नहीं होगा। और बड़े भारी मन से मैं कहता हूं, यह तस्वीर जो है ये कांग्रेस के वेरीफाइड एक्स हैंडल से की जाती है और इस तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है, चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं। आप देखिए इस तस्वीर में क्या प्रतिबिंबित है। ये शरीर है, सर नहीं है। सर तन से जुदा आज लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस की विचारधारा, आधारशिला उनका चरित्र बन गई है। पहली बात। दूसरी बात, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जो चट्टान हैं, ये चट्टान है सुरक्षा की, भारत के लिए, हर नागरिक के लिए, उस चट्टान को तोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कांग्रेसी आज। और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं, जिस लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस में पत्ता नहीं हिलता है बिना राहुल गांधी की सहमति के, राहुल गांधी के कहने पे ऐसे पोस्ट किए जाते हैं जो पूरे देश को शर्मसार तो करते ही हैं, लेकिन पीड़ा देते हैं। ये लश्करे पाकिस्तान कांग्रेस का प्रयास है कि इस अहम समय में किस तरह से भारत को कमजोर किया जाए और कांग्रेस के टावर से सिग्नल दिया जाए पाकिस्तान को। जैसे मणिशंकर अय्यर गए थे पाकिस्तान, तो कहा था मोदी जी को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान और कांग्रेस को एक हो जाना चाहिए। वो सिग्नल दिए जा रहे हैं, वाहवाही लूटी जा।
कांग्रेस और कुछ विपक्षी दलों की क्या मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलने जरूरी है, पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करना जरूरी है? क्या उनको भारत के लोगों का खून बहता, इस पर उनका खून खौलता नहीं है? क्या पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का उनका दिल करता नहीं है? क्यों पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलते हैं? और कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री जो उनकी ग्रुप के रहे, उनके अलायंस पार्टनर है सैफुद्दीन सोस, जो खुद उस समय मंत्री रहे केंद्र सरकार में, ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस समय इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अगर सस्पेंड किया जाता, तब तो किया नहीं। अगर आज हुआ तो आज वो कहते नहीं, पाकिस्तान की बात मान लो कि उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया, और ये कहते हैं कि पानी बहने दो, नहीं तो पंजाब और बाकी हिस्सों में बाढ़ आ जाएगी। ये कैसी सोच है? भारत में रहकर भारत के खिलाफ बोल ये कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों के हैं। कांग्रेस के कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के मंत्री हो, कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के नेता हो, इन सब का बार बार ये कहना कि धर्म कैसे पूछा, इतना समय नहीं होता, कैसे उनके पैंट उतार कर देखी। ये हिंदुस्तान के साथ है कि पाकिस्तान के साथ है कांग्रेस और कुछ विपक्षी दलों की क्या मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलने जरूरी है, पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करना जरूरी है? क्या उनको भारत के लोगों का खून बहता, इस पर उनका खून खौलता नहीं है? क्या पाकिस्तान से बदला लेने का उनका दिल करता नहीं है? क्यों पाकिस्तान के बोल बोलते हैं? और कांग्रेस के पूर्व मंत्री जो उनकी ग्रुप के रहे, उनके अलायंस पार्टनर है सैफुद्दीन सोस, जो खुद उस समय मंत्री रहे केंद्र सरकार में, ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी थी कि उस समय इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अगर सस्पेंड किया जाता तब तो किया नहीं, अगर आज हुआ तो आज वो कहते नहीं पाकिस्तान की बात मान लो कि उन्होंने हमला नहीं किया, और ये कहते हैं कि पानी बहने दो, नहीं तो पंजाब और बाकी हिस्सों में
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath addressed a gathering in Deoria and laid the foundation stone of 501 development projects worth more than 676 crore rupees in Deoria district and distributed the acceptance letter schemes.
एक राष्ट्रीय महासचिव बयान देता है, कहता हिंदू ने हिंदू को मारा है, यानी पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट देने की कुत्सित चेष्टा, पुष्टिकरण की पराकाष्ठा को पार करते हुए आपकी सुरक्षा के साथ ऐसे ही खिलवाड़ करने का कुत्सित प्रयास करेंगे जैसे वर्तमान में कुछ कांग्रेस के नेता और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता कर रहे हैं।
Maharashtra cabinet chaired a meeting and paid tribute to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis announced financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees to the families of the deceased from Maharashtra. Chief Minister Fadnavis said that the state government will pay special attention towards the education, employment of the children of these families. A cobbler who was in touch with a Pakistani girl over phone has been arrested from Bhatinda cantonment of Indian Army. Sunil Kumar was working as a cobbler for last 7 to 8 years and was residing in Biyant Nagar. Sunil has been arrested on suspicion of sharing information from the cantonment area. Punjab police has registered case under section 152 of the BNS for endangering the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. BJP lambasted the Congress party for its Gayab post on X targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, alleging it is Sar Tan Se Juda, imagery aimed at provoking the Muslim community. BJP leader and party's IT cell chief Amit Malviya described the post as a dog whistle aimed at the Congress's Muslim vote bank.
Large-scale anti-terror operations are underway in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir as the forces continue their hunt to kill the Pakistani terrorists that are still active in the area, even those including the Pahalgam terror perpetrators that are still at large in the dense forest of Anantnag. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। यहाँ से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखा।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए। एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. The breaking news update we have and our top headline of the cyber attack that Pakistan has tried to carry out. Even before India responds, before we strike them, proxy wars by Pakistan and how we are countering that as well. Here are the headlines this evening. Desperate, rattled Pakistan attacking Indian cyberspace websites of army schools, 4 other organizations hacked. Tourist from Kerala makes a claim during the NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack days before the strike in Pahalgam, releases a video.
क्या बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
किसके लिए? आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
A day after a video of a tourist who filmed that attack video surfaces during a zipline ride, NIA summons the zipline operator seen in the video. Anger mounts against Pakistan protests outside the embassy in Kathmandu, Nepal.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag orders to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media, giving Pakistan more fodder to attack India. Getting in more details now of Pakistan's cyber attack on websites. Different websites have been targeted. Pakistan's cyber crimes continue. At least 4 websites have been hacked. According to details we're picking up after the Pahalgam terror attack, Indian websites being targeted by Pakistan. They're failing on the front lines. From the initial details we're picking up, as they try speculative fire at the line of control and the international border, Pakistan is finding it extremely difficult to fight the information warfare. Their troops have their back towards the wall, and 4 websites have been hacked. The official website of the Army College of Nursing in Punjab has been hacked. 4 more websites being hacked. These are details we're picking up. Pakistan has targeted Indian websites, and at least 4 websites have been hacked. I'm going across to Gursimran, joining us with the details. Gursimran, Rakshita, joining us live from Jammu and Kashmir. Before that, Pakistan is losing the information warfare against India. They tried to peddle some lies on social media, which has been called out. First, they tried to claim that our aircraft carrier moved back, which was false. They've been called out. Secondly, they tried to make claims their own Pakistan army handles affiliated to the Pakistan establishment tried to peddle lies about getting international support. There were pictures, for example, put out of Turkish planes, military cargo planes landing in Pakistani airports, bringing in missiles, etc. Now, that was a claim, turned out to be false. So as their lies are being called out and as they fail to stand up at the border, as their troops begin to resign en masse, this tactic of cyber crime being carried out by Pakistan. Pakistan has targeted Indian websites. Let's go to the next point. At least 4 sites have been targeted, we've been told. This is a completely cowardly cyber attack that we have, where at least 4 sites, and these are very small sites of different states that have been targeted. Institutions are being targeted by Pakistan, which have relatively low safety mechanisms. Education and defense sectors targeted. They're not able to touch our army, our air force or navy. So very small. For example, if there is a school somewhere, they're targeting school websites. Now that's how desperate Pakistan has become. And the army public school, for example, in Srinagar and Ranikhet have also been targeted by Pakistani cyber attackers. The army welfare housing website, for example, has also been targeted by Pakistan. That is how desperate they have now become. Let me go across to Gursimran, Zeenat, Rakshita also joining us. And let me go across to her right now. Rakshita. At least 4 websites we are being told. 4 websites, that's the latest number that we have. Are there any more of the sites that have been hacked by Pakistani cyber criminals?
Niranjan, at least 4 to 5 websites have been targeted. In fact, ever since the Pahalgam attack has happened, we did hear of such attacks earlier as well, right from the next day. And now, if we talk about today, yes, there are 4 websites, and also from Jammu, of which the details will be shared by my colleague Gursimran Singh. We're talking about the Indian Army website. Yes, as you pointed out, Army Public School in Srinagar and in Ranikhet as well. Not just that, also the Air Force. A Beijing Air Force Placement Organization as well, and Army Welfare Housing Society. If you just really show what they have written, clearly the Pakistani flag is there, and they also write that now we know your location, we know where your families are. This is what you are pointing out, the school websites are being hacked, the housing society. So that is the level of cowardice, of Pakistani army, where you see that they are targeting the families of the soldiers as well. And this is clearly a frustrated Pakistan, which is resorting to cyber attacks and not the battleground warfare, which it knows it cannot match up to India in any which way. You've done a story on that. We've shown everybody what India's military might is. But yes, these cyber attacks continue. Yesterday also, I think a day ago, it was the Army's nursing school, Army nursing college, I beg your pardon. That website was also hacked. But these are all failed attempts. These are all attempts that have been thwarted, and the Army has assured that there is nothing to worry. The data is also secured, as in the case of Army Public School in Jammu and as well. So this is the update we have right now, and the fact remains that the forces continue to secure the web space, the cyber space. So no classified networks, none of the classified networks have been compromised in this attack. But yes, this is a very cowardly tactic of the Pakistanis that has come to light. It's a desperate attempt, as we are seeing from right after the Pahalgam attack.
Aravat is also joining me with the details. Aravat was joining us with details of the kind of responses we're looking at this evening. That's the other breaking news input, that people like Mehbooba Mufti have come out once again showing their true colors. Mehbooba Mufti, who at one point of time when she was the chief minister, had this habit of going to the homes of terrorists and showing her sympathies to the families of terrorists, sympathizing with terrorists, and today she's done it again. She's referred to these terrorists as militants while questioning the action of our forces to demolish the homes of these terrorists. Mehbooba Mufti feels that there is no need to demolish homes of terrorists. That was what she said. Aravat, Mehbooba Mufti has defended these terrorists. She's referred to them as militants. Who else is backing her today?
Absolutely, Niranjan. This is not the first time when we have seen that the Mahbub Mufti is having the soft corner for the families and the terrorists in the Kashmir. We have already seen that the Mahbuba is having the soft corner for the terrorists. We have seen that after the deadly attack in the Pahalgam, we have seen that the authorities have conducted the various search operation, and during the search operation in South Kashmir's Tral, where they have found the ID and some explosive in the house of one of the terrorists who was involved in the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam. And then after we have seen that the BDS was called, and later on we have seen the ID was defused by the joint security forces. But we have seen this time Mahbub Mufti is calling that the individual's house who is the active terrorist, and he is affiliated with the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and he is the main person who is involved in the recent killing of the tourists there in the Pahalgam. But this is not the first time, Niranjan, when we have seen that the Mahbub Mufti is having the soft corner for these kind of peoples in the Kashmir Valley.
Okay, thank you for that. Stay with me. Let me go across also to Zeenat. There's a breaking news update that I'm getting in from Zeenat. Right now, going into the next breaking that we are getting of the Sopore police. The police in Jammu and Kashmir has begun to crack down harder on these terrorists. Immovable properties of designated terrorists being attached. The property of Imtiaz Ahmad Kandu. Imtiaz Ahmad Kandu is a designated terrorist under UAPA, a resident of Kral Teng, Sopore, Pakistan-based handler of Hizbul Mujahideen. The attached property includes a plot and some shops that he owned in Kashmir and a room. This is in Kral Teng. Kral Teng is in Sopore, and that has now been attached in Kashmir by the police. And this is immovable property of a designated terrorist under UAPA. Let me go across to Zeenat joining us with the details. There's a picture as well. Picture of the police attaching the property, putting up a banner there. Zeenat, we'll put out that picture. It's with us right now. Tell us more about this terrorist and the crackdown.
Niranjan, the property, as you said, has been attached under UAPA. He's a Pakistan-based handler, basically a Kashmiri, but he has exfiltrated from here and presently living in Pakistan. His immovable property, which consists of house along with some shops and some patch of land, has been attached by the Sopore police, for which the order was obtained from the Honorable Sessions Court today. And as per the police, the property has been used for unlawful activities, fund transportation, and also for harbinging terrorists in the Sopore district. This time, a Sopore police in North Kashmir has come into an action where they have attached a property of a terrorist based in Pakistan. He's been identified as Imtiaz Kandu. He in fact exfiltrated almost a decade back, but his activities would continue on the soil of Kashmir, and that would include targeting the security forces, radicalizing the Kashmiri youth to join the terror ranks. Today, obtaining an order from the Honorable Sessions Court, the property has been attached by the Sopore police under UAPA.
Be with me. In fact, there are different counter-terror operations also underway in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Do we have a number of the operations that have been conducted so far post the Pahalgam terror attack? Zeenat. Okay, that's the picture, by the way, of the property being attached. The police, first pictures on Republic of a terrorist property being attached in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is the situation. This is one example. Let's put an exclusive watermark over that. There's an exclusive picture that's coming in, please. That's exclusive of the police in Jammu and Kashmir attaching property of terrorists. How do terrorists in Pakistan, Zeenat, how do they still have properties in Jammu and Kashmir? Terrorists living in Pakistan but have properties in Jammu and Kashmir. How is it possible? How many more do you think are there? Do we have a number to it?
There is a huge number. In fact, the number surfaces in the 3 digits, because these are the Kashmiri locals who have exfiltrated to Pakistan a decade back. As far as the Imtiaz Kandu is concerned, a decade back he exfiltrated using this line of control route and has been taking care of the handler's job in Pakistan. He takes care of the Hizbul Mujahideen. We know that Hizbul Mujahideen is a homegrown terror outfit. He was working for them in the Kashmir Valley, and then one fine day day, he got a chance to, and he exfiltrated and is being now living in Pakistan and taking care of the orders from the Pakistan army terror outfits in order to instigate violence here in the Kashmir Valley. Imtiaz Kandru, basically a Kashmiri, a local, but has exfiltrated a decade back, and now he is operating from the Kashmir. He is operating from Pakistan, and in order to dismantle the peace in the Kashmir Valley, for which now the police, Sopore police, have come into an action, and they have attached the property that he was having here. They have attached the property because his name has been for surfacing in multiple anti-national activities. There are a lot of sedition charges against him, and Sopore police, after getting an order from the Sessions Court, Honorable Sessions Court, the property got a charge. As per the police, the property was being used for harboring terrorism, terrorist activists, and was also providing a shelter to the terrorists in the Sopore of North Kashmir. So this is a dent to Hizbul Mujahideen, because this, if we take the exercise of the last 1 week after the Bison incident that took place on the 22nd of April, exactly a week before, since then this is the first time when we see the Hizbul Mujahideen has been hit under the belt. This is the first time when any property that belongs to Hizb terrorists has been attached under UAPA. Before this, we also reported multiple cases in all these days, but there the property of the LET or the JASH or the TRF would get attached. The first time the case has surfaced from the Sopore, where they have attached the property of the homegrown terrorist who comes from the Hizbul Mujahideen but is a Pakistan-based handler at present. He's been identified as Imtiaz Kandru. A decade back, he has left this valley, fled from the valley, and he has exfiltrated to Pakistan.
Stay with me. Getting in some more breaking news right now. Zeenat, stay with me, because we're getting in more details and more videos. In fact, more and more people watching the broadcast, more and more people sharing videos of Pahalgam and looking back at what really happened. Those who were there at Pahalgam before the attack, days before the attack, also putting out videos saying that they may have sensed something. A tourist from Kerala has now made claims during the NIA interrogation. The tourist has claimed that the two men conducted recce. He says that he saw these two men conducting a recce. Terrorists, days before the attack, were perhaps caught on camera. He says he has caught these terrorists on camera while filming a video of his daughter. This is not the video of... there's another video where you can see the girl playing in the meadows. Yeah, can we put out the video that has been shared that we are mentioning? Not this video, there is another video of the little girl who's dancing, and there are two men passing from behind. And that is the video. In this video, he says this video was in Pahalgam. This is a resident of Kerala who said it. The resident of Kerala says while he was filming his daughter playing in Kashmir, he says these two men resemble the pictures of the terrorists shared. And he has said this to the NIA interrogation. Look at that video again. During the investigation, the NIA questioned a tourist from Kerala as well. Let's put out that video full frame. The tourist from Kerala was questioned, and he claimed during the NIA interrogation that he managed to capture a video of his daughter dancing in Pahalgam, and this was days before the attack, captured on the 18th of April. The attack itself in Pahalgam at the Baisaran Meadows was on the 22nd. He says on the 18th of April, while he was filming his daughter, these two men, suspicious men, he says, were seen in that video moving from behind. And he claims that he had suspicions on that day and that he overheard something as well. Rakshita is also joining us. Rakshita, what more do we know about this Kerala tourist version to the agencies? Do we have more details of whether this was perhaps a recce that was conducted by the terrorists?
Well, if I'm talking about the Narikuni native, if you're talking about that, because I did not get your audio in between, but if you're talking about the zipline video that captured the first gunshots, yes, he has been talking about how he was just watching his cousin go through the zipline, and he was, I think, recording his video, her video. And by the time, while she was right in the middle of the rope, he heard those...
I'm just describing the video, Rakshita. I can hear you, Rakshita. You're in the frame. There is another video of a man from Kerala a tourist from Kerala who's shared some evidence with, let's put that video out please with Rakshita because she has to see that video. So let's put that video out. That's the video, Rakshita. He says that his daughter was dancing in the meadows. He was shooting a video of her, right? And he has shared this video with the NIA. He says he may have seen the suspects on that day because he claims the picture of the terrorists matches the men seen in this video. Of course, we can't say that they are the ones, but he believes that these two men could have been the ones who carried out the attack, the details of which he says is also shared with the NIA, including the video evidence. Now, this is a picture that was shot nearly 7 kilometers away from the attack spot. He says they resemble, there were pictures of 4 terrorists, that was 3 sketches in fact were released, and he says that 2 of them in this particular video seen right behind his daughter. He says they resemble the sketches. Was there a recce then? Was there a recce? That's the question. This was a video shot on the 18th of April, 4 days before the attack, and about 7.5 kilometers away from the attack spot. Now, that is why the questions are being asked on whether this was a possible recce. Yes, Rakshita. Okay, I think I've lost the line there with Rakshita. I'll try and go back to her in just a bit, but this is another video that came out. Meanwhile, 7 days almost into the attack, 7 days after the attack, more and more videos are coming out. There are more videos that people who have been there at Pahalgam and who've gone back, looked back at their videos, many of them are now beginning to share the videos. On the right of your screen, that's another video that was shared earlier today. This video has also come out now, and in that video, if you can put up the audio, please, if you can listen to the audio version, and if you can hear the audio over that video track, then you will hear bullet sounds also from this particular video. Now, in this, on the right of your screen, yeah, the second video. This we have seen. Let's go to the second video, please. The second video where you can see the attack itself. That has also come out today. Second video. Sounds in this particular video. And you can see the tourists are in different parts of the Baisaran meadow, some playing in the trampoline, some at the horse riding section. And there are some who are just simply, look at that, that's the moment of the attack. You can hear the bullet sounds. They came from behind the trees. The terrorists came from behind the trees. They emerged out of nowhere and opened fire. That is evident from this particular video that you see. So, and these are videos that are now being released slowly, few days after the attack, as people go back, as the tourists who are in Pahalgam go back and check the videos that were shot and begin to share them with the larger public, of course. And let me go back to Arawat. And Zeenat also joining us. Let me go into Zeenat. In fact, Zeenat was at the Baisaran Meadows a few days back. She managed to try and, recreate the entire attack in the sense that to show us from where they entered. Zeenat, from the videos, it emerges that they knew exactly what they were doing. They had recce'd this particular spot. And that becomes stronger. The evidence of them having recce'd this spot becomes stronger when you look at the versions of the tourists who visited Pahalgam a few days back. Some of them have released videos that show possible suspects that resemble the sketches released.
See, Niranjan, these are just the possible suspects. Whenever a terrorist carry this kind of attack in a huge manner, the recce's are done much earlier than when the plan is executed, and for which the army and the other police is tracking all those tracks that were used by the terrorists, because whatever the swabs, the DNA swabs that the NIA has got, the footprints, the cartridges, the blood-soaked soil and all other things were taken into custody by the NIA and the State Investigating Department right the very day, and since then their investigations are on. As far as the social media videos are concerned, or the people who were present there and now are depositing the videos, the reels before the NIA, it is only adding to the investigation that will lead the teams to the one who has carried this attack, the perpetrator, for which they are working on. As far as the suspects are concerned, there have been the 1,000 number of people who have been questioned for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Some stayed for 6 hours. Some had to come again for their questioning. Next day questioning and the grilling is going on for last now 5 days when the NIA was investigating from the day one, and then finally formally they have taken over the case 2 days before. So these videos are only adding to the investigation. As far as the recce is concerned, recce was done much before, many days before the execution of the plan. That is what we are, because it is very difficult to come to the Baisaran terrain in such a topography at a one point in time. Definitely they must have come with a plan, and then following the escape route, they followed the plan, because if you are carrying such a drastic attack, it is important that you should know where from you will escape from this spot. They have chosen the venue knowing the condition of the road. The mobility was very less and it's a far off place, and there you have a very little communication system available. So all these things were taken into consideration before picking up or choosing this Baisaran, because had they carried this attack somewhere in Aru or the main town in Pahalgam or the Langanbal or this Mawara, which are the emerging tourist destinations in Pahalgam, there they would have been caught or neutralized in seconds, and the number of people got killed, then the casualty would have been very less, because everything was within the domain and quite accessible from the place where the attack, among these places, if it would have been carried. But choosing Baisaran was only so that there is more blood loss, the people do not reach there on time, and they had planned for their escape route before they could execute it. And that is one part of the investigation also, because if you see the ridge of Baisaran and you connect its topography with the Simthan, which connects you to the Kishtwar, which is a part of Jammu region, the entire ridge is connected with a distance of around 60 to 70 kilometers on foot. So only you can go to the place on foot or on foot or the horseback, knowing that the evacuation process will be difficult. That is why they tried to use this route. So everything, whatever has been filmed by the tourists or the locals there, every evidence is getting deposited at the police station, where the NIA team is also assisting.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs, Zeenat. That's another video that's emerged of the Pahalgam attack. The moment the attack took place, you can see the terrorists emerge from the woods and open fire, and one of them even being shot point blank. You can see that. The terrorist shoots him, the man falls, collapses on the ground, and then the terrorists move from one victim to the next.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे MiG-21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। She was seeing from where the aircraft is approaching.
Desperate and rattled, Pakistan attacks Indian cyber websites of Srinagar and Ranikhet army schools attack. Tourist from Kerala makes stunning claims during NIA interrogation, says terrorists conducted recce of the attack site days before the attack.
क्या बुलाया पूछताछ के लिए?
पूछताछ
क्या
के लिए
ऐसे ही बुलाते रहते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बुलाते।
किसके लिए? आतंकी हमले के लिए पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया?
वो पता हमें भी नहीं है, हमें बुला रहे हैं।
Day after video of tourists who filmed the attack, video surfaces. NIA summons the zipline operator seen in video. Anger mounts against Pakistan. Protests outside Pakistan embassy in Kathmandu.
तस्वीर के पोस्ट करने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ा सिग्नल शत्रु देश पाकिस्तान में दिया जाता है। चिंता मत करो, भारत के अंदर मीर जाफर, तुम्हारे समर्थक सब उपस्थित हैं।
After issuing gag order to its leaders, Congress attacks government on social media. Pakistan uses Congress post to attack India. It's 5:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavinson, starting this edition with breaking news now coming in. Pakistan's ISPR's propaganda push has just intensified with cyber attacks that are being carried out. In fact, attempts that have been made by the Pakistani hackers to target at least 4 Indian websites. These are educational websites that have been targeted. It turns out that Rajasthan government's education department's website was also targeted by Pakistani hackers. In fact, Rajasthan Educational Department's portal has also been targeted by the hackers here. A statement has now been issued by the Rajasthan Education Minister saying that the IT department is basically looking into this matter. They've been able to trace the origin of this hacking attempt that has been made. This comes at a time when Republic TV has accessed the full dossier of the number of attempts that have been made by the Pakistani hackers over the last 24 hours. Particularly, army schools are now being targeted. You've had the Army School of Srinagar as well as Army School of Ranikhet, their websites are being targeted. Apart from that, Indian Air Force's one website has also been targeted. And not to forget the Army Housing Organization, their website has also been targeted by Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan's ISPR, I'm told that there's some breaking news coming in also. Defense Minister has reached the Prime Minister's residence. On your screens right now, these are the latest coming in with the Raksha Mantri visiting Prime Minister right now. We do not know the agenda at this point in time because remember there have been marathon meetings that have actually taken place. In fact, a scheduled CCS meeting is likely to take place tomorrow. A highly level meeting is basically underway with the Defense Minister, the Chief of Defense Staff, the National Security Advisor. All have actually reached 7 LKM. In fact, if we can just update our breaking coming in, it's not just the Defense Minister, it is also the Chief of Defense Staff, it is also the National Security Advisor. They've all reached 7 LKM. Apart from that, we're also being told that this is a high-level meeting that is going to take place to look into the preparedness and also strategizing on this entire issue. The agenda, however, hasn't been put out as yet. But remember, the government is in full form right now, ensuring that their entire process is clear. Multiple options that are right now available on the table. The last CCS meeting, the government had sent across a strong message to the forces saying that the green signal has already been given. In fact, there are more details now coming in with regards to the meeting that is basically underway. And yes, as I've just pointed out, that it's the Chief of Defence Staff, the National Security Advisor, as well as Raksha Mantri, all at 7 LKM, who are joining us. Let me also go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us from outside 7 LKM, where the meeting is basically underway. Riyanka, what more details are you picking up? This comes just a day before the CCS meeting is going to take place.
Well, rightly said, tomorrow is, of course, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. And right before that, let us show you the visuals from outside Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where just a while ago, we have seen that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived along with NSA Ajit Doval and CDS also present at this point in time. There is expectations that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar could also come here, is what I'm being told from our sources. But we'll get a confirmation on that front very soon. But at this point in time, remember, these meetings are very, very important, very crucial meetings are happening. Huddles after huddles are happening because there is a very strong message that has been given to Pakistan that India will not keep quiet. And several meetings are in fact lined up tomorrow as well. There is a meeting of an entire cabinet that is going to be taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. As I continue to report from outside the residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. But at this point in time, with the visit of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh along with the Chief of Defence Staff and of course NSA Ajit Doval, it seems that there are very important deliberations and discussions going on, and of course a brief given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi regarding the current scenario of security and arrangements that are being done in Pahalgam as well as in the entire Kashmir, given at this point in time how important it is in order to counter terrorism and build a big crackdown on Pakistan and identify those terrorists who had went ahead and carried out that dastardly attack. And we will continue to give you details from outside the residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But as of now, this is what I can gather from the ground.
Well, also update now coming in. The three service chiefs are also present in the meeting that is basically underway. It's a high-level meeting that's underway at the Prime Minister's residence. A quick recap of what we know so far. There have been multiple meetings that have taken place at the South Block at the Ministry of Home Affairs, where you've had the paramilitary chiefs meeting the Home Minister. Apart from that, the Home Secretary has also basically called in for a meeting. There have been a series of meetings that are actually taking place at the Ministry of Home Affairs and now at the Prime Minister's residence, where we are being told that the External Affairs Minister has also joined the meeting. Apart from the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, you also have the Raksha Mantri attending the meeting. In attendance also the three service chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff, who are all present in the meeting that's underway. Now, this comes just a day before the CCS is also going to take place. This would be perhaps the second CCS meeting after the Pahalgam attack that took place. In fact, after the first CCS meeting, the government had given the green signal to the forces as far as whatever action needs to be taken. So all options are on the table right now. Now, sources from the military had indicated that when the government essentially said that all options are available on the table, they're basically looking at the diplomatic response. They're looking at the military response to this entire issue. In fact, they're saying that it's just a matter of time. Right now, the focus essentially has been for the government to basically hunt down the terrorists who were behind the Pahalgam attack. And once again, the military indicating here that it's just a matter of time before the terrorists are also gunned down. The Prime Minister essentially being apprised apprised about the current situation. In fact, the operations that have been carried out so far. Over the last few days, there have been multiple anti-terror operations that have been carried out across Jammu and Kashmir. Not just at one location, multiple locations where these actions have been taken. And apart from that, they're also looking at those who have actually aided the terrorists in carrying out this attack. We're given to understand those details are also emerging right now, all of it likely to be presented before the Prime Minister. Now, these are images that came in a short while back of the Raksha Mantri actually leaving from his residence. And these visuals, in fact, these are not live images. Can we please go back to the live images in that case? If we have the live images now coming in, the Defence Minister who had reached 7LKM a short while back, can we just go back to the latest visuals coming in right now? And let me also go back to Riyanka, who's joining us on this broadcast. Riyanka, are there any more details you're picking up in terms of the number of meetings that have taken place at the Ministry of External Affairs? I've already pointed out as far as the MHA is concerned. So simultaneously, you're looking at multiple meetings taking place at both the ministries.
Well, absolutely. Several meetings are happening since the attack took place on a regular basis. We are seeing the top, leadership of our country are, in fact, holding meetings each day, whether it is with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh or whether it is with the chiefs of the tri-services in our country, or the security forces at the borders. A while ago, there was a very important meeting that was happening at the MHA where the BSF, the Assam Rifles, all the chiefs, the DG level chiefs were present. There also, there was a briefing that was underway, which was taken by the Home Secretary. And even now, this particular meeting that is underway at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, which is being attended by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, as we have informed our viewers. Along with that, we have National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. We continue to show our viewers these visuals from outside the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, and where at this point in time what we understand is that many more meetings are lined up. Tomorrow is going to be a really power-packed day, given that the Union Cabinet will be part of a big meeting, a big discussion where there will be an entire sense given to the Cabinet Ministers, and many decisions will be taken in order to move forward as to how our country can go ahead and isolate Pakistan and build in more crackdown. Remember, there are several levels of crackdown going on Pakistan and several steps being taken to isolate Pakistan, whether it is starting from banning the YouTube channels of Pakistani media or from all the steps that has been already decided by the centre, from asking the Pakistani nationals to leave our country within a week and 48 hours to several meetings that are continuing. We will be, in fact, keeping a very, very close eye tomorrow, given that there is going to be the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. There's going to be a Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. That meeting is also going to be taking place along with the Union Cabinet that is going to be meeting. And once again, if I want to give you a sense of the ground, behind me, the entire cavalcade of Raksha Mantri is, stationed, and it was around 15 to 20 minutes ago when Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had arrived at Prime Minister's residence, and as per the sources, we understand that after the meeting with the tri-services chiefs, this is, of course, a briefing as to how our nation is prepared for any untoward situation that might come in, because it is a sensitive scenario that is going on for the last 1 week since Pakistan had, in fact, very clearly said that this is not our hand. We are not responsible for what happened in Pahalgam. But everybody knows the dirty tactics of Pakistan, and we continue to show how our country is not going to be let down, and message is going to be cleared with each passing day. Every meeting that happens at the MHA, at the MEA, at Prime Minister's residence, at Home Minister's residence is a message that is being made very clear. The topmost leadership is, of course, going to take a very important decision moving forward in order to build a crackdown on Pakistan. So yes, currently the meeting is underway here at the Prime Minister's residence.
Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's getting us the latest details. In fact, a confirmation now coming in. The Prime Minister is chairing a meeting with Raksha Mantri, the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Defence Staff, and the 3 service chief. In fact, this is the first meeting that is actually taking place between the Prime Minister and the 3 service chiefs. In attendance, also the Chief of Defence Staff. Remember, previously, the Prime Minister had the CCS, in which, of course, you do not have the service chiefs being present in it. But having said that, this is the first meeting when the Prime Minister is having with all the defence chiefs. Now, previously, you've had the Prime Minister following the CCS, and the messaging that was essentially done thereafter by the government is that a clear message has been given to the forces to basically look into all possible options available before them. In terms of whether at all this is going to be some sort of a retaliation coming in the next few days, that is not known at this point in time. But having said that, India keeping all cards close to their chest at this point in time. In fact, Pakistan continues with their second guessing as to what is coming their way. This is the first meeting between the Prime Minister and the Defence Chief, all 3 service chiefs, and you have the National Security Advisor present. I'm not too sure about the External Affairs Minister, but the picture that we have just got only shows Raksha Mantri, the National Security Advisor, the 3 service chiefs, and the Chief of Defence Staff, all present in the meeting. Let's try and also connect with our Senior Executive Editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's getting us the latest details and the images that have basically come in right now as the meeting is underway. Now, through the day, as we've been pointing out, the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Home Affairs have had multiple meetings. As far as MEA is concerned, the meetings were largely to do with the several of envoys who have already been briefed about the action that India has actually taken so far. In the Ministry of Home Affairs, we have had meetings that have taken place with the paramilitary being also called in, because remember, the Central Paramilitary Forces are also in the operations that are being carried out currently in Jammu and Kashmir. That is part of the anti-terror operations that are being carried out. Let me also go across to Riyanka, getting us the latest details. Riyanka, this perhaps is the first time that the Prime Minister is meeting all the 3 service chiefs.
Absolutely, as you were mentioning earlier as well, that is, it is for the first time that the Prime Minister is meeting with the 3 services chiefs. There was a previous meeting with the Tri-Service Chief earlier, which Defence Minister was a part of, and now it is like the entire group has come in, and they are, of course, briefing the Prime Minister about the preparedness and the measures and the steps, and how our army, our air and our naval is ready for any combat operations. And once again, to get a sense for our viewers tuning in, let us once again focus on the visuals and tell our viewers that at this point in time, in this particular meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, along with the Chief of Defence Staff, he's present, Doval, as well as the CDS, General Anil Chauhan, along with the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. They are present at this very, very high level and crucial meeting that is taking place at Prime Minister's Narendra Modi residence. And these are the visuals of the gate of the Prime Minister's residence from where the cavalcades leave. But as of now, as we understand, the meeting is nearly underway for about 20 to 25 minutes, and as you rightly mentioned, several meetings are going on over these days, and many more meetings are lined up in the upcoming days, because a stringent message, as I was mentioning earlier, is something that is being sent out by India to Pakistan, and these meetings show us and to the nation, all the citizens who are keep hoping that India will retaliate in a much stronger way, something that we had seen earlier of the surgical strike that had happened in Uri, after the terror attack which had taken place. And so this time there's a lot of hope that there will be a very, very strong retaliation from the side of our country, which is why when these meetings happen, people hope that there is a huge decision that is likely being taken. Remember, when the three services chiefs are in fact present at this meeting, they are of course briefing the Prime Minister about the measures and the preparations that are being taken by the defense staff of our country and how they are ready for any combat operations.
Let me also go across to Soumya, who's joining us from outside the South Block. Soumya, you've also tracked some of the meetings that have taken place at the Ministry of External Affairs and the MHA. Bring us up to speed.
Yes, well, just a few minutes back, we had BSF DG of NSG, ADG, SSB, and Assam Rifles, CISF and CRPF senior officials leaving from Ministry of Home Affairs. As per our sources, Home Secretary Gopal Mohan had called this meeting, and these were the senior officials who were in attendance in this particular meeting, which lasted for more than 45 minutes. And now, if sources had to be believed, certain points were discussed with regards to the preparedness of the security of the defense officials. And now, the lines that were discussed upon were the deployment of the security forces along the border.
Let me also go across to Niranjan, who's joining us from the newsroom. Niranjan, this perhaps is the first meeting of the Prime Minister with the three service chiefs after the Pahalgam attack. In fact, after the first CCS meeting, there was a clear signal that was given by the government to the three service chiefs about what possibly could be the next course of action.
Yeah, we're going to stay on the pictures right now. Shravan, these pictures are significant because it is the first time since the Pahalgam terror attack when the Prime Minister has met the three service chiefs. Let's go just full frame to the pictures. On one side, you have the Pahalgam terror attack, and then for the first time, you have the Prime Minister meeting all three service chiefs. So I'll stay only on the pictures. It's very important because this picture tells you that the government is planning something really, really big. And let me also tell you that in that particular meeting, you have the National Security Advisor, NSA, Ajit Doval. You have the Chief of Defence Staff. You have the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Indian Air Force Chief, Raksha Mantri, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And you also have the Prime Minister chairing that meeting. It is happening at his official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Shravan, why is this important? Because it is coming on a day also when we have seen increased speculative firing at the line of control, LOC, and the international border. We have seen increased firing in different sectors, in different areas along the line of control. And we have the details of these areas as well. I'm reading out some of the names. We are seeing increased speculative firing in Tutmari Gali, in Rampur, in Kupwada, in Poonch, in Baramulla, and Akhnur sectors. And these regions have seen increased firing, especially from the 26th of April to the 29th of April. This is another bit of breaking news update that we have, that the Pakistan speculative firing has increased in the last 3 to 4 days. The attack in Pahalgam took place on the 22nd of April, but it was on the 26th of April when the firing intensified, and our forces have been giving it back. Now, the good news also is that there is no casualty reported on the Indian side. That was a breaking news update that came in earlier today, that there was no Indian casualty at all in the firing. In fact, the situation is completely under control. Our forces are in complete control of the situation, and the Indian Army has responded befittingly, promptly, effectively, giving it back to the Pakistanis. Now, that is another aspect that became very clear in the last couple of hours. These are details that you also picked up, Shravan. So I'm reiterating these facts as we go into these pictures, because this is important. Many people are asking, what is India's response? What is happening at the international border? What is going on at the line of control? Now, these are the exact facts that I have, that I will repeat once again. There have been increased instances of ceasefire violation at the line of control and also at the international border. Pakistan has opened fire once again last night across the line of control, LOC. Pakistan has opened fire. There has been a ceasefire violation reported across different areas. Third, after the Pahalgam attack, ceasefire violation was first reported in the Kashmir zone, and then Pakistan also targeted our security forces and the posts of our security forces in Jammu. It's significant because our posts were hit directly by Pakistani forces and we gave it back. And the fact is there is no casualty on the Indian side. Pakistan has suffered heavy casualties is what we hear. There were reports of Pakistani army, Pakistani soldiers, generals, officers, many of them who have reported back to Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters of the Pakistan army, that they are facing heavy casualties and that there has been mass desertions from their forces. Many of them are running back. They're running back to their posts. Now, let me also tell you, Shavan, from the initial details that we're picking up, last night there was ceasefire violation that was reported across the line of control, the LOC. Now, there are multiple incidents of ceasefire violation. Pakistan Army has initiated unprovoked small arms fire. Unprovoked small arms fire across the line of control on 3 consecutive nights, on the 26th, 27th, 28th, and again on the 29th. And the areas affected in this crossfire, Tutmari Gali, one of the areas where heavy firing has been witnessed, Rampur sector, ceasefire violation, Kupwara sector, ceasefire violation, Poonch, ceasefire violation, Baramulla, ceasefire violation, Aknur sector, ceasefire violation. And in all these sectors, the Indian Army has been retaliating effectively, promptly, and the situation is under control. No casualties on the Indian side. And that's the backdrop of this meeting. It's the first time after the attack that the Prime Minister is meeting all the 3 service chiefs. And that meeting is happening at the residence, the official residence of the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. These pictures are live. The situation is live because the Prime Minister continues his meeting with the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Army Chief, Air Force Chief, Navy Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff, all of them in that meeting, closed door meeting. Taking a short break, back with the live updates. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है। और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी। Pakistan.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। यहां से कहानी शुरू होती है विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन वर्तमान की। अभिनंदन वर्तमान उड़ान भर रहे थे मिग 21 अपग्रेडेड बाइसन में, जो एक पुराना जहाज है। आसमान में उनका सामना होता है पाकिस्तानी F-16 से। फर्क देखिए, F-16 टेक्नोलॉजिकली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड फाइटर्स, लेकिन भारत का शेर अभिनंदन इंगेज करता है अपनी R-73 मिसाइल से। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि इस लड़ाई में विंग कमांडर वर्तमान के आंख और कान थे फाइटर कंट्रोलर, और वो थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर मिंटी अग्रवाल। मिंटी अग्रवाल को पूरा वॉर सीन अपने आंख के सामने दिखाई दे रहा था। शी वॉज सीइंग फ्रॉम वेयर द एयरक्राफ्ट इज अप्रोचिंग।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH 26 फरवरी की तारीख मुकर्रर की गई ऑपरेशन शुरू करने के लिए। एयरफोर्स ने उस दिन बिल्कुल रूटीन रखा। दुश्मन को कहीं से यह खबर ना लगे कि आज कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है। एयरफोर्स ने इसे नाम दिया ऑपरेशन बंदर। मजाक लगता है ना, लेकिन यह नाम इसलिए चुना गया कि दुश्मन को अंदाजा ना लग पाए कि यह कितना सीरियस ऑपरेशन है। रात भर रूटीन सॉर्टीज आसमान में उड़ती रही। पाकिस्तान को लगता रहा सब नॉर्मल है, और फिर राजस्थान के एयरबेस से सुखोई 30 रवाना हुए। पाकिस्तान को लगा कि बहावलपुर को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, और उसने कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल को सुखोई 30 को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए आगे भेजा। उसी समय जम्मू कश्मीर से मिग 21 की फॉर्मेशन आगे बढ़ी पाकिस्तान को भ्रमित करने के लिए। पाकिस्तान को लगा शायद पोकारा टेररिस्ट कैंप पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स अटैक करने आ रही है। जब सुखोई 30
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra. We start with the big news that we're tracking from the national capital, and this is a very important meeting on the security situation in wake of the Pahalgam terror attack that the Prime Minister is chairing right now at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Prime Minister is chairing this meeting, and part of it is Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, NSA Ajit Doval, and all three service chiefs, and also, of course, the Chief of Defence Staff General. We have Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan as well. My colleague Soumya joins us live on the broadcast from more. Soumya, this is the first time we see that the Prime Minister is meeting all three service chiefs, because prior to that we had seen that Rajnath Singh was holding meetings with the CDS and also the three chiefs. But now the Prime Minister has now meeting everybody right from the NSA to the chiefs.
Yes, well, Rakshita, back-to-back from ever since April 22nd, back-to-back important meetings have been taking place at crucial vantage points. Just day before yesterday, we had the CDS meeting the Raksha Mantri at his official residence. Then yesterday, we had the Raksha Mantri briefing and meeting the Prime Minister at his official residence. Now today, we have Raksha Mantri along with the CDS and the Tri-Services Chiefs present there at the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the meeting is still underway. It had started 20 to 25 minutes ago, and it is still underway. This is the first meeting of the Tri-Services Chiefs with the Prime Minister. Before that, the CCS meeting that took place on 23rd of April. These chiefs were not in attendance. However, this meeting is the first with the Tri-Services Chiefs. Important point to note here is that this comes at the backdrop of course, the Pahalgam terror attack, and now also the firings that have been taking place along the line of control in the sectors of Kupwara, Barapulla and Aknoor districts. So these meetings have become more crucial with the kind of actions and retaliations we are being subjected to from Pakistan's end. Now we had the diplomatic measures that were announced last week during a press briefing convened by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Now from that point on, we have people, the people of this country demanding for military retaliation, in response to the terror attack that took place, that claimed more than 20 lives. Now, with that regard, we have these meetings happening. Not just that, just few minutes back, we also had an important meeting that took place here at the Ministry of Home Affairs, convened by the Home Secretary. In attendance were BSF DG of NSG, Brigu Srinivasan. Along with them, there were ADG of SSB and senior officials from Assam Rifles, CISF and CRPF. If sources are to be believed, we are being told that these officials had briefed the Home Secretary as per about the preparedness, the security preparedness, and what are the situations, because we are being told that there is another CCS meeting that is set to take place under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow at 11 a.m. So this comes at a very important point, Rakshita. These chiefs who had attended this meeting earlier today at MHA, they briefed the Home Secretary around the deployment of the security personnel. The vantage points were discussed with the Home Secretary, and the discussion also took place around increasing the deployment of these security personnel along the important border lines. Rakshita.
So what all do we expect here? Because tomorrow, as you mentioned, is a CCS. And remember, this is the second. All right, I'm told that Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor also joins us on the phone line. Abhishek, well, it's a very important meeting that is underway. For the first time, we see that the Prime Minister is meeting all three service chiefs, and also, of course, the NSA and the Defence Minister and the CDS as well. Right, and this is coming in prior to the important CCS meeting, second after Pahalgam attack.
Well, yes, and Rakshita, this is the first one. And the major one. Remember, this comes on the back of two meetings that Prime Minister has had with the Defence Minister, who in turn has had multiple meetings with the service chiefs and the CDS. And this comes just one day before the second Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that takes place tomorrow morning. So if you connect the dots, obviously this is building up to something, some action, and India's kinetic military response to the Pahalgam terror attack. And if you look at these pictures, you have the service chiefs, you have the Chief of Defence Staff, and you have the National Security Advisor, and on the Defence Minister, of course chaired by the Prime Minister. So essentially, this gives an idea of what deliberations are taking place. This is about exploring all the options which have already been discussed threadbare over the last couple of days. It's just a matter of now executing, for which obviously the final nod comes from the Cabinet Committee on Security, and the fact that that crucial meeting is slated to take place tomorrow morning. Obviously, this is about brass tacks. This is about all options being discussed before a final nod comes in through the CCS. We have seen how Prime Minister not once but twice has said that costs would be inflicted on perpetrators of the Pahalgam terror attack. Not only that, that they would be pursued to the ends of the earth. And beyond that, those who have been backing the perpetrators, their supporters, and the soil from which these terrorists get the sustenance, even that would be targeted. So Prime Minister effectively institutionalizing a policy of hot pursuit, and obviously these deliberations are happening in that context.
Right, Abhishek, you know, the fact that after the first CCS, we saw that India, in fact, had enough, hit back with the water strike and with the diplomatic strike. If that was the result of the first, at least the move that was witnessed after the first CCS. Now, what happens tomorrow? And especially given the fact that this meeting that is right now underway at 7 LKM is very, very important as to what really gets decided yesterday. We are understanding that from here on, given that all service chiefs are there, India's, the way India would retaliate or strike back as far as from the forces are concerned will be of utmost importance, will be of, will be more in focus.
Well, absolutely. So you can expect that there would be a proportionate response. While the nation really wants Pakistan to pay through its nose, there is an escalation matrix that the security architecture keeps in mind, keeps in place. And like it has happened in the case of Uri surgical strike, so when Pakistan-based terrorists attacked an army camp and martyred 18 of our soldiers. India hit back with the surgical strikes inside the Pakistani territory across the line of, not the Pakistani territory, it was actually Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but across the line of control. And similarly, in the case of Balakot airstrike, it was the first time since 1971 war that Indian military operations targeted Pakistani soil. And so now, this time when Pahalgam terror attack has happened, and all leads go to Pakistan. Remember, we broke the story in the morning about one of the terrorists being directly connected with the Pakistani Special Forces, was a soldier of the Pakistan Army, a commander. And so obviously, all those calculations are there, and in what form the response would be, let the military experts do the talking once a political decision has been taken. And we have seen earlier instances of Uri and post-Pulwama Balakot where the political will has not been wanting, and the political will has been strong. And in fact, the most transformative aspect of Indian response to terror in the last few years. So we are seeing the same thing, absolute resolve, as mentioned by the Prime Minister himself in his couple of his speeches. And these pictures clearly talk, these pictures clearly reflect a decisive leadership deliberating what comes next.
Absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, my colleague Riyanka is also there outside the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg where this meeting is underway. We're showing pictures of that meeting as well. So, Riyanka, well, this is a very important meeting, as we were mentioning, that this is the first time that the Prime Minister is meeting all the 3 service chiefs along with the NSA and the Chief of Defence Staff and other important members. Now, what we know is that this time India will be, of course, zeroing in on the most appropriate action, because we cannot, of course, forgive and forget what has happened. And, we already see that Pakistan has been trembling, it has been rattled, and it has resorted to, antics like cyber attacks, like a cyber strike, a very cowardly way of, a very display of cowardice, rather, and also unprovoked ceasefire. But yes, the situation is very high. The security situation, of course, is very critical right now. Even in Srinagar, where I'm reporting for, we see, time and again, especially during the afternoon, there are multiple choppers, including that of the Indian Air Force as well. So there is high hyper vigilance also, and there is increased amount of there's increased deployment of forces. And this time we expect that in this meeting there should be something really concrete that will be decided upon.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita very rightly mentioned there, given it is the first meeting with the Prime Minister, which consists of the tri-service chiefs, the Chief of Defence Staff, along with NSA Ajit Doval and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, all coming together. There is only one message that is made very clear, that India will not sit silent. There can be steps that will be taken. An example of the Uri as well as the Balakot strike that had happened in the earlier times, and something much bigger than that can also be in the cards, which is why these meetings that are having, taking place along with the Prime Minister, whether it is the meeting that is being chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh earlier, or a meeting that had been chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah earlier, there is just one message which is very clear, that there is no way that Pakistan will not be isolated. Every step will be taken in to isolate and build a huge crackdown against Pakistan. Remember, the 3 service chiefs being present in this meeting also shows a very important point here, that an entire briefing to the Prime Minister is being given regarding the security arrangements and how prepared our defence forces are in terms of any combat action that might be required and might be planned. And in fact, as you rightly mentioned, Pakistan is rattled. It is shaking at this point, given there are several unprovoked ceasefire that we are in fact seeing that is happening at the border areas. Each and every day there are increased number of unprovoked ceasefiring that is happening. In fact, the forces are retaliating befittingly. That is something that is also happening on that front. On the other hand, the Pakistani ministers, they are making unprovoked and, I beg your pardon, they are making provocative statements against our country, and also getting into several ways to say that, okay, Pakistan is not involved in the particular attack that had taken place in Pahalgam. But we know very clearly they have accepted that Pakistan has been fueling terror, and they have been providing funding, financing. They have been financing terror. They have accepted it, and they have been completely exposed. Remember, previously also we have seen how they have been put in the blacklist or the grey list under the FATF, where the Pakistan has been completely exposed. Even now, this particular meeting, which is underway at Prime Minister's residence for nearly 40 minutes now, already shows that there are crucial decisions and crucial discussions that is being made. Remember, NSA Ajit Doval, who has made it very clear in the past as well that India will not be sparing Pakistan no matter what. There are several steps taken from the side of the centre, as in terms of the first crackdown that was built from starting from asking the Pakistanis to leave within 48 hours to suspending the Indus Water Treaty. Many steps have already been taken, and a big strike is in fact accepted. I'm not saying that this is something that will happen, but yes, everybody is hoping that India will retaliate very strongly against Pakistan.
Yes. Absolutely. You know, we have some breaking news coming in right now. Just I request all our reporters to please stay on with us, because there is a very important update we're getting in. Now, viewers, what we have is that the World Bank has granted funding to Pakistan. Pakistan has now, in fact, received 108 million of funding from the World Bank. 108 million US dollars, viewers, we're talking about here. The World Bank has sanctioned additional funding. This is additional funding of 108 million US dollars. And it says it is providing this fund for improving the lives of women and girls by enhancing their access to essential services and economic opportunities in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province in northwest Pakistan. And according to a release from the World Bank, the funding has been granted to help both projects accomplish their goals of increasing access to market, jobs and health and education services in a way that increases the province's resilience to natural catastrophes. So this is the terror state, viewers, which is now getting in more and more of funding. And all right, viewers, as we speak, we are getting in visuals from inside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where that important meeting is underway on the security situation and what will be the next step of action of the government of India and, of course, Indian forces in this together. And we have the visuals coming in from the Prime Minister's residence. You can see General CDS General Chauhan. There is all the army chiefs, 3 service chiefs. You can see General Upendra Dwivedi as well. And Ajit Doval, the NSA. You can see the Air Chief Marshal as well, the Navy Chief also present there, speaking to the Prime Minister, and all deliberating as to what should be done next, because you see that they have in fact held meetings amongst each other as well with the Defence Minister, that is Rajnath Singh. They have visited Pahalgam terror site. We saw the Home Minister visiting the site. We also saw the Army Chief going there. CDS Chauhan had also taken information from all of the commanders, the army commanders. And now we have the Prime Minister talking face to face with all the 3 service chiefs and also the Chief of Defence Staff. And there you have those visuals coming in. The Navy Chief of India also present in there. In the Indian Navy has been, of course, exuding confidence. Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi is also present there. Chief of the Air Staff is also there, and this is the update we have. Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, and also you have NSA Ajit Doval. We continue to talk to our reporters also as I speak over the visuals, what is happening. Viewers, we have my colleague Soumya also. Soumya, well, we see that there have been a lot of meetings going on, back-to-back meeting going on. Amit Shah, the Home Minister. In fact, of course, we have Riyanka also from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Riyanka, we got the video from inside, the visuals from inside. Army Chief, the CDS, Navy, Air Chief Marshal also there. And of course, they are deliberating, talking face to face with the Prime Minister, because this is the penultimate moment that what should be the next step of action. Pakistan would surely be trembling.
Oh, well, as we continue with those visuals on the screens where it is very clearly seen how Prime Minister is interacting with defense